All right, and welcome everyone to Tetrio Teams Cup. I think this is 3, if I'm not mistaken. I think Fitzy, you've been here for each and every iteration thus far, so
I believe so.
Yeah,
I want to keep it that way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Again, great to be common with you, and again, thanks to everyone for tuning in. We've got lots of talent that's going to be shaken down for this afternoon. I think the ones to keep an eye out, the ones I actually didn't realize were actually in this tournament. I think Caboozled, Vince, and Firestorm are the 1 seed tournament.
That is terrifying.
Yeah, they are. It's called Tetris Battle Fans. And I think very shortly, once they're able to get through their round 1 bye, you'll very quickly see why they are seed 1.
Oh yeah, you weren't kidding. That is a pretty
no.
team.
Why would I lie? I'm not going to be like, oh, look at our 1 seed tournament, and then just gives them just 3 random names. I initially thought there was another team that, I forget who was supposed to be, and then I think there was a team that was supposed to have like Blarg, but I didn't see it when I went over the teams. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think
I could just be making stuff up. I don't know.
Maybe that'll be exciting if we see that. But, yeah, I mean, second seed we got OSW, Wabe, Adri Pro on the team. That's also pretty stacked, but Yeah, the Tetris battlers might go pretty stupid today.
Yeah, especially with all three of them being heavily concentrated in Tetrio. Obviously, Adriapro and Wave focusing quite on Tetrio, but OSW has a little bit more on the TEC side of things, a bit of specialty. So we'll have to see if the OSW misdrops will have any impact in their particular set, or if it'll just be a riveting good time with 6 X-ranked players just kind of having a ball and trying to be coherent in their spiking endeavors and such. So,
yeah, indeed. I mean, yeah, because you were talking about how OSW are more likely to misdrop less consistent player just because he's more used to the handling of like PPT and TVC and stuff. Really makes you wonder. Like, he's still like top 30 on Tetra League, even though this is like his worst client. Like, that's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm. Again, it's the weird OSW-ism of just because I feel like there's not very many players with the same kind of mentality of it's okay if I misdrop a ton because I'm so fast that I can get out of it almost every time. Usually, even fast players who grind out sprint over and over, usually misdrops will trip them up pretty heavily. But OSW is just this weird anomaly where they're very rarely affected by their inconsistencies. Because again, like with playing that fast, more often than not, you will be very inconsistent. But OSW has found a way to be inconsistent and still not really get fazed by it. Like overall set, sure, you can make the argument that it's not very consistent, but within each individual game, a lot of the times when they're having little misdrop fits and whatnot, it usually doesn't have as solid of an impact as most top players having sequences of misdrops. I feel like OSW also has a habit of, because they're going so fast, they'll have like the chain reaction of like 1, 2, 3 pieces and a misdrop. But again, it's just they play so fast they rarely get punished for it. Which I feel is weird that even players that generally are faster or more proficient at the game will usually have more of a disadvantage state as a result of 1 or 2 misdrops. But OSW just kind of circumnavigates that.
Yeah, it's just what happens when like you're just kind of used to it at that point. It's like you don't want to get used to the bad habit of the misdropping because practice makes permanent, but it does have its upsides.
Yeah, practice does indeed make permanence. It does not make perfect, however you may have heard growing up. Unfortunately, maybe.
But enough about that. We got the SDPC spammers versus comically graphed number 3, I believe. The graphic says number 2, but that is quite alright. Their name's too large. They're too powerful, apparently. But
unfortunately, the second one had a resurgence, and they had to come up with a different noun.
Yeah, in Morse code, exactly. You got it.
Something of that nature. But again, yeah. So trying to think of the familiar faces that I've seen in recent events.
So what really stood out to me was between these 6, Ping is X-ranked, whereas like nobody else in this match is like past 24K rating.
Oh, so
which like
is a full
it's
U
not,
rank, basically.
Yeah, it's not enough of a disparity to where they can just send in Ping and he's just gonna 9-0, but like whenever they do decide to send Ping in, he will definitely deal some damage. Like.
Again,
it's definitely going to be hard for the SDPC spammers to deal with, I feel like. Like, they really got to put in a lot of work against the other 2 players, especially.
As strong as the U-rank Tetrio can be, there is still a decent bit of... Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized I'm supposed to be in the Tetrio lobby. That's my mistake.
Yeah.
As a professional commentator here.
And it makes it a lot easier to, like, check the stats of the players and such.
Yeah, I'm so used to the... Like, especially like for like PPT, where like the only mode that has like spectator is like mixed versus, that I'm just I forget we can kind of have this ability to do that.
Yeah, it's really helpful, especially when you're in pools and you're coming across these less familiar faces, getting a chance in the spotlight. For sure, but yeah, I feel like with like the U versus X thing, where it's like people meme about like, oh, U ranks 4 PPS 200 APM openers, but it's just like a lot of the times they're stuck in that ranking range because once you survive the opener, they don't have the consistency in the mid game to get much higher.
and the difference between opening versus mid game, and then I guess there is no end game at this point. Oh.
All right. I feel like.
All right, and so what a wonderful set we had between.
But I don't know what the reason was for aborting. Oh, I'm sure Tails has this.
There was probably something there, but you know, what's your post game analysis of that set? Obviously, there was a lot of intense action right there on the screen. You know, the bright yellow text, such a big distraction for both Umbreon and Canadian, I'd have to say. But you know what? We'll have to see when the set resumes how things go. And
yeah, I mean that was incredibly impressive. We got 10 PPS gameplay there. Yeah, we love to see it.
I mean, it's phenomenal. It's not every day you get that opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. Well, today is definitely one of those days because with this format, you know, the in-between matches, you got to top out to reflect how many lives you've lost. So today is going to be one of those days where we see that level of gameplay in terms of speed. Yeah, we don't need to talk about the fact that it's 0 APM. We don't talk about that part. It's all good.
It appears Potatoes has rejoined the lobby. I assume stream things are getting settled and whatnot, but you know. Again, running a stream like this is not exactly easy. I've worked with many a TO in my day, and even just something as, you know, quote-unquote simple as OBS. Trying to run an event like this is a lot more complicated than you might expect.
Yeah, shout out to Tato's, honestly. I mean, like, we're doing good here. We got a good rapport going, but, like, honestly, like, Tato's carrying this whole operation on his back right now. Like, this is that way it does, you know? Yeah, we love Tato's, exactly.
Yeah, you have mod privileges. You should pin that comment in the Twitch chat. It'd be really cool. Alright, so we've got S and J to start. Let's see how both players take this. And...
Alright, yeah, it seems like... Oh, Canadian Crab is gonna need to get an L spin to resolve that misdrop.
Not too bad. Little SDPC misdrops, but nothing too bad that they won't be able to handle this early on.
Ooh, that was actually really impressive situational awareness from Canadian Crab right there. Getting the misdrop on their stick spin opener, correcting it properly, and then converting it into MKO. And meanwhile, Umbreon has a lot of clean to work with now. Yep, there you go. Get down to the bottom of your board. Or at least clear all your garbage out, all your cheese, and then you got a lot to work with now.
Well, Crab's also working their way down. Able to combo through to a Tetris, but not too high of a multiplier. Umbreon's getting down to it. There's the Tetris as well, but again, they aren't really coming on too late in the combo, so not going to have too much of a damage multiplier on them. However, Umbreon does have the center well now open and ready to build whenever they feel most confident on it. Canadian Crab looks like they're working down to things. Has a bit of a down stack, which is not too bad. Actually gets to the Tetris on combo as well. It's going to do a little bit nice in terms of mitigating that garbage.
Yeah, it's just the classic mid-game. I feel like this is going to be... Like, these rounds are going to be a little longer, specifically because, like, these players don't have, like, the speed and, like, the pattern stacking to, like, really capitalize on any openings. And as soon as I say that, Canadian Crab starting to get some back-to-back going on, but some unfortunate misdrops gonna put an end to that for a bit.
Good decision not to put the eyepiece over there. Would have been lethal. Okay. C-spin double comes out. There is a combo down stack to survive. Oh, no! The Canadian Crab played that down stack about as perfectly as you could expect. And as soon as they had that eyepiece well open for the quad, it was just over. The gravity caught up to him. There's the SDPCs, the ones we know and love. Oh, almost a top out from Canadian, but able to survive. Gonna have to do a little bit of sacrificing on the build to make sure that they're able to survive the pretty heavy spike from Umbreon. Gets to the T-spin in time, and the double skim is going to keep them alive, but they still need to keep skimming. All covers up the well. T-spin is over, though. They have access. More skimming.
Well. 6 combo.
Oh, and Umbreon has a really high center part of the stack. Has some options, gets to the well. And we're probably going to be getting a little bit closer to mid-game unless there's some heavy garbage spikes in the near future. I think we're probably in mid-game currently, just given the board states. Well, that's not a...
we are definitely in mid-game. I feel like that with IO, it's like, this game's so explosive, it's like after 10 seconds, you know, it's like, alright, we're in mid-game now, like, you gotta take what you can get.
Yeah, so both players going to try, I think, doing a relatively decent job down-stacking. Umbria 1, unfortunately, has the 1-2 misdrop.
Yeah, both players, their board states are at a point where they just want to focus on surviving before trying to focus on winning.
Cool. Umbria 1 almost gets the Tetris, but doesn't quite get the 4 lines at once. And... see, Canadian Crab has the back-to-back currently on 1. There's another T-spin. I think that's it, yeah.
Yeah, Canadian Crab able to close that out, keep the back-to-back, keep the flat stack going. It's 6-3, and it's now evened up. So we're gonna have to see if, okay, it seems we got these 6-spin SDPC openers going. Yeah, Umbria 1 going for the SDPC here. Ooh, nice spin there for the...
Get it. Right. Yeah, the DPC is coming out. Canadian, unfortunately, does not have the skim options available.
And if Canadian Crab was able to survive for even longer, I feel like, yeah, they had the PC set up. I don't know if the, like, the kicks what they needed were open or not. Oh, yeah, that's not a good misdrop.
Yeah, especially since they're going for the triple-double follow-up as opposed to the PC, which will add more to the back-to-back. And that's it, another lethal SDPC misdrop, answered by SDPC successfully. And we've got an early I followed by O. We're going to see any TKIs, more SDPC. Looks like SDPC from both.
Yeah, I should have figured, considering like how even the skill levels are between these players. Like, they're all making very similar decisions, playing similar speed. Like, we should have figured this a good tiebreaker, but...
Counterspike, 18-20. Oh, the Tetris for the color clear on Umbria 1's side, very high up on the board. However, the combo play is going to force Umbria 1 to do some digging, but unfortunately, an ill-timed hold, I think, is going to prove fatal for them. Canadian Crab is going to get the 3rd point for the set. That's 3-2 for them. Very good stuff, and yeah.
Yeah, they only got 1 life left to work with, but at least they got a life there. Umbria 1 not having the T-piece come early enough in time for that counter spike. And meanwhile, Canadian Crab had all the right pieces and also the situational awareness to like continue the combo to make the spike even more powerful instead of again they're like 14 spike or whatever it was, and then being like, all right, let's cancel it now and then like continue building up more attack. They just they wanted that to be the finishing blow, and it worked out very well for them, I feel like. But will it work out against a new challenger here? Vacuum Cleaner. Another U rank, I believe. 23.7k. Actually, the Umbria 1 was actually SS, but very close to that U rank threshold. I feel like, judging from their play, like, I feel like they had to have hit you at least once.
Yeah, I mean, just probably looking by stats, you can infer, again, it's very, very close. Alright, and we've got S and O to start. We'll see. I assume Canadian Crab will be going for SDPC, and it looks like Vacuum is going to as well.
Apparently he hit U-Rank 7 times. Yeah.
Oh no! T-piece misdrop.
Oh no.
Oh, and an O on top.
Misdrop. This is not salvageable, unfortunately. Vacuum Cleaner gonna take it.
That's gonna be perfectly answered. Yep, three losses, and so now Vacuum will not have to top out for their next opponent, but we'll have to see who Comically Graphed 2 shall be sending in.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna send in, Overdrive now. They're gonna have Ping as the solid, stable anchor player, or if they're just gonna send in Ping now and just want to get this over with. We'll have to see. I feel like, oh, okay, they're sending in AI Overdrive. But that makes sense. I feel like, if, like, statistically speaking, you have a star player like Comically Graphed does, you want to save their energy, their stamina as much as possible.
Ooh.
And not getting the T-piece kick.
The double misdrop. It's okay. Both players are gonna have to deal with it in their own time. But at the very least, it's not an instant top out for many aggressive openers. Both players have a little bit more opportunity to work around things. Let's see. Vacuum Cleaner not quite able to get a combo into things, but still getting a 10 spike.
Yeah, they were able to forecast into that, and they have a lot of clean garbage to work with thanks to AI Overdrive.
AI Overdrive going with the combo to help mitigate some of that garbage.
Yeah, unfortunately the LP's placement blocking their well up a little bit, halting their offensive pressure a little bit, but that's all good. They're still going strong with that. Vacuum Cleaner with the 15 spike. You know, following the footsteps of the previous opponent, taking the opportunity to just extend that combo, get as much damage off of that particular spike as possible.
Interesting. Goes for the Jade Tuck on Overdrive's board. A little intrigued for why they went with that decision in particular. Unfortunately, I think it might be their undoing, as Vacuum's going to get there first.
Yeah, Vacuum Cleaner continuing the momentum from that previous set there, and
alright,
put on the board. AI Overdrive going for a DT Ken. We'll love to see it. Oh, almost had a huge, literally like one line away from having a huge spike prepped.
Was not, unfortunately, in the cards for Vacuum. Overdrive trying to go for some T-spins, having to cover up the well in order to do so, so we're going to have to break back-to-back cleaning things up. Ooh, yeah, good Tetris. The pressure's really well timed. Vacuum's going to have to do a lot of skimming to get out of this.
Yeah,
does manage to get to... Oh, no, the misdrops. T-spin.
That's not going to be enough. The well
still alive.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, just for the Tetris, but it's still very difficult this high up on the board.
Yeah,
has to be timing all of this perfectly. Oh, and covers up the well with the T. Where are the skim options?
Not that one. Yeah, when you're so high up on the board, it's so hard because you need to find the T-spin opportunities in order to like stave off your opponent's pressure and be able to get down successfully. But it's so hard just from like the pressure of being so close to dying and also the gravity ramping up on you, making your pieces hard to control.
Oh, Vacuum I think might have messed up one of the PSP opportunities. Okay. So looking for some more T-spin potential, just kind of digging through at the moment. T-piece on that side. Oh, and another misdrop from Vacuum. Does have a decent bit of their stack open and can actually combo through to help get out that pressure. Overdrive sitting on 2 back-to-back. Looks like they're going to break it now. Setting off a little bit more from Tetris' T-spins. Alright, does not get a chance to set up a fractal, but the garbage is going to be perfect for another Tetris. They're going to skim through to another Tetris, setting up that T-spin as well in the process. However, Vacuum is ready to send with a retaliation. Over is going for a bit of a greedy T-spin setup, and unfortunately that's going to top them out.
Yeah, sometimes you have those moments where you're literally one piece away from being able to clear the one line blocking your well and being able to send a huge spike back to you, but yeah, sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes that your opponent sends just enough pressure. Here, alright, Vacuum Cleaner getting the color clear there with their opener.
Overdrive was going for TKI.
Yeah, had back-to-back ×3, but was forced to break it here. And
so working on the dig options, not too shabby. Gets 6 as well as a couple T-spins at the end. Oh no, Mishap's die. Z-spin should help clear things
Z-spin up. And then boom, Tetris. And that... Alright, I feel like AI Overdrive has a lot better board to work with here. Ooh, nice skim prioritizing the quad there. Counting 4. We love to see it. Unless you're a Vacuum Cleaner here, has a little bit of cheese to work through, but has the eyepiece in the hold, keeping that for as long as possible so that we can get the double eyepiece, which... That's such an underrated skill set in terms of downstacking in versus, is being able to hold your eyepiece for as long as possible, and then when you get another one, like being able to have 2 eyepieces in a row is just so good for being able to get out of so many situations. As Vacuum Cleaner demonstrated right there, taking that step 3-1, only has one more opponent to work with here to play against, but that one opponent's a brutal one.
So we shall see how Ping takes to the 2v1 matchup. Again, only needs to take 2 off the Vacuum Cleaner if my memory is correct.
And only needs to take 5 lives, but it is a 3 versus 5 in terms of how many rounds that both teams have to work with here. So, you know, a bit of an even match. You know, it's like That Ping from a statistical perspective is alright, yeah, we're gonna need to abort that one. It's unfortunate. Yeah, there we go. Alright.
Unfortunately, wrong swap. Okay, there we go. And now Ping is currently up. So, these things will probably be getting underway. So obviously, Vacuum will only need to top out once. Which initially, last match, I was gonna say, oh, it's great because it's a SC start. A lot of people tend to hate SC starts, but I guess it didn't really matter if the match had to be aborted regardless.
Yeah, not in that match. And
Alright, you know what? I guess they're just going with it. So I guess if Ping wins 2, then Vacuum will top out.
yeah, that seems to be the tradition. It's like, if we don't need a top out, you know, I don't need to waste the time on it.
Oh, Ping already setting up some lethal back-to-backs, currently on 2, and you can see the speed difference just very visibly.
Yeah, like, the past couple of sets, like, both players were playing a very solid game, but there was that, like, 1.6, and, yeah, Ping coming in with the 3 PPS gameplay there. And it's not just striding either, you know, like, that Ping was going for that perfect clear opener, PCL, going for it again, that gets the TZS solved there, tries to get second PC, but extends it into some pattern stacking here, some ST, perhaps?
Looks like it might be what they wanted. Not quite going to get the Tetris on the combo, but still quite a lot of garbage. And although Vacuum has done a really solid job mitigating a lot of this garbage, that misdrop is not going to help. Oh, and another Z-piece misdrop as well.
That's a really good float from Ping, and having the L piece ready just in time to set up the power spike. And
and look at that
Vacuum player. Yeah. Alright, so now it's a 3v3. A 1v1 between Ping and Gavarox, I believe. Yes, Gavarox, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely the highest ranked player, I think, on SDPC spammers, with just under 24,000 in Tetra League TR. So, decent, sizable performance within the U rank itself, which, again, has a decent potential to get some upsets on X-ranked players. So we'll have to see how they take to it. Yeah, this is just a single first to 3. That's all we got now.
It's going to be really difficult, especially when you get hit by PCL like that. But yeah, Gavarox already showing strong offensive potential. They got the back-to-back.
They have to right 18, now. And they can still go even further.
18-12. Yeah, I said it was difficult, but I never said it was impossible. Gavarox leading this 1-0 here, and you know.
Had some phenomenal garbage to work with early on, and then just with the extra fractal on top was just kind of the cookies and cream to go with.
Yeah, just a nail in the coffin right there. Ping dealing with a bit of a messy stack, but has the speed advantage to get out of it. Not by quite as much, though. Gavarox playing at a pretty consistent clip here, like 2.4. Oh, now 2.5. Yeah, he wants to win this,
That's
apparently.
That up. Oh, is that a... Okay, no. I think you're just going to...
Washing machine.
I was curious how they were going to try and use the kick tables to fix things, but yeah, again,
no, this is
the most common method.
This step between the two teams is down to the wire here. Gavarox, a little no nonsense here, not gonna play around with the washing machine at all. Don't blame him. You know, because a player like Ping, who's shown a level of speed and efficiency, at least in the opener game,
Ping seems to have slowed down a little bit. I think they're trying to time their spikes a little bit better, or at the very least, maybe be playing a bit more defense.
Yeah, I feel like you have to now that you're up against a player who, once you give them enough clean garbage, they'll be able to pattern stack and get the back-to-back going.
Oh, there's the combo though. 16, just like that.
Yeah, I guess players that can just like create their own back-to-back like that, while also maintaining a flat stack, it's very difficult. Like, you have to choose your openings very carefully in terms of when you apply your pressure. Here, and Gav going for the STSD.
Well, it's unfortunate. I think could have had an all-clear potential, but just not a best order of pieces. And getting the T-spin, none. Does get back-to-back, but unfortunately has to break it while they're down-stacking through. Sets up another T-spin. Gavorox is currently skimming through, able to get to the Tetris well in time. Are they going to set up a Fractal? Or no, not Fractal. The you know what I mean.
Kaiden?
The Kaiden. That's what took me a second.
It's like, I feel like...
Skim options are running dry. Gets to the T-spin in time, but Ping is still able to send quite a hefty number of garbage.
Oh, missed the J-spin or just saving it for later?
Might just be saving it for later. There's a lot of garbage to get through. Gavorox somehow has dug through almost all of the misdrops already, but unfortunately hesitates a little bit too long. Ping's going to be taking another game. It's 2-1 there on match point.
Yeah, this is a match point for Ping here, but hey, Gavorox already showing the potential early instead, trying to play a little more defensive, just letting the garbage come to him before starting the back-to-back. And Ping, yeah, hunting for that J piece to continue his own back-to-back here. Counting to 4. Ooh, yeah, Ping's back-to-back is very strong right now. But, oh, just didn't have the right pieces. But, oh, I guess he did. 20 spike. Alright.
Yep, and let's see. T-spin will open up the well, create back-to-back for Gavorox. Let's see, will they get another Tetris in here within that time? Yes, they will. Gonna break back-to-back, get that stack a little bit lower, because they know that Ping is looking for a lethal spike. Again, with Gavorox being down a game, they have to try and play very carefully, because you can't afford to play risky and give up any extra games. You're on match point, so one loss, and that is it. Ping with really quick 11 down stack, but again, Gavorox is trying to just kind of play a little bit of eternal down stack, just to make sure that they're able to survive everything.
Yeah, he's still going to find those STSDs, and yeah, not going to be enough for right now. And Ping is continuing to apply the pressure here, but it's not going to be enough just yet. I feel like Gevo has a way out here.
Again, it's not an easy way out, but Gavorox has just been able to find it every time. No, the TP spin drop. Oh, and the Tetris is still there. The 180 spin to help get out of it.
Yeah, and that flow with the Z piece to continue the back-to-back.
Oh, comboing into Tetris, and that's going to do it.
Well, that was really good, safe play from Gavorox right there, taking this to the distance.
All right, and there is stick spin against the SDPC spammers. Looks like they're unfortunately going to have to take the T-spins at a time that they weren't anticipating, I think. And I don't know what that follow-up is, but it's a 15 spike! And that is all that they need. The Tetris on a 4 combo, and Gavorox pulls the upset 3-2. And just like that, it was very crucial that they came in with all 3 games that they were able to do it. SDPC spammers manages to get the dub. That is the win, right? There's nothing else in the format.
No, that is the win for the set. SDPC spammers going to be moving on. Thanks to their star player Gavorox right now. Very well timed counter spike right there. Ping sent a lot of clean with the SDPC opener, sent like pretty much a full board's worth. But Gavorox was prepared, playing defensive beforehand, and able to just get perfectly timed counter spike and able to close it out for their team here.
Again, great stuff from everyone that showed up on the teams, but SDPC spammers will be advancing. I think that puts them in winner's side round 3, if I'm not mistaken. They'll be awaiting the winner of LTBGQ ZXC and Tetris Battle Friends, which, again, for those of you who don't remember, that is our Vince Firestorm 1 seed team, which
our number 1
might be a bit of an uphill battle for SDPC spammers. But again, Gavorox showing that even under 24,000 TR is not immune to any upsets over top X-Rank players. Gonna have to see if anything spicy happens for that match later this evening. Trying to look through a little bit of bracket, seeing which wonderful matches are going on. I think there's only one more round 1 match going. A lot of people had buys, I think, just due to the size of bracket. But a fair number of winners round 2 matches have also been getting finished and being completed. I don't see any larger, very strategic upsets besides the one we just watched take place. Although I think there might have been one in winners round 1. LGBTQ ZXC had to upset Loser Crew, 32 seed versus 33 seed, in order to make it into their winners round 2 side match. So again, impressive stuff on that. Wish we could see all of these very close team matches, but unfortunately, it's just not feasible to have every one of these matches streamed.
Yeah, it's just gonna take too long because, like, even though we have improved the pace and the flow from last time, I think I might be mistaken. Actually, I think we did do like first to 3 last time. I was like, because for some reason I remember we did like first to 7 last time. I don't know where I got that from. I feel like that would have taken like 9 hours.
Perhaps.
Here at PTC, we always keep our events well paced, rather. I mean, of course they're well placed. It's online. It's the best, most accessible place to be. I feel like.
I'm trying to guess based on everyone that's entering the lobby, which.
Yeah, there are a lot of them joining the room here.
Hold on.
And I see we have Christian join the room, who I recognized from Taz U the other day.
We've got Christian, we've got Andrew, we've got. I think, is this Derp? Yep. Which match is this? I need to figure out where everyone's at and what teams they're on. Yeah, I don't think it's this.
Alright, so we got BC Tetris British Columbia blew the team captain of BC Tetris just as an organization in general, and then we got Derp and Dungo Bumber accompanying them. Dungo Bumber, another X rank as well, a little bit on the lower end, but still, as we saw from that last set, low X still is not anything you particularly want to mess with. And we got Vasco Spin with Neos, who I recognize as a very high level player, yeah, and around the top 70 in the world right there. 5x5 Vitor and Christian. So, yeah, I feel like the caliber of these players is a lot. I shouldn't say a lot, but like noticeably higher than what we were seeing in the previous set here.
Well, I do believe this is our 8 seed versus 9 seed matchup, so
yeah,
ideally we'll be a little bit closer on that front in terms of still very, very quick and intense matches things. Ooh, Christian had to be really careful about that. Digging through, was not in the best of situations to try and make some creative stacks work. Derp with a little bit of a abstract art painting, but able to make it work in the end. A couple of skims needed, but a 15 spike is going to be enough.
Yeah, I guess to just have the moment, you know, you just look over at your opponent's board, see, oh, they're like all the way up there, and their well's not.
And the stick spin. Yep, the what was that? I think a 3 PPS stick spin. That's all it takes.
Yeah, that seems like some of these situations you're trying to get your own offense going, but
right, now we've got
I don't know. It's just...
Okay, and back-to-backs are answering back-to-backs between Christian and Derp. Right. Christian unfortunately has to break. Gets down to the well in time.
Great back-to-back, but just doesn't see a way
out. Oh no, the almost shot.
And Derp gonna run right through him right there, establishing a 3-point lead for their team here. So it's gonna be a 3v2, and you know, not impossible for this team here with 5x5 Vitor and Mayas sitting in the back. Not impossible for them, but seems like a bit of an uphill battle right now because BC Tetris definitely brought the big guns today.
Definitely say with a 3-0 victory, even that early on. Again, usually I think most of the teams tend to send in the lowest TR followed by the highest as kind of the anchor player. So already getting that 3-0 lead is going to help tremendously because now Derp has 3 full games of leeway to try and pull an extra one off of 555, just in the event that they are able to make the lives for the rest of their team a little bit easier in the long run. And there's the DPC. I mean, not the DPC follow-up thingy, but there were 2 PCs, you know.
Yeah, there were indeed 2 PCs. Vitor going for a second PC of their own, but just trying to.
I mean,
yeah, there's no round.
but yeah, too much pressure. Oh my goodness, 138.
They really tried their best though with that.
Derp.
Yeah, they had the L spin and everything. They're really trying their best to get out of that. And I feel like in this battle between Opener Gaming, I feel like Derp might have the edge here because, like, not even in terms of like a speed difference. I have noticed Derp a little faster, especially that previous round. But
oh, a TP spin straw.
PCO, and able to get JPs through. Oh no, this is looking very grim for Vitor here.
Whereas the T-spin at least keeps them alive. I guess back-to-back is there, which is something, but still just...
Yeah, it's going to be 5 in a row here for Derp. Getting the upset here a little bit on Vitor, depending on how you view it. But, like, yeah, I feel like Vitor is going to struggle a little bit in the opener game just because, like, I noticed he got the PCO round 1 and then...
And look at this
second PC
speed from Derp. 3.5 PPS. Unfortunately, Mistral makes them have to skim. But still, the APM difference, like, almost... It was at a point, like, 80 to 150. Again, yeah, as you were saying, the opener game is going to be very tricky for 555. I think we got to see that a little bit. However, now that we are into mid-game, 555 able to finally take a round off of Derp. Still on match point, but 555 really only has, you know, 1 more loss that they can take at this point. So they're going to, you know, just should be as kind of helpful to the rest of their team. They really need to see if they're able to capitalize and get 2 quick ones off of Derp without falling to any opener shenanigans.
Yeah, I feel like once Vitor like recognizes that he can just take it to mid game and then just outplay there, I feel like that has to be the win condition for Vitor here on this set. Who's been taking the tiebreaker here, going distance between these 2 players in particular. Vitor going for Grace System. Not gonna get it, just didn't have the right pieces. And Derp continuing it. The pattern stacking here, back-to-back times 4. Get the with the Z piece, back-to-back times 5, but the stack's a little too messy. This might be it. Ooh.
Oh, has skim options there. There's a spike from 505. Oh, it's not it. It's still alive. Oh no, does not skim with the eyepiece. I think that's going to be fatal. Yep, and it is.
Yeah, it is. Once again, one of those situations where you're like 1 piece away from being able to clear the piece. Clear the 1 line that leads to the down stack combo, which leads to opening up your well, and it's just sometimes you come so close to so far in these situations, and Vitor found the win condition partway through that set there, and reverse 3-0.
It gets scary in a first to 3 because you don't have a lot of time to do it, but was definitely an essential part of making that work. Because again, they still only can give up 1 game currently, so they are down, you know, 2 games in the grand scheme of things. But if they would have went down and had would have had Derp go up another 3-0 and just have a 6-point lead. That would have meant that, you know, Dungo and all that would have had, like, the full, you know, everyone basically has the free stocks to work with, which, although Meus is a very, very talented player, you don't want to put that pressure on the anchor of, you have to 3v1. Because, again, in Tetrio, it's pretty easy to lose a couple games, even to just, you know, 1 or 2 missed drops if your opponent's opener is strong enough.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like, I remember back in the day when PCO was such a strong opener, because like it sends 10 lines, but now it's just not enough anymore. People have openers that'll just automatically kill you, and, you know, people go so fast. Just, ooh.
And again, as I don't want to...
another missed drop! Ouch!
And remind me not to say stuff like that again, please.
Yeah, seems to be the commentator's curse just goes into full effect with this game sometimes.
Yeah, and at the very least, Bias is now in, but again, it's a bit of a tall order to pull 6 complete games. At the very least, it's not 9, but still a little bit of an uphill climb, even despite their previous track record.
Yeah, indeed. That BC Tetris, and a bit of 2v1 situation right now, and you know, they got Blue as their anchor, so this is looking quite advantageous for the BC Tetris team here. But
I think it appears Myas, I believe, is a little bit higher in the general Tetra League department. But again, it has to go through a whole nother first to 3 just to even get to. So if Dungo is able to take, you know, even one extra game off of Myas and make, you know, Blue's job just that little bit much easier, could mean the difference between the L and the W for BC Tetris.
And no, Myas is going hard right now. 4 PPS, back to back, going 200 APM. That is going to be very difficult. Even at the skill level that Dungo Bomber's at here, it's going to be very difficult to contest this.
Myas is not playing around currently.
Don't really have any room to.
Oh, has a misdrop. Dungo has a little bit of time to get out, but 2 ill-timed Z pieces might make digging a little bit difficult. Okay, finds the out.
Not enough though, Myas. I feel like when you reach this caliber of player at like the top 100, it's like you need at least a 20 spike or they will survive. Like they're always prepared at all times to be able to bounce back right to the bottom.
Digging here? No, it's still not enough. Dungo tried to set up a good skim opportunity for it, but Myas' just incredible APM pressure is unfortunately just way too much to handle. Oh, and I have not seen that PC set up before.
Yeah, Dungo Bomber gonna get the perfect clear here. Trying to go for another one, just didn't have the right pieces for it, unfortunately. And, oh, yeah, Myas, smart enough to recognize the donation, get the flow of the Z piece, continues it back-to-back, times 5 now. This is getting very difficult for Dungo.
Combo through? Okay, not gonna be comboing through with the Tetris. But, yeah, down stack combo. That's 11, almost getting a color clear as well. And Myas is right back down to ground 0. But so is Dungo as well.
Yeah, Dungo is far from the worst position, but that's a lot of pressure. That's going to take it.
Yeah, 2 additions back to back. Yeah. And Myas with a very quick 3-0 says, bring Plu out. We're going to make this an even first to 3. And so now we shall see how the, you know, top X rank match for both of these teams is going to shake down. Obviously, we have not seen Plu yet, but again, from Myas' playstyle, seems that they are not in too much danger from any opener games, especially just running at 4 PPS, just usually and kind of casually.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with Plu's play. They're honestly even in skill level, but Myas kind of trying to shut me up right now. Hold on, it's a bit of an explosive opener right there from Myas.
Okay, and the back-to-back combos are going to help Blue. 12 spike followed by a 7 follow-up. But Myas, again, is still alive and kicking, but no, the extra little bit. While Myas is trying to downstack, Blue's going to be solidifying the first one.
Yeah, Blue's just extending their pressure so far to where it's just impossible for Myas to come back. But, like, even without that, like, Myas had the IPs blocking the second well to where it would be really hard to truly bring that stack back to where it needed to be.
Just Hachi spin into 7 back-to-back from Blue?
Yeah, no, Plu is a Hachi spin enjoyer. And
going for incredible back-to-back. Alright, finally decides to break it. Looks like Myas able to dig down.
Glad Team Misdrop is going to be critical here. Seems like, ooh, that S-spin, Myas.
Oh no, and that. Oh, the J-Misdrop are still going and sets up a T-spin.
That was a really good down stack. I'm very surprised he got out of that. I feel like very few people would have been able to make it out in that situation after already being in such a dire situation with your board state and then still being able to, and then misdropping and then still bringing it back anyways.
Okay, and the combo play needed to help keep Myas alive. Very, very tight situation. Both is really pushing themselves, but Blue is going on the offense train. Look at this APM difference.
Yeah, she knows that she has to, so this is just what she's gonna do it.
Okay, Blue looks like they're trying to go a little bit on the offensive, building up some back-to-back. Quite gonna get anything too strong just yet, but opens up the well with another Tetris to set up a fractal. That's a 14-line spike. Blue with a fantastic down stack to help live through. Oh, Zemus drop on Blue's board. Gonna try and skim through. Not really the best opportunity. 10 spike though was not gonna come at a too opportune time. Blue is still living.
Right. Yeah, Mayas back down to the bottom of the board though. This is definitely going to be a turning point considering how long Mayas spent this round at the very top of their board at death's door.
Donation followed by another donation. Combos through to try and get a little bit of extra follow-up damage, but Mayas again still alive. Alright, Blue gets a little high up. Has to be careful, but Mayas I think might have had a bit of ill-timed thinking. No, the IP drop!
After all of that, that is so unfortunate for Mayas right there, but definitely put up a very respectable fight that round. Like, yeah. Blue was sending a lot of pressure, and Mayas just refusing to die.
Over 2 full minutes, and that is all it takes. Ooh, sacrificing a T-piece, going for the boomerang. Okay. Yep, 10 spike, but again, Mayas is ready for it. Can combo through, will not get a second Tetrathon combo, but still very impressive spike. Blue able to get another Tetris in the middle of down stack to help keep the pressure off. Mayas is turning on the Jets. Look at the speed, 3.5 pieces per second. A huge change from what we saw in the last match. But given that there haven't been as crazy amount of misdrops, this honestly could be worth it for them. T-spin into Tetris again, another 10 spike. Blue has very easy garbage to work with, but not a lot of ammo on the board in general. Mayas has a very tall stack to work with, and unfortunately, I think that's an L misdrop that might unfortunately result in the L overall. And Blue going to do cleanup there. Very clean 3-0, I believe. And that is going to do it for BC Tetris. They're going to take the win.
Yeah, I mean, very well thought from Mayas. Definitely had a lot of close rounds there, a lot of good plays. But Blue coming in, cleanup shop, demonstrating why she's the team captain of BC Tetris, apparently. Because that was pretty dominant showing, honestly. I feel like she played pretty well that set. And, yeah, Calval, we love BC Tetris.
And so we shall be, actually wait, yeah, so I think that was seed 8-9, so they'll probably be facing winner of, what was that, Battle Tetris, or Tetris Battles, and,
Tetris Battles.
Yeah. Look. Yeah.
The Tetris Battle fans, yeah.
And SDPCs. Well, actually, that match already finished, so I guess they will be heading straight into the match versus Tetris Battle fans.
Yeah, I feel like for a lot of these pool matches, unless we want to demonstrate just the sheer power levels of the Tetris Battler fans, I feel like a lot of these matches we're going to get, like, teams within, like, exactly 1 seed of each other, or at least, like, within, like, 1 round.
Perhaps.
Like, we get, like, that 12 to 13, or, like, even you get, like, the 10 to 13, it's, like, doesn't make a difference in terms of where they're projected to place. And, you know, I feel like that makes for good stream content for the people over at home to have that close teams, these matchups.
Oh, most definitely. Again, who wants to see just, you know, 1 top 10 player defeat 3, you know, A+ S rank, you know. Again, it's like, we can see that in quick play, you know? It's already been done before. But we're here for the close sets, you know, even if it is, you know, whatever rank it be, whether it be a C- and a C+ player go at it. If it's a 4.5-minute round and it's just nail biters the entire time, I'm here for that kind of set. That's entertaining to me. That's content.
Yeah,
obviously,
exactly.
It's a little bit nicer to get the upper echelon of things with the X rank close sets. But, you know, again, just in general, it looks like Century Teams Cup broadcast has been doing an excellent job of getting some of these close sets on the broadcast.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Once again, shout out to Tatoes. But yeah, I don't know. I might be biased just because I am just used to it from my own play. I just make everything a battle of attrition, but yeah, those like long rounds that really go the distance, you know, really shows the difference between the that just. I don't know. I'm kind of speaking over my words right now. I'm not gonna lie. I had a really rough bracket yesterday, and I just like I can't even like think about this game anymore. But we're holding out.
Well, again, just in general as well with tournament play, you're often having to play a lot of sets, you know, back to back to back, and sometimes not even in just one set, but being able to have endurance over the entire event is really, really stressful. So when some of these long games of, you know, 2.5, 3 minutes, 4 minutes end up occurring, it really becomes a lot more important because it's not only just endurance of the match, but it's endurance of the set in general, and whether you're able to continuously push out that kind of, you know, thought-intensive gameplay for however long you need to. Because although it's great to have a couple of the, you know, the long endurance style of plays, it takes a toll on both players, not only in that set, but going forward. So being able to kind of understand the weights that holds is a very important part of playing in these kinds of longer events, especially for the higher seeds that know they'll be playing lots and lots of matches.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a general guideline and not like just the truth, but like the gospel. But it feels like even if the match is like 0-0, like whoever, if you get like a 4-minute round or something crazy like that, but I feel like whoever wins that like has like the consistency, just like the momentum, the mental advantage to just run away with it. But speaking of running away with it, it seems like both players want to do exactly that. We got Worth It with Raisins Lillarere and Bullet Shimeji, or Bullet Shimeji. I really want to know how that's pronounced. Please let me know if you know. And then we got FaZe Clan, the new pickups. I don't know. You need to check their Twitter because some Tetris players are starting to get sponsored. We got the big money, you know what I'm saying? I'm kidding. We got Vaditas, Andrew4043, and Elijah Exists on that team. So, you know, once again, a bit of a close matchup here.
So, I don't know. A couple names. I'm starting to recognize a few more, I think, as we're going on. I think I actually remember Elijah Exists from previous Tetrio Team Cups. I think they've been playing in each one since. So
yeah, Elijah Exists, pretty active player in Tetrio community. Around like low U, if I remember, but now mid U, now high U, like literally we're the exact same rating. All right.
Let's
go, Elijah. We don't see the glow up. And then Andrew 443 still that similar range of just like that high U, like just on the cusp of X. And Raisins on the other team is solidly an X rank right now, but I feel like most people recognize them as a the Osu streamer Twitch partner. But
also verified on Tetrio.
They're there to play Tetrio for sure. that is what they're there for today.
Okay, a couple things. Not sure exactly what intro matchup is going on, but I think we are deciding where the matchups will take place. And I think Raisin wants to play Andrew real quick, but I'm not sure if this is. I guess maybe that will be our first matchup. I guess that'll be a little bit of an odd twist. I think Raisin is the highest ranked player for Worth It.
Or actually the lowest, but not by much. I feel like the anchors for these teams are actually going to be Vaditas for FaZe Clan, the only X rank on their team, and Lillarere. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but I don't know. I'm sorry, man. With a 24.9k rating on the ladder. But Andrew 443, disregarding all of that, just back-to-back times 8 here. Very methodical playstyle coming through for Andrew, working out pretty well for them. Raisin a little bit cheesed up, but has the down stacks, going through with it.
Well, deciding whether or not him decides to opt for the fractal. Raisin also building up frantically for some back-to-back gameplay. We see it's hitting 3, and I think they're just going to combo through. There's 12 spike, but Andrew is ready for it, has a decent bit of garbage to work with, but not the cleanest. Greeting for the Kaiden, manages to get it off in time. However, Raisin has enough follow-up pressure that they're not going to be really receiving any kind of garbage. Another risky T-spin setup, but also kind of needs to go for it this high up on the board. You need to also stay efficient, which is the biggest struggle when you're this, you know, you're just so limited for room. skim options, unfortunately, are not going to do enough justice for Andrew. Raisin going to be taking that first.
I feel like even if Andrew had continued that combo with the TP's placement horizontally, I feel like Raisin was still just sending so much pressure. Because I feel like Andrew is always looking for like the best decision possible in terms of like, especially in terms of down stacks. But like, you know, when you try and play that methodical, sometimes players like Raisin just use the speed advantage, just create a gap, and just eliminate you. So.
And I guess it looks like Andrew going for the H cannon and just gonna send an extra Tetris there just to help clean things up. Had to do a little bit of skimming as well, but relatively decent board state following up.
Yeah, and
well,
nah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say like Raisin with the speed gap making the DT cannon work versus Andrew's H cannon opener here, and
okay, Andrew's getting really high up. But Raisin also is just kind of waiting, building up in the sensor. 15 spike will force Raisin's back-to-back to break. They do have decent combo, but Andrew also has a decent stack.
Well, I don't know about how much anymore. Because sending back-to-back comes 11 and then being able to cheese up your opponent by that much. Pretty disastrous combo right there. Raisin really not messing around today. Definitely here for one thing only, and that is for peak Tetrio gameplay here. Taking that sweep over Andrew, making this a 3 versus 2 here between these two teams. And if you're on the FaZe Clan team, this is not where you want to be here. But you know they're gonna try and phase them up, try and make this comeback happen.
Again, if there's an entire team of X ranks to go about it, and you only have one on your team, obviously you want your X rank to be the anchor. It also puts a lot of pressure on the U ranks going early to try and see if they're able to take some games, because, again, it's not easy to try and pull the upsets, but as we've already seen, it can be done in the right hands. Has a good garbage well, comboing through with the Tetris. The 4-wide option is going to send a lot of garbage. TP's misdrop, but the well is still open. Another misdrop on Raisin's board. Let's see, is Elijah going to be able to get any heavy spike right now?
Ooh, oh no! Oh no!
Wait, is this still savable? I think this is... Wait, is this DT? Yeah, just misdrop into DT. Why not? Gotta be a little bit flexible for the builds. You can get a bit of combo as well. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think Raisin's at a good enough spot where they're probably out of the incredible pressure that Elijah initially had sent. I don't think they're at risk of topping out soon unless they get a huge spike.
Yeah, it seems like 4-wide is very underrated here, like in Tetrio, because it's like you don't see that many like top level players using 4-wide like that. But I mean, you saw what Elijah was able to do with that. Get that 23 spike plus 2 with that T placement, and just Raisin was so cheesed up that like even with all these like misdrops and like slow, methodical, calculated placements that Elijah's making, it's just sent so much cheese towards Raisin to where like he wasn't in any danger of topping out really.
Okay, Raisin having to do a little bit of skimming on the side. Well, Elijah sends quite a bit of garbage. Has the T-spin to help retaliate, keep some pressure off. As the Tetris setup gets it as well, and the back-to-back chain is starting. We've got STSD from Raisin. Unfortunately, blocks off a decent bit of their stack and has another couple misdrops.
Yeah, misdrop into the L misdrop. Uh-oh, this is
huge spike coming in. 11.
Just in time.
Just very scary to be in this position if you're Raisin, because there is very little room still for error, and unfortunately that room is running out. Elijah is going to be taking one over Raisin, and that is the first one for them.
In game chat, they're just like, FaZe Clan, rah! Hey, you know whatever gives them energy, you know?
If you're at a downhill spot in a match like this, I would 100% try to be using as much momentum as you can to help everyone on the team pop off a little bit.
Yeah, and Elijah not able to step before wide this time, really declining it, but yeah, I think Raisin wants to just apply as much pressure after last round, noticing the speed gap between himself and Elijah exists. Well, actually, not that much of a speed gap, actually. Elijah playing a consistent 2.4 here. My
Ooh,
apologies.
Tetris. Okay, Raisin, though, still able to survive. Not going to get too much damage there from it. Oh, T-Spin single to help keep the stack clean. Still on back-to-back, but Elijah is ready to send more counterattacks. There's a spike as well. Raisin is on the very top of the board. Cannot get to the eyepiece in time, and that's 2 in a row from Elijah.
Yeah, rounds like that really put into perspective how much RNG is involved with this game, even though it is, like, so skill-based, and it's like, you know, you can create skill gaps so easily between people. Like, there's so many rounds that come the difference. It's just like, oh, both the players at the very top of the board, who's going to get the right pieces to be able to downstack through it? But Raisin definitely had the right pieces for that back-to-back times 4 right there, putting one on the board here in this set versus Elijah Exist. Elijah gonna go for the PC up. No, never mind. 4 wide. Okay.
On. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, Raisin sent too much attacks, so I had to cancel it early.
Convenient amount of time. Oh, the S burst making it a little bit difficult. However, gets to enough lines of garbage in time. If they can tank something here, maybe they can make some magic happen. But Raisin actually gonna pull the magic card there with the 15 spike. And it is now 2-2, very, very even.
Yeah, Raisin gatekeeping all the magical energy here for this set, and plan to keep it that way. As
and Elijah, unfortunate. Well, I guess yeah, Raisin, unfortunate misdrop. Got a little bit phased by the FaZe clan as Elijah going to be pulling the upset 3-2, and although they are still down 2 games. Elijah, as the U rank, able to pull at least one complete X rank player off of the rotation, putting a lot of pressure off of Vanitas to make sure that they're not going to have to do the entire cleanup job, potentially, being the lone X rank player for FaZe Clan.
That is like the one situation you want to avoid, because it's like you don't want to put that much pressure on like your quote-unquote best player, and it's like even if you do and they just bring it back, it's like how much energy are they going to have mentally for that next set to carry again, right? Like very few people in the history of this tournament format are able to make such performances, you know, Dash Pepper Yoshi being one of them. Like those kinds, that level of player comes once in a generation, it feels like.
Having a little bit of creative stacking, I think, on a life board. Just
want to create some modern art in the meantime while we could. But yeah, you're right, Puff. Raisin does use controller. Someone asked in chat if anyone is using controller. Raisin is indeed a controller player, which, you know, very impressive, honestly, being able to get that far in, like, both, like, this tournament, taking that 5 stocks this set, and also...
We've got CSD set up from Elijah. However, Bullet seems to be doing a mighty fine job. Oh, unfortunately, this is the particular scheme I think they needed. Almost would have had a beautiful combo into Tetris. Elijah going ham, trying to see if they can get a huge spike going, but the board is going up, and unfortunately, so is the garbage. And that one extra Tetris, I think, is going to do it. However, Elijah, I would definitely say, has put in that the work they needed to, getting at least one full player out. And so, for Vanitas, they're going to have to, at the bare minimum, if they want to win, average 3-1 sets among the other 2 X-ranked players, which again is still doable. But if there would have been a third in the rotation, Vanitas would have definitely needed to have at least one sweep in there. And considering that, you know, the X-Rank matchup can be pretty close, you don't want to put all that pressure on your anchor. So at the very least, having only 2 players and not 3 to go to is a phenomenal spot to be in compared to where they were predicted to be at just by seeding and TR alone.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Vanitas to deal with, considering both of the players he has to go up against are higher ranked by him. Bullets Shimeji not by much, but, you know, trying to make that a lot of a difference, apparently.
You just had to tank. It was like at least 2 all clears or something. That garbage was... I mean, it came like a bullet, fast and very aggressive, but Vanitas managed to stop the bullet in time. And somehow mount a counterattack on top of everything, and now we've just got a bit of TKI rushing from both players.
Yeah.
Seems to have changed out of now. See, oh, is this going to be Fractal setup? I think this is Fractal from Vanitas. Unfortunately, going to have to skim a little bit. Not the best options for continuations. Combo player. I think Vanitas is looking for some combos to try and help get some very interesting spikes. Bullet, unfortunately, with a little bit of misdropping, still has a decent clean stack to kind of get through to, at the very least. So
yeah, at least they have a way out.
Decent combo as well from Vanitas, helping to try and keep some pressure up. But again, they are playing much slower. So Bullet kind of living up to their namesake with the very, fast and hyper-aggressive options that they will have. Especially just, again, having that speed advantage, you kind of are, you're a little bit at the mercy to control the flow of things. However, Vanitas with some very well-timed attacks, a nice T-spin. However, Bullet's incredible speed able to help get them out of that sticky situation. Gonna be getting a couple T-spins, comboing down through to a Tetris. However, 16-22 from Vanitas. And that is 2-0 against Bullet. One more win could put it back to even.
Yeah, now Vanitas trying to win this for his team here, and I feel like this is what really making a statement about the volatility. Having a speed gap is very strong win condition, but it's also a very volatile win condition, just because you are more susceptible to misdrops and the such, and also just getting timed on, getting plonked, which Vanitas is recognizing is exactly what he needs to do here.
Seems to be doing some more skins, but yeah, Bullet seems to be going even faster, but I think that might result in even more misdrops. And that is the complete 3-0 from Vanitas. And it is now one X-Rank player versus one X-Rank player for our last match. And so, yeah, this is just, again, another simple 1-3 between the top players, the anchors of both Worth It and FaZe Clan.
Yep, going the distance down to the wire, 1v1 here. And yeah, that kind of vertical eye misdrop to just top out is one of the most painful ways to win. I really feel for Bullets in that situation there.
So I think we're getting the thing here. We can see a lot of Andrew and Elijah cheering on Vanitas with as much energy as they can muster, both in Tetrio and in Twitch chat, which we love to see. Again, with these kinds of things, people forget that the mental game plays a pretty important part of these kinds of matches. So honestly, if Vanitas is able to harness a little bit of that energy, this could be a very exciting set between the two of them.
And ooh, that L misdrop from Lillerer. I need to come with a good nickname, shorthand. Feel like, but Vanitas needs no shorthand to this deadly combo game right there, putting their opponent in a bit of a predicament here. Not one that is inescapable by any means, though.
Lillerer has the C-spin and combos through to it, 16, but Vanitas is ready again at that slower play, being slow and steady, but knows when to send garbage and when to tank. Very impressive stuff. That's 10 spike to help deal just a little bit more extra damage. Gets all the way back down to ground zero. Now gonna just wait and try to build some magical builds up. Have a little bit of counters to do, so garbage is starting to get a wee bit messy for Vanitas. And Lillerer is just gonna keep putting on the pressure. Huge amounts of garbage. That is a 20 spike, the full board, and that is it. Lillerer is going to be taking their first.
Yeah, they just had a situation where it's just they wanted to establish that we were decisively in mid-game first, and then just decided to drop the spike on them.
Vanitas wanted the second all clear, but was not going to get a good opportunity for it.
I feel like Vanitas has too much cheese.
Yeah. And a 14-second round, and that is, yup.
I feel like it's this caliber
Oh,
player
and
once
Leller.
you're just up that much. Yeah. No, I'm the captain for a reason. All right.
Leller is making sure.
He's setting the record straight.
Leller taking time even during the set to send some messages over in the Tetrio chat. Obviously, we know stream does not get to see this, but they are just kind of calling this out, saying, "No, this is my win."
Yeah, it's up to us to chronicle to the history, and it's up to them to set the record straight here.
Honestly, was quite an aggressive option though to, while the game is still going, continue typing in the Tetrio chat, just say, "I'll take the opener. Yeah, I can do this."
I believe that was because his FPS was like lagging. I believe.
Oh, was it? Okay, well maybe.
Either way, he managed to circumvent that.
Oh, comboing through. There's 12 spike. Vanitas is still keeping up though. Leller seems to be, I guess, probably a little bit of a slower pace just in general from not playing the first couple bits. Sends the 10 spike immediately. Vanitas waits for the counter. Very good J spin as well to help keep things clean. And Vanitas has quite a nice bit of garbage to work with, and the garbage fits perfectly to where the new well needs to be. However, Leller now has a completely clean well, is going to set up a fractal as well, and then just the cherry on top, the STSD. However, Vanitas still is putting off enough pressure and enough T-spins on back-to-back to phase jet. However, this might be the final spec that puts the nail in the coffin. No, it's not. FaZe Clan is still alive. The Tetris as well. Unfortunately, FaZe Clan's luck runs out. And Leller going to make sure that if they're going to talk some smack or say that this is my set, they're going to prove it with a 3-0 win over Vanitas, showing exactly why they deserve to make it into, I believe, a top 8 winner side for Tetria Teams Cup.
Ooh, top 8 winner side already. Yeah, great showing from all players on both teams, but
I think it's top 8. It might be top. Wait, where's the bracket?
Yeah, especially to Leller right there.
Wait, is it? Actually, wait, no. This might be top 16 winner side. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
it's top something.
Yeah, that was kind of a heartbreaker round, that last one, right there. Like, Vanitas played as well as possible, but I feel like Leller had such a strong win condition set up to where it was just like, all right, all I need to do, take it to mid game, and then choose my opponent up, and then just continue my pressure. Like, I'm oversimplifying, obviously, but basically just be the better player, you know? And
imagine that. Be the better player. Yeah, it's such great advice.
Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's just like, the way I was describing it kind of made me go on that train of thought. I was like, wait, he's just kind of outplaying like every department, even though Vanitas was playing very well all throughout that set there. You know, setting 3-0 against Shimeji and even it out just wasn't enough, you know?
Yeah, again, I think there's the differences in how you can have an advantage going into a final set, especially where Vanitas had to make kind of like that epic comeback for a little bit. Is, you know, Vanitas' side has a bit of the momentum, right? They've won a couple games, they know they're feeling warm, and they're ready to just take it on, especially with Andrew and Elijah being quite the cheerleader squad from the Tetrio chat. But on Leller's side, you get to watch all of that happen before you start playing, so you get the time to just analyze their gameplay a little bit and say, what is Vanitas doing right? What are they doing wrong? What is their aggressive defensive play styles that I can work around? And I think right there, obviously, we got to see Leller had the upper hand, was able to use that information to their advantage with the 3-0. And again, that is very well done for Worth It. They're going to be advancing through. See, FaZe Clan, unfortunately, is now in losers bracket. But again, we do have a losers bracket for Tetrio Teams Cup 3, so they are not out of the woods just yet. They have a bit more of things to be doing. So
yeah, I still have more opportunities, and you're exactly right, Dave. It was a very underrated format of, like, the underrated aspect of this format, rather, just being able to watch your opponents beforehand and be able to analyze their play is something that I feel like doesn't get talked about enough. Because, like, for anyone here, when you queue in the Tetra League, like, I feel like a lot of us, like, open up the opponent's profile, look at, like, their average stats to, like, try and get, like, a bit of a prediction on, like, what kind of playstyle they have, whether they are more efficient, whether they're an opener main, or whether they stride a mid game, what have you. Just try and get at least a little bit of an educated guess before you start that first round and you just find out. So, and being able to actually see the gameplay beforehand makes that even more effective.
All right,
Yeah.
So I think we're getting a word from Potatoes here in the trio thing. I think we're going to be having our 4 seed versus 5 seed. Vote versus early O gamers.
Yeah, speaking of effective.
If I look at bracket here, this will be, I believe, a top 6 qualifier. At the very least. Again, even winning this set will put them in winner semifinal, which at the very least will leave them at 5th place spot if they lose everything from here. So this set can guarantee at the bare minimum a 5th place finish. Which, considering it's the 4 and 5 seed, is expected to happen. But sometimes, again, you don't want to put too much stress on your seed, and just nice to be like, okay, I've got a little bit of the less stress behind me, if I go into losers bracket late, I go into lose bracket late, and it's great,
Yeah.
So, taking a look here, yeah, Muke is already in there, the captain for this, and Amberdoodle is captain for Team Early O Game.
Yeah, that boat coming back together, a bit of a staple of TTC at this point. This team between at Muke, Puffalufs, and Quenta, and now we got a new team coming in to challenge them here. The Early O Gamers. We got Gladon, Snowman, aka Sampak, and Amberdoodle. Gladon, Amber, hovering around like the 24.9k range. Oh, Amber actually like top 60 now. All right. We love to see the glow up. All right.
They're making the plays, I see.
And then, Sampak also in that X rank range. All 3 are terrifying players in their own ways. I wonder if we're going to see the 4 wide from Gladon, or if we're going to be seeing a different opener. We're going to be getting some stick spin going through here from Gladon.
It seems like this is a warm-up round, so I have a feeling we probably won't see center 4 wide.
No, I feel like that's something you gotta like. Leave in the back
you
pocket.
don't warm up the center 4 wide. I feel like you either know how to build the 4 wide or you don't. You just need to make sure you're ready to do the down stacking when you need to. But I feel like that's not like it's not like a warm up essential position. Oh, but then T-Spin triple cannon from Muke. Yeah,
back to back times 9 now. That board state unfortunately forced to break it, but it's not even just a matter of like, it's not something that you need to warm up even. Because like if you do build the 4 wide too slow, you'll die. But like it's one of those things that like you gotta keep in your back pocket. It's like even with a player like Gladon, who's like kind of known for it more so than like someone like say Firestorm, who like doesn't 4 wide people but knows how to do it. Like you still want to keep it in your back pocket a little bit, but
All right, and labeled as a minor misdrop, but Muke going to capitalize for the warm-up game. And after just 1 minute, we are going to be on our way to our first set in particular. So yeah, again, Muke and Gladon are going to be the players' choice that are sent in. So we shall see how this goes. Alright, actually, yeah, this is perfect. Early O gamers are going to love this build. You can already see Gladon is very happy to have this built up. Already having quite a bit of sit back already built up, but unfortunately, just as soon as I mention it, going to have to break it. Muke has a couple misdrops a little bit lower on the board, so has to sacrifice a little bit of that efficiency. However, Gladon wasn't really in the best of situations to kind of make things work. However, the 17 spike to finish, and Gladon is going to be taking the first game.
Yeah, no, really opportune for Gladon there, building a fractal on top of that clean open well there in the middle of the board. So, yeah, indeed sending 17 spike. But Muke responded with a fractal there on downstack combo, getting a 14 spike into a 13 spike. I don't know how Gladon is still alive right now, but I guess there's enough attack of their own that
this game's running out.
Yeah, I just didn't have the right pieces for that. Muke was sending way too much pressure right there. Just set up the fractal and continue the back-to-back on top of that.
So still 1-1. Looks like we've got 6 spin, I think, from Gladon. Muke, I didn't catch what they were going for.
Yeah, no, Gladon has really refined the stick spin since I've last played them, which was a long time ago. back when they were U rank. But Gladon very fast improver at this video game. But Muke trying to make a statement saying this improvement rate might not be enough to deal with me.
Oh, and is this sailboat from Muke?
Yep. Yeah,
oh
Muke
no,
is
but
indeed
the
a sailboat
misdrop
enjoyer.
of sailboats! The misdrop, and I think that's it. There's no skim options.
Nope,
It's
no
2-2.
skim options.
Unfortunately, the boat has sunk, and Gladon takes another. It's 2-2 on our first set of Tetra Teams Cup.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Sailboat can be very destructive, but one of those openers that is very committal, and, you know, if you make a single mistake, you know, Gladon's gonna fire the cannon and sink that boat real quick. Like you were saying.
Like, I tried, okay? I thought it was great.
I was.
Oh, combo from Gladon, 12 spike. Muke still has decent resources to down stack, so not in too much trouble yet. Has a bit of an awkward S piece misdrop. Z-Spin is going to help clean that up, though. Okay, Gladon should be able to get back-to-back and get to their well. Misdrops the T-piece, though, so not going to be getting to as great of a position as they were hoping for.
Yeah, Muke had a very messy board right there. Was trying to set up a Z or S spin without actually being able to act upon it, but able to clean it up somehow, and oh my god.
Yeah, that's where you cannot eat the whole spike at once without sending some kind of garbage. And Muke is going to be taking the first. However, 3-2, so Muke only has one stock to give.
Yeah, Muke only one life left to work with here, and against this caliber of players here on the early O gamers, they're looking to claim that life as soon as possible here. But yeah, that Muke was in a very disastrous position there, and just really good gameplay, just able to clean that up, and just very impressive, honestly, being able to come back from that and also make their stack that flat. I don't know.
I'm taking a look at the roster to see who people are ready to send in. So you get Snowman getting sent in for early O game. Then again, so Muke.
Yeah,
I
figured early O was gonna send in Amber as their anchor here in the set, and I feel like for the boat team, I feel like they're gonna send in Puppy as the anchor, and then once Muke is out, you know, assuming Muke loses one more, which is looking to be what's about to happen. Oh wow.
Well, you shouldn't have said that.
Maybe I shouldn't have.
In the event that Muke okay, never mind. I'm telling you, the commentator's curse is a very real thing. You don't realize how much power you hold.
I hold too much magical energy, apparently.
The magical Tetrio energy rubs off on the broadcast. Yeah, and so Snowman evening things up is going to be just kind of having to play either Quenta or Puff, so I assume Quenta is probably going to be the one that's...
Yeah, that was what I was going to say, was that it was going to be Quenta. That's what I was trying to say before I unleashed all of my dark magic upon the broadcast. My bad. Now I know better. With great power comes great responsibility, as they say.
Alright, TKI to enter 6-spin, well, maybe 6-spin or SDPC.
Yeah. I don't know what those piece placements from Quenta were supposed to be, because they didn't look like misdrops necessarily. Like, they looked decently intentional, but it was just... I
think they started as misdrops. They started being intentional T-spin manufacturing after some time.
Yeah, I mean, working out well enough for them, I suppose. Yeah, still has a way out of this, for sure.
Very clever skim as well to get out of that situation. Was not a very comfortable T-piece misdrop, but kind of, you know, took a second, focused on it, and said, this is a very easy skim. Alright, combos into the Tetris as well, and Quenta's board, and I think Snow might have had a misdrop or two.
Yeah, sometimes just due to human nature, it does become more advantageous in those situations to slow down and think about all of your options before committing to anything, because as the top player Caboozle Pie has said recently, it's like there's no reason to not play you faster, you know, like, well, very little reason, that reason being for timing's sake.
Quenta almost was able to get the PC after receiving garbage, but unfortunately received 3 and not 4, so the Tetris PC option was not there for them.
Yeah, so I feel like that So I don't really factor in like the human nature here, which Quenta is taking advantage of quite well here, putting 2 on the board for Snowman.
Alright, Snowman is exclaiming that they are inting.
We'll see if that is true or if it's just a skill difference.
Oh, there's the all clear, but there's the counter spike.
Ow.
Delivers 12. That is going to turn the DPC off the table for Quenta.
As we can see, Sampak indeed a very capable player, and
alright, skim options are there. Ooh, combos through.
yeah, Quenta is looking to end this now, but Snowman is not having any.
Oh, IP Smith drop, but there it is, and Snowman
no
is
longer
on the board. Alright, 1-2. We've got an early T to start. What opener is the choice, starting with a Z piece, and it looks like SDPC seems to be the opener of choice for both. Complete damage mitigation. However, Quenta able to get the DPC off in time. Snowman has a lot of garbage to deal with, and unfortunately it cannot be countered. Speed advantage of going 4 PPS for that entire duration is going to get Quenta the win.
Yeah, it looked as though they had a way out, but the eyepiece didn't come early enough for him, and Quenta was there to take full advantage of it. And so now it's going to be at 5 points for Team Boat, and Amberdoodle representing the early O gamers, anchoring the team. Only got 3 lives left to make this happen here. And we've seen Amberdoodle play before. Very strong player, definitely capable of bringing this all the way back, but it's not going to be easy. Like, this Boat team is definitely going to make it difficult for them. They already have so much experience going through with this teams type of format. They have the camaraderie, the teamwork going through, and they're going to put up a good fight.
Oh. See. I think Amber might have accidentally had the... Are they in lobby? I can't. I still haven't figured out how to navigate the player list on the private lobbies. Is there an easy way to get there?
Well, they should just be on the left, and you can just like scroll them, and then like click on the people when you want to.
I still have not figured out how to scroll.
You just like scroll your mouse wheel. Well, you don't need to right now.
I don't have a mouse wheel.
You don't have a mouse wheel?
I have a mouse pad, yeah.
You know, trackpad? Oh, I don't know then. I can't help you.
Someone in chat help me, please.
Yeah,
I've been waiting to figure this out.
Please hold on. I'm sure someone in chat plays on laptop. I think Sampak himself actually plays on Chromebook, so...
Ooh, yo, Chromebook gameplay? You're streaming from the Chromebook HD. I'd love to see it.
Ain't no way Amber got family dinnered, apparently. Yeah, they got until... Oh, okay, well, 4:15. Well, it's 6:05 right now for me, so...
It's timed done. Just go off the minutes, so... for those of you watching in Mountain Time, that's 4:15. But it looks like it's basically around... I think Tatos has given them a 10-minute warning, so...
Yeah, 10 minutes,
yeah. I think Snowman and Gladon are going to be messaging Amber like crazy, saying, hey, please play. Match happening.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it's the summertime, I'm not living on campus anymore, I got family dinner myself, I was like... I made some compromises to be able to be here right now, so... Hopefully Amber can do the same here, hopefully... We got some understanding people here control the situation.
Mino Master, thank you so much. Use 2 fingers on the trackpad to go up or down. This was the answer I was looking for. Thank you so much.
Life-changing. Yeah, I have to use a laptop as well sometimes. I don't have a good trackpad, so thank you. That will be very helpful for me as well.
But I just don't have a mouse to use, so... I have to go with this.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm using a laptop, I don't either. It's like, oh no, I'm not the type of person to like go into my college class and then just pull out the mouse out of my bag and plug it in, be all heavy duty, and I'm only gonna be there for like an hour and 15. Like,
something like that.
But having a mouse available to you is pretty helpful. I love it.
I'd have to say, So, I guess while we're on the topic of waiting, because I think that said that their power might have went out. That might have been the issue. So they're working on getting something going. But Yeah, I guess Fitzy, have you had any events in the past where you've had long wait times for people or been on the verge of like DQing some things? Because I got stories I could share as well if you don't have any.
I feel like this happens more often in the teams format, to be honest with you. I don't know, it might just be my personal experience, but it feels like it's more common there. But I don't know, sometimes I have those moments where it's like, you know, I'm used to playing like Wi-Fi Smash tournaments back in 2020 where you had like a 5-minute DQ timer. It's like sometimes 5 minutes will pass and I'll be like, oh, they're still not here, and then 6 minutes passes and they're like, oh, like, yo, I'm here, let's go. And I'm like, oh yeah, right. So that happens sometimes, but nothing where it's like someone actually is like on like the 9-minute marker where like, oh, actually no, one time I think I had I've had moments where it was like Simshrimp DQ'd on me once, and I had Cab DQ on me once. Which, I mean, I'll take that, because both of them are terrifying. Like, I don't want to play against them. Like,
I see.
Yeah. Take that as the highest compliment. I do not want to play against you. Like,
I remember there was I think it was for PCO 10, it was like right after PK had just made the switch of like, if you DQ from like your round 1 match, it's not just your winner's bracket, you DQ from everything.
Yeah, because you ruin people's losers bracket runs as well. If you do
exactly. That. And we almost had to DQ a top 3 seed because they almost didn't show.
Oh, that's...
and it was like, I'm like, we're about to send like a 31 seed into winners round 3.
Yeah, I feel like at that point it's just like, alright, you got so lucky already, we may as well put you on stream, like, at that point, you know, you quote-unquote earned the VOD review. Yeah, Amberduel not having the eyepiece to make that PCO happen right there. And I feel like they've like sort of kind of not really transitioned to mid game here. So it's not opener at least. But it is still early game, I will admit. Well, it might be the end game here.
I was gonna say, yeah, let's hope it's not.
Yeah, because Wento finding that down stack right there with the 7 combo.
I think Wento might have tried to get an early Tetris and unfortunately covered up the well, so had to skim through a bit.
Yeah, Amberduel wants to continue applying this pressure here, but Quenta's going to open up the well right there. But oh wow, that's a lot of wells for Quenta to work with there. That L misdrop is going to be pretty consequential for them. It's going to be hard to get through, but Amber not setting up pressure. And yeah, Quenta's just gonna be able to get through there.
Amber's stats can definitely, I think, go higher than this, but it looks like they're just kind of doing a slow start real quick to get a feel for things. Might also be since I think they might be on lap for using something that they were not planning on doing for this particular set, just to make sure that they can play.
Yeah, but Quenta, even through all of those really dangerous situations there, just Amber was not able to send enough pressure quickly enough, able to downstack through everything that came their way, and put one on the board. Amberduel only got 2 lives left here. That has to deal with 5 more rounds left that they need to win. Finds the PC solved with the IJNL, the second PC, I believe, for Amber. At least Amber has those. I feel like that's something a lot of people have.
How's that combo? 24 from Quenta, but unfortunately, 24 is answered by 2 misdrops from them. So not going to be able to really send any strong follow-ups.
They're able to down. Yeah, open up the well again. And still looking pretty disadvantageous for Quenta, but ooh, never mind. Opens up the well there, and Amber responding in kind here. 18 trying to set the STSD here. Another 13.
Oh, and the ski misdrop. And so it's going to be 1-1. Amber and Quenta are all tied up.
I feel like even early Z. Yeah, I feel like even without that Z misdrop, it seems like Amber with like that 18 spike and then the STSD alone resulting in a 13. It's like I don't think Quenta's board was clean enough to be able to stave that off.
Okay, looks like Quenta stacking up lots of back-to-back. Currently on 6-7, lets it rip for a spike, but unfortunately for them, Amber is ready to tank all of it.
Yeah,
However,
and
Amber Not really finding too good of a quick spike just yet.
Yeah, they're just both power stacking here. But seems like the ammunition is right at Quenta with the mid-game PC. Alright, oh, trying to find another one, but the LPs did not come through for Quenta quickly enough. And Amber is going to be able to tank through this, it seems like.
And Ember's got to do a lot of interesting decisions of like covering up their well to get better down stacks, which honestly seems to be kind of an odd decision, but for some reason it's been working out really well for them. Alright, 10 spike. Okay, never mind, 15 spike. Okay.
Yeah, that Z misdrop is haunting Quenta right now. Lost the last round that way, and you know, the previous round. And then before that.
And then
oh, is that gonna be it? Oh, that is gonna be it. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So Quenta already had taken another loss, I believe. So
yeah, Quenta already lost a point to Sandpack, I believe. Yes, Sandpack took one. Right. Because he was like, "Oh, I'm inting." He was down 2-0, and then he took one.
But now this is this is Ember's game to kind of hold on. I think there's a wait. I think Ember's trying to get something set up. Maybe we'll figure it out.
Yeah, it was looking like Quenta was playing really well at the beginning, and it seemed like Amber wasn't going to be able to get enough momentum going. But right now, has reduced the gap from 2 to 3 lives here. So Amber Doodle got 2 rounds to work with, or rather 1 round to work with, and you know Puffawuff got 3 lives left.
Okay, and things are all good. So yeah, Amber has only 1 game that they can spare. Puff has 2.
Yeah, I feel like they're both at pretty similar skill level here. Like both of them around like that top 60 to top 80 range in Tetra League ladder. Yeah, which you know doesn't equal skill, but it's pretty decent representative, especially
early T. So we've got TKI answered by the STPC with T-spin triple follow. Oh, and the 180 spin as well to help keep the well beautifully clean from Amber. Fortunately, having to skim a little bit. Is this going to be a T-spin triple setup? No, just continuing back into the 6-3. Alright, Puff's trying to see how they can clean things up. Uses another 180 spin. Amber is putting some T-spins all the way at the top, but an unfortunate misdrop is going to bring it 2-0 for Puff. Puff only needs 1. Amber is going to have to get a 3 in a row reverse sweep if they want to take this.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on for Amber Doodle right now. The S misdrop not looking too good for Amber Doodle, but definitely a recoverable situation there. Gets the 5 combo into the T-spin setup. And seems like Puffy, okay, yeah, you have some clean well to work with, sending 11 spike, but yeah, at this caliber of play, it's like you need like at least 20 or they're just gonna bounce back right through it. Oh, misdrop question mark? I can't tell, honestly, because it was like, looked intentional, seemed like I had a lot of time to really think about that placement there. Ooh, the I into the J misdrop for Puff, and Amber gonna put one on the board right there. And even in that gap back out to where it was before this all started.
Wait. No. Puff thought that was GG's. What? Uh-oh.
And Amber is taking full advantage of that right there. So this is going to be the last round of this set. You know, both of these teams, all the members put their work in.
You can't lose the set like that. Please, no. Puffy has to win this. No way. Oh my.
As soon as you said that, you know, we have too much power.
This is...
Amber Doodle going to get a 3-0.
This is one of the moments of all time. Okay.
I'm honestly not, like, that surprised just because of how volatile Puffy is as a player, but, like...
But
you know,
I saw that
when I saw that Puffy won that first round, I was like, alright, I think he is on today. I think we need to... But, you know, Amber was also definitely on, you know, deciding to conserve his energy as much as possible because I think he realizes that he's going to have to play the majority of these matches. Just the nature of things.
Perhaps. And so, I guess congrats to Early O gamers. The Early O from the very first round managed to be the good luck charm for them. They're going to be taking the win. They are now the winners semifinal, where I believe they will be facing off against
Tetris Battle
fans. Tetris Battle fans.
Oh, what?
It's going to be an exciting matchup there on winner's side, but again, since that is a top 6 match, it will be off the case by then.
Yeah, I really wish that I could go and commentate that team a little bit, just because I'm so used to like just analyzing the gameplay of like the top players. Like if anyone was there for the most recent IFT, you know, with that guest invitational, you know, had a lot of those players. Whereas like we had to highlight specific quirks of the top 25 players and try and figure out who's who from that. And a lot of people were some jesters and decided to obfuscate the playstyle quite a bit.
Alright, and looking at this, I think this is going to be our last winners round match that we will broadcast. I think we might have a couple losers round match depending on how fast that's been going. But we have Los Ahmed Abriento Latas de Sombras against Team Worth It, which we have already seen today. Seed 3 versus Seed 6 as our matchup for, again, another top 6 qualifier / winner semifinals, that kind of deal. And winner of this will go on to play Skill Issue, which that
Team Worth It was Team 3, like 3rd seed. Wow, I'm kind of surprised by that.
Worth It was Team 6.
Team 6? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, I mean, you know, obviously, also, I feel like 6 might be a little low for them, depending on how you look at it, but I don't know, we have some pretty strong teams here today, so, like, being seeded 6th is not an insult by any means. But, yeah. Is that unnamed or unnamed?
It's probably Unamed. I probably read it wrong. Yeah, Los Unamed Abriento Latas de Sombras. Okay.
Okay, I need to get the full team name here because they really made me work for this. Okay, yeah, Los Unamed Abriendo Latas de Sombras. Alright. Yeah, alright, one word.
I can abbreviate it as Los Sombras, but I feel like that's dishonest to this whole team name.
Alright, it's just Unamed, I guess. Just do the fast pace of this match.
I was gonna make an acronym out of it, like WOW DS. Y'all like Nintendo DS. Now get ready for WOW DS.
Ah, so true.
It's the new thing. It's the sequel to the great console.
The Nintendo downstack. We love to see it.
Yep.
The dual screen.
It looks like Raisins again is going to be.
I didn't think it was a word cap. It's just like I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that because it's like I don't know if they typoed or what. But like I'm assuming just from the name of the team that they're gonna make unnamed the team captain here.
They're actually not. Yeah, Overshadowed is technically the captain, but I guess they're probably the first one that's gonna be playing.
Yeah, by captain I meant anchor. It's just the nature of this from what we've been seeing today. It's just become kind of synonymous at this point.
Alright, so first match to be had. Will we see some PCOs? We'll see one, and we will see a little bit of some lag gaming. Raisin has no clue what that. Again, yeah, it gets scary because you have no clue how Overshadow is currently doing.
Usually for FNAF fans, I feel like they went to. Oh, okay. I should have figured that was gonna happen considering how much time passed.
Littler is excited about the win. Well. I guess, yeah, what are DC rules? I never actually figured that out. I assume it's probably just minimum 1 game or a leniency rule to it.
I feel like because he DC'd at the very start of the game, there might not be a punishment at all, but I feel like we gotta leave that at potatoes. Determine what the policy is here.
Alright. Yeah, Potatoes will probably also mention any other policies that the players need to know to make sure that everyone knows how many wins they need. Just to prevent any other future things, so yeah, I guess they're
probably leaving up to them, which is kind of a dangerous idea because I think we know how both of them are going to respond.
Well, we'll see.
Razor +1, Overshadow would want a clean slate, I feel like. Because it's like, now you want to be the kind, courteous person and be the better person when it's like a 1v1 thing, but when you got other people on your back, I feel like people get a little more merciless I don't know if that's just me, but like throughout like esports in general, you kind of see that where it's like people like sandbag a little bit in singles sometimes, depending on their personality and their relationship with the game. But like when they got someone,
I guess, yep. So I guess they're going with Raisin +1. Let us see. Okay, and we've got not quite a TKI, unfortunately. A little bit of misdrop gaming, but not anything too bad to kind of work with. Raisin seems to be taking this match rather slow to start off with, and might be a bad idea with that downstack combo from Overshadow.
That was a crazy combo right there. 22 spike, and Raisin's board just didn't have the T piece in hand at time.
That was only a 5 combo too. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
That wasn't even a long combo. That was just not. You got enough Tetrises. Congrats.
Yeah. That's what happens when you send so much clean garbage, you know? It's like, you want to send your pressure quickly, but you got to make sure that your opponent is receptive to it first so it doesn't just get reflected right back at you.
You don't want to get that return to sender card.
Not at all.
Alright, 13 spike from Raisin, but since it was over a combo, not going to do too much. However, that 11 spike does prompt quite a decent reaction out of Overshadow.
Yeah, Overshadow's pretty cheesed up right now. It's up to Raisin to keep applying the pressure. Another 11 spike, that should be it, yep. Raisin gonna put another one on the board there.
2-1. Let's see how this goes. We've got a T and J to start. And beautiful TKI coming out from both. Alright, Overshadow doing a little bit of 7-2. I guess maybe LST tackle.
Yeah, I kind of figures that it needs to put pressure on Raisin, but you know, Raisin responding in kind here, just able to launch attacks of their own and avoid getting cheesed up. Alright, good SP dono there from Raisin. I feel like both these players got the good donos, but Overshadow with the OP misdrop.
What is this skim? Oh, they're gonna cover up the wall again when they're skimming. Does set up the T-spin, but still a bit of a dangerous option. And the T is not gonna have enough room to get the T, or the Z is not gonna have enough room to get the T in. And so, Raisin is currently +2, helping. What is this? Yeah, helping Worth It over Los Unamid.
Yeah, Worth It leading this 8-6 right now. And kind of an upset, actually, and if you think about in terms of TR, I'm just looking at all of the stats from a holistic perspective. It seems like Overshadow kind of had the lead in, like, all of these departments, really. Yeah, like, Overshadow the stats advantage in, like, every department, but stats don't tell the whole story, and Raisin coming through with the mid-game, the situational awareness, taking advantage of all the little misdrops and imperfections in Overshadow's play here, and trying to carry that momentum forward into Brolatus.
Alright, and Raisin going to do their one top out, having only dropped one, and so now Brolatus has got a decent bit of work cut out for them. Again, even if they manage to get, you know, what is it, 2 straight to even it up, I guess it's still very doable, but against a player like Raisin, it's not exactly easy to make that kind of a, you know,
yeah, no, I'm trying to make sure that does not happen there. I was trying to set some back-to-back ×4 there, but realizing that Brolatus was not all cheesed up and was just going to send him more ammunition, deciding to play a little more calculated, a little trickier here. Raisin seemed to be having a little bit of a difficulty with that solve earlier, but managed to bring it through, gets the donation on top, back-to-back, the 10 spike gets the float with the Z piece. I feel like both players are trying to mount their offense as much as possible. Raisin with the backpack, Tom7 now forced to break it, but that is quite alright. You got Tom7 on the board there, but Brolatus is getting out of there, so only has one more well to open and accomplishes that goal. Raisin with 16 spike.
Okay, not quite gonna get the Tetris in time, but still relatively good. Raisin, unfortunately, 3 Z pieces in a row, considering the hold as well.
Yeah, that misdrop is not the end of the world right there for Raisin, but it is a little bit of a setback. What may have been a winning position earlier is now very cautious one. But Raisin playing around the situation pretty well here. And Brolatis needs to waste T to continue the back-to-back, but, you know, sometimes it's what you gotta do in the verses.
A little bit Raisin also having to skim and drop back-to-back, keep the stat clean. Decent combo work from Raisins, and Brolatis not having to do too much there, just general T-spin Tetrises to react.
Ooh, T-spin triple from Raisin right there. Oh, but then
you gotta wait till after the T-spin. Remember, you gotta wait till after the T-spin.
Yeah, wait until they actually do it. Yeah, it's always hard because you're right, but with this caliber of players, you know, you just expect them to just hit it, just because it's just such an important critical element of gameplay. And speaking of critical elements, seems like Raisin has their pressure back up. They're trying to get the LST going, but didn't have the right pieces for it, seems like.
This first match is already up almost like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like whoever wins this is really gonna dictate the pace of the whole set between them, as we were discussing earlier. Like,
oh, huge spike, 18 immediately. And that is the kill shot that Brolatis was looking for. Only needs one more to even things back up. But again, as I remember we were talking about earlier, is the mental game and having that mental fatigue. Especially if you're doing a lot of very long games, sometimes you gotta weigh out the pros and cons of those kinds of matches.
The Lellerer in the chat just telling Raisin to tire him out. I mean
that's a strategy.
I don't know if that strategy's gonna be necessary though. That back-to-back Tom 7, Brolatis a little cheesed up now. If Raisin can continue the pressure here, which okay, there we go. Got a 10 spike going through. All right, looking a little dire for Brolatis. Got cheesed up once again, but that miss drop is gonna be a little difficult for Raisin. Not gonna be able to continue the pressure here.
Fernandez still keep going with back-to-back. Unfortunately, misdrops a Z, but able to get a T-spin double out of it, keep things clean. Very good T-spin as well to help. Unfortunate, again, another misdrop. Almost misdropping the T-spin, but things are getting dire very quickly, and that is it.
Oh no, Raisin played so well, like had the winning position throughout most of that game. You know, just unfortunately, Brolatis was just able to combat the pressure just enough, and that S into L misdrop was just too much to deal with for anyone, really. And Brolatis taking full advantage of this, evening out 2 versus 2 crew battle here. We got Brolatis and Unnamed sitting in the back right there versus Bullet Shimeji and Lellerer. So this really could go either way, I feel like. I think Unnamed's team is more likely to take it, just in terms of what's projected. Yeah, because they're the 3rd seed, Unnamed's team, but it really could go either way here.
Okay, a lot of very early pressure again from Bullet, really living up to the user namesake. And, flying quite fast through these pieces. Isn't really building too much in terms of the way of... Okay, well, there's the T-spin. But...
just sending it all right back at him, and... a little too clean, though. Bullet Shimeji are going to be able to get through this, assuming that...
It's a little bit scary, but manages to get through.
Yeah, I can see the places where these downstacks could use some improvement from Bullet Shimeji, but... you know, the speed gap between them is just enough to where it's not going to be much of a problem. But that J misdrop, very unfortunate. That's going to put Brolatis on the board right there. That would have been a really strong counter spike if not for that one misdrop. But yeah, Bullet Shimeji going for that stick spin at around 4 PPS. Like, timing the counter spike. 33. 33 spike there after with the stick spin into the counter spike.
What do you... I mean, even in that case, if you had like a C-spin ready, you still would have been tanking a full board of garbage.
Yeah, I don't know what you're really supposed to do in that situation when, like, someone sits the stick spin that fast
and it came like that! But enough garbage on Brolatis's board and a beautiful timed was that
barely
eyepiece.
enough. This is going to be so hard. All Bullish Mention needs to do now to close this out is just continue applying as much pressure as possible. But
Oh,
they're
but
pretty high up on the
Reliable
board as well.
Just immediately back out.
Yeah, this caliber of player, their down stacks are just so good. It's just like, if you don't kill them immediately, it's like you just gotta wait your turn again.
I know, but Bullet just having two incredibly quick, like, you know, high 20-plus spikes. And Brilatus, although having to top out to the first 31, is ready for the second and just has the perfect out for it.
Yeah, the adaptation is very strong from Brilatus right here.
Oh boy. Bullet's got
like,
the open center well. Let's see, what are they making? What are they cooking?
Because like that strategy of just building the stick spin so fast and then timing to receive the garbage for just a whole board's worth of counter spike and just praying that the garbage is in their favor. It's very hard win condition to deal with. But Brilatus was ready this time, and yeah, Bullish Mention's board is so cheesed up right now. Brilatus knows what he needs to do.
Oh, and an OP spin drop as well. 180 spin is going to keep Bullet alive for the time being, but oh, okay, combo play is there, but still has to be so careful with how they're placing pieces, and unfortunately for them, Brilatus manages to get the follow-ups they need, and it is 1-2 Brilatus' favor. Only a one-game difference currently.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I should mention you got the L instead of the JP space, it would have been able to get out down stack, but sooner or later, it was just, they're so cheesed up.
And Bullet, I think, misdropped the, I think they misdropped the stick spin, so they had to bail.
Yeah, for the first time this set, not able to rely on that as a solid win condition. So now, Shimeji needs to do some mid-gaming here, and hopefully for their team.
Oh boy!
Okay,
it was a little bit scary there.
Doesn't seem to be.
And you always want to be very careful when you see big misdrops like that. Okay,
Indeed, you don't want to exacerbate the issue and just continue to misdrop. Oh, that was a really greedy placement.
Doesn't even need the misdrop when you just have two quick T-spins. That's half the board, and that is their set. Brilatus is 3-1 over Bullet.
Yeah, I mean, Bullet had a bit of a greedy placement there with that T over on the left, trying to get as much out of their next attack as possible to try and stave off Brilatus was cooking up in the kitchen, but Brilatus was just too fast on the uptake there and just wanted to close that out. Did not want to deal with any more 30 spike stick spin shenaniganry. But now he needs to deal with something that might be arguably worse, Lellerer. Because from the last set that Team Worth It played, doesn't seem like you want to play against this guy.
Okay, so yeah, I guess Brilatus probably going to do the. I think it's probably better if the I don't want to say do the early top outs. Well, I guess yeah, I guess they're not. I was gonna say I feel like the early top outs might be better in preventing the accidental win condition. Oh, maybe I'm.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, Lellerer really strong with this LST here. With the back-to-back times 6 or 7, I don't remember, but clearly enough to set back Brilatus just a little bit. But ultimately, not going to be enough on its own here.
Ooh, very good decision of how to set up the T-spin.
Yeah, you're going to need a J piece for that 180. And he gets it.
Oh, but Brilatus trying to do a really solid spike. Has decent back-to-back.
Yeah, and Brilatus wants to continue this pressure as much as possible here, but Lellerer responding in kind with a 7 combo.
Oh, and okay, using the Z to set up for the T-spin. Unfortunately for them, Brilatus is still not in too bad of a situation.
Ooh, yeah, the O misdrop from Lellerer. Not going to send him back too much, though. Worst state is still pretty good. Gets the...
Oh, but the back-to-back is starting to get really heavy. Lellerer has to slow down a little bit to make sure that they're timing their attacks. Okay, Lellerer seems to be out and about. Brilatus has a Z misdrop. Okay, cleans it up with combo. Not too bad. Sends 5 lines in the process.
Ooh. Alright, not over yet.
Oh, wait. Is this T-spin? But no! The
Weller
C
was a
spin
little
is
too greedy there.
denied. The beautiful spike coming out from Berlatus very quick.
Yeah, Weller was saying they had to do it to him, apparently. And, yeah, Weller going for the cut copy here. And it's stacking around. Trying to make the... Ooh! Oh, they want a big spike right there. 15 spike. Velocity going to be able to survive that, though.
Oh, Tetris on combo as well, but Berlatus is ready for it. Eyepiece dependency is successfully filled over on the side.
Yeah, it feels like
Opens up to the
skill
big
range.
well.
Like, they're just ready for anything, really. Like, you need something truly explosive to just completely catch your opponent off guard. Or just...
Or
expect them
just
to make
do that.
Yeah. You just gotta expect them to make a mistake, which isn't a particularly strong win condition, but it's working out for Berlatus right now. You know, up 2-0 on Leller. And, yeah, I only have one left.
I guess they're... Okay, I guess Berlatus wanted to spend the top out there. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, and so...
Yeah, Weller needs to win 5 in a row here, and needs to take 2 versus Berlatus, and then take 3 in a row versus Unnamed, who is not a player that I would expect most people to be able to take 3 in a row off of. Like, only, like, the contenders for, like, best in the world, like, top 5, I feel like can take, like, 3 in a row reliably off a player like Unnamed. So, looking quite dire for Weller, but it's not over yet, though. Still a very fundamentally strong player, Weller, with the back-to-back times 4 now, 5.
Drop, that's gonna do it.
Oh yeah, Tunis drop, that's it. For sure.
Alright. Yeah, tiebreaker, but this is just to get to the potential match points.
Yeah, this is just to even make it to the anchor here, which is not the position that you want to be in. But I think if you're Leller, at the very least, you want to at least have the chance to play against someone at
Oh no,
caliber.
a couple of misdrops here and there. Okay, gets the T-spin in time, but...
Gets the Z-spin for Leller.
Had to be very careful with how they went through that entire sequence. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, that would have been a really greedy T-spin setup.
Yeah, stacking the O-Stray on top of the well.
Oh, and Breladas, no, and the misdrop T! And not even gonna get to the anchor. Breladas able to close it out against anchor.
Yeah, we had one more line covering the well there, but it just wasn't able to clear it in time. And Breladas finishing up the job. And
so,
you know, leaving Unnamed with full energy, the big dog ready to unleash in top 8.
Yeah, Unnamed has not even gotten the chance to play, and they're about to go into a top 6 winner side situation.
Indeed. Yeah, it would be a top 6 winner side, if you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
Guarantee at least 5th here in the double elimination format that we got going on.
So
And
I'll take a look here to see what...
Their next set should be a 1st to 4 for each player instead of 1st to 3, which will be interesting.
Yeah, so currently it looks like... I assume it's in the same spot here. I think there needs to be... Actually, wait, is it already top 8 for where they're at? Or am I missing?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
So
no, it's... no, they're in top 8 qualifiers. If they win their next set, I believe.
No, it's they're in top 8. They'll be playing against Skill Issue in winter semis, and the other side winter semis we're gonna be having the Tetris Battle fans versus
that's what I'm...
gamers.
Yeah.
But in terms of Team Worth It, they're gonna need to put in a little more legwork, a little bit more elbow grease to make it in the top 8. They're guaranteed at least 9th, which in the tournament the stacks not too bad by any means, but they are the 6th seed. They want to get at least a little bit further there.
Yeah, Breladas the standout, having a... What was that? I think they came in with a disadvantage, got the 1-match win, and then just carried it on through there, only dropping 2.
Yeah, they're like, I want to do the anchor next time. Or at the very least, just save their... At least be able to save the energy for the rest of the teammates there. Both in terms of mental energy towards the gameplay and just stress levels, imagine.
Yeah, so
we
Worth It will be...
losers matches.
Yeah, but Worth It will be playing Spin in, I believe that's top 8 qualifiers.
Yeah.
So, there's 16th or 12th or whatever you want to call it. roughly.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna be getting another loser set before we're done here.
We shall see. But again, congrats to both Unamids. Again, very lovely stuff to have. Forward to seeing them play against Team Skill Issue in the finals. Of course, on our other side of winners, we have Tetris Battle fans and Early O Gamers as our 4 members of Top 6, Top 8 on winners. And so now we've just got to decide everything on the losers bracket of things. Currently looking to see if there's any insane, crazy upsets that are happening. I don't think there's been too many in terms of long-term. Going through things real quick, trying to see what there is. But there was a, I think, seed 27, Yoruno Haru, I think? Probably saying that wrong. Seed 27, but I believe has made it into top 16. Unfortunately, I believe they went out, but very impressive stuff.
Yeah, impressive showing for them.
You know, outperformed seed that strongly. Had to fall to Team Bone in their round to finish on 13th.
Yeah, and impressive showing from Mitsu as well. Thank you for the raid. We appreciate you, and we also appreciate our fellow chat members recognizing the Devo drip. Yeah.
Again, for those who don't know, I was helping out with a wedding choir this morning, so I was like, oh, I'm already kind of dressed up. I'll put on some more casual shorts, so I'm not, dying of heat.
I respect it. Yeah, no, you definitely came correct today. Unfortunately for me, my webcam died of old age, and I'm gonna have to get a new one, so that's why I'm my little PFP. But I'm not happy about it either. But it is what it is.
It is what it is. And oh wait, I actually didn't realize this. As Team Boat actually made it in the top 8 losers. Did they already finish their matches?
Yeah.
They have. Yeah, so they beat Team New Team, which was 10 seed. And yeah, so they're already in top 8 losers. And the rest, of course, I think have to still be decided. So
yeah,
we've got BC Tetris versus FaZe Clan. Be whoever's playing against Boat. So whenever play Boat.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. BC Tetris over FaZe Clan. I'm already predicting that. Like, the match isn't happening right now, so I'm gonna get my commentary bias out while I can.
It looks to be a pretty close set by seeding. And then of course on the north side of losers bracket, we've got Bach to the Vacuum versus Team Bones for 1 spot. And then we've got recently injured in the loser bracket, Worth It versus Vasco Spin, both of whom we've seen on stream already, and they will be playing for that second spot in the loser's 8th. So I assume probably with the extra time that we do have, I assume those 3 matches are currently underway, and we'll just kind of be taking a look at how things are going just in general. Keeping everyone updated on the latest information on the Battle 5 bracket, which, for those of you who don't know, I think I might actually just try and post the bracket page while I'm at it, in the event that it's not in Twitch chat already. I hope it is, but in the event it's not, we'll happily post it there for all of y'all to see. Which again, we do thank you all so much for tuning in to Tetrio Teams Cup 3. Again, lots of very, very strong talent to show from all kinds of different teams, both high seeds and low seeds. Not to mention, we do have a prize pool, which I will plug while we're here at it. There's still a couple free things to contribute as well with some Matcherino sponsors, so be sure to check out that. Shout outs to the $20 donation from Puzzle Kingdom saying Tato's is cool, which I definitely would have to agree there.
Alright, you got the donation messages unlocked. I'm sorry, I do not have the Matcherino open.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a square one habit, right?
That's it. Yeah. Oh, that is true. Yeah.
I had to do a lot for square one. Don't worry.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a big operation we got going on. It's like 2 monitors. I still feel overwhelmed. I don't know. Might be a skill issue on my end, but regardless of all that, it's like, we can't. This wouldn't be possible without us. But more importantly, this wouldn't be possible without you all at home in chat supporting us. Thank you all. for sticking around and enjoying the sets here. So I feel like they're gonna be getting I think they're gonna do winner side top 8 first instead of like losers qualifiers. So I don't know if we're gonna have to swap out in terms of commentators or if we actually get a top 8 set.
Oh,
I don't know.
Oh, are we just gonna? Are we going through it?
We got top 8? Oh yeah. Okay.
Are we doing a top 8, Tato? Perhaps, I don't know. Maybe?
I guess so.
Okay, wait. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Well, Tato's, isn't that top 6? I think Tato's is saying it's a top 6 spot, but I think that's a top 6 match.
Yeah, winners is gonna get top 6.
Yeah, because top 6 is
because if you wanted to make a top 6 cutoff,
yeah,
you know,
yeah, it's 4 from winner's side because then they go down into losers quarterfinal, and then the losers 8th is the kind of differentiating factor. The problem is I think all those matches are still happening, so until those finish up, it's gonna still be going. So like if you want to try and get one of winner's side match out of the way, we can, and then just make sure to hold one of the losers 8th matches, and then just have the other losers 8th match after the swap, maybe.
yeah.
Just, you know, the problem is then you lose out on one of the winners matches. But again, that is not. So.
I mean, I'm willing to stay on as much as y'all want me to, but you know, I see I see who I'm getting swapped with, and I'm like, I understand. Like, I don't have like a lack of self-esteem in my commentary or anything really, but like, you know, I gotta give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, don't have the lack of confidence. You've been here for every single Tetrios Cup. You've got the experience. You've made the rounds. Don't worry about it.
Ooh, my participation trophy. I'm just kidding. Nah, that's all good. I feel like
don't worry.
I feel like my commentary was like not that good at the start of this. I felt like you were carrying me for like the first half of this. Which,
Hey,
you know,
it's,
I'm sorry,
it's, a,
but like,
it's a team
I turned
effort,
up.
okay? Don't worry about it. Whether or not you thought I was carrying or not, okay? It's a group
It's okay. I turned up. It's all good.
Yeah. So again, that's why we do the duo commentaries for a lot of Tetrio, TEC, PPT events. You know, it's a very good dynamic that works.
It is indeed a very good dynamic, you know, in case someone loses their train of thought or something, you get someone to back them up, and, you know, you get a conversation between the two people, but, like,
Exactly.
you know, with you, Devo, it's like, you can handle this by yourself, I'm not gonna lie, like...
Well, you know, I figured at the very least if I was going to get into commentary, I need to make sure I can hang on my own a little bit. I think the biggest thing that impacted me for that was back when TEC was still doing the seasonal things, and you had to, like, have a referee to record the whole match. That was where I got a lot of like solo commentary practice in, which it can still kind of like be a problem if you're used to always filling dead space, which again is a very good to have. If you're so used to doing it that you forget you have a co-commentator next to you that also has things to say, it becomes a bit of a problem. So you need to make sure you know when you're dying it down.
Yeah, that's why it's like, if you feel like you've said everything that you want to say, but it's like your co-commentator is like kind of like, you know, whether they're lost in the sauce with the gameplay, and oh yeah, we're good, Tatos. We got this. Yeah, we're all good. Or at least I am. I don't want to speak for you, but like in the situations where it's like whether your co-commentator is just done in the magic of the gameplay, or it's just like they don't know that you're done speaking, they're just like. You know, sometimes it's good to just, like, bring it back over to them in the form of, like, a question. You know, I think it depends on who you're casting with, you know. You gotta figure out, like, because it's really just, you know, it's a conversation between us, right? That's ultimately what it should be. And having that synergy does not become easy.
Alright, and,
but what also does not come easy is the caliber of play we're dealing with here. Because we got the number 2 and number 3 seeds here. Wabe, the unfortunate SP miss drop, but not the end of the world for him. Still able to clean that up, going pretty fast here.
Looks like Brilatus is staying in, interestingly. Not going to be the second one going in, but I think just coming off of that incredibly hot streak that they just managed to pull off, I think they're going to try and say, get as much, you know, expert level Tetrio out of Brilatus as we possibly can. You know, just stay in until you can't no more.
Yeah, I feel like considering the caliber of player they're going up against and like just how much momentum Verlatus has coming off that previous set, I feel like this is definitely the right play for Unnamed's team right now. But Wabe just counting the 4 over and over again, back-to-back time 6, canceling into a spike, perfectly timed there for Wabe, putting 1 on the board for Team Skill Issue.
Unfortunate hang there, I think, on the top of the Z piece was what caused the tap out. We've got very quick SDPC. It's going into the PC. However, Brelatus manages to tank everything. Wabe, I think, almost had the all clear, but might have missed up 1 or 2 pieces, so they're just going to get into some regular 6 and such.
Yep, but Wabe opening up the well right there. Ooh, he has a huge wall to work with the power stack. Yeah, that eye misdrop is going to be really bad for Brelatus. I feel like this momentum is kind of over now because, you know, trying to go against a player like Wabe is, yeah, it's not easy to go up against. Like, momentum alone will not be able to...
Oh, and I think MKO was attempted, but it wasn't even successful enough to get through to the last... Boy.
Yeah, that was huge. Over 4 PPS and 240 APM from Wabe there. 3-0, looking poised to sweep this. I thought that was over already, but no, we're in top 8 now. We got first to 4 online. And Wabe with back-to-back times 5, poised to make it times 7 now with the count of 4, 8, 9. This is not looking good for Brelatus here. Like,
yeah,
the down stacks are
find a
still...
way to retaliate, but it's just so much... Okay, there we go. Finally gets a little bit... But there's still no garbage on Wabe's board.
Yeah, no, Wabe is not letting this dude have a break right now, but Brelatus is persevering.
18 spike, 21 back-to-back on Wabe, and they're still keeping it. Yeah, T-Spin single sends 6 lines of garbage. Forget the T-Spin doubles. Finally breaks it. But now Brelatus has it and gets a counter spike, and Brelatus manages to put 1 on the board.
That was absolutely just a magical play from both players. Like, imagine being able to survive back-to-back times 26, because, like, what you were saying, Devo, like, it gets to the point, it gets so extreme where TSS is send 6. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to contest with that realistically, but, you know, sometimes
I think
you persevere,
and then well, sometimes you persevere, yep. It looks like we're seeing that a little bit now.
He's trying his best, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. The ZP's going to top him out there. And Wabe gonna put an end to that there. I think the lead is 11-8 for Team Skill Issue right now in terms of the lives.
Yeah, and Unnamed is very happy with Brelatus' performance. Again, obviously, Skill Issue, the 2 seed for a reason. Very, very strong X-rank players all across the board, but Brelatus still able to take a game, which is a lot more than I think anyone was anticipating from Ahmed. So, very good stuff to them. Unfortunately, the momentum has died out for them, and now the rest of the team will continue to go on. 8 stocks to 11, though, so currently behind by 3. So, we'll have to see if Unnamed goes in currently, or if they're going to overshadowed, which I think would probably...
I don't know. I feel like... Actually, no. I always keep forgetting how good Edger Pro actually is at this video game, because, like... I always see them as, like, top, like, 5 on, like, the XP leaderboard, and, like, I usually associate the XP leaderboard with, like, you know, like, good players, but not, like, literally cream of the crop, but, like, Edger Pro
like
built different.
Like Tetrio specific, yeah.
He has put his time to good use, apparently.
Alright, I guess Unnamed is currently going in, so I think they're just going to start playing it out, so when Unnamed gets 3, that'll be the end for the set.
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, I think this puts pressure on who's left, Overshadowed, because even if Unnamed kind of pops off a little bit, like maybe with that 17 spike that leads into a C-spin still, what a build, but 7 combo from Wabe able to keep them alive.
Yeah, I don't know if this is just me, but, like, I think that the reasoning behind, like, not saving Unnamed for the anchor is because, like, I feel like with Overshadow, you know, they saw how good Wabe was playing, and it's like, you don't want to risk just giving 4 points to the opposing team here. And like the Overshadow, very strong player in their own right. Actually, I'm underestimating them. They're like actually good at the game. I don't know why I thought they were U rank. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I feel like
they're gonna come into the anchor and they'll put on a good show for all of us. But right now it's Unnamed who is putting on a bit of a show here. Wabe got a lot of clean to work with, but still a kind of a bit of self-made cheese, and Unnamed is taking full advantage of that with the back-to-back comes 8 here.
Oh,
9.
20 with the 7th follow-up.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like definitely with this pick to put Unnamed first and keep Overshadow in the back, I think Martinez might rely around seeing who Overshadowed can get an upset against, whether or not it is against who else was on this team? Azure Pro and OSW, I think, right?
Yep, Azure Pro and OSW. I was thinking Azure Pro, but I think like we were discussing at the start of this block about like OSW's volatility, and now it's all coming full circle. Like that could be what they're playing at in terms of just like have established enough of not OSW, Unnamed establish a solid enough lead, and then
we'll kind of have to see whether or not Team Skill Issue thinks that either OSW or Azure Pro has the better matchup, because obviously they're going to want to send that one out first in the event that Unnamed kind of starts cleaning house.
Yeah, speaking of clean house, this seems to be a very favorable matchup for them to send Unnamed into. Already up 2-0 on the board here. Only needs to take one more to get Wabe out of this set.
And we'll be back to even if that is the case.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what Unnamed wants. And, if you look at the Tetra League rating and the stats and everything, you wouldn't expect this to be so one-sided for Unnamed. But it seems like this playstyle just... like this matchup of playstyle just works out really well for Unnamed. But Wabe's still putting in some work here. Sending in the 13 spike. And yeah, right now it's just the calm before the storm right now. They're just trying to figure out how to get by, how to resolve their stacks to be as flat, as clean as possible before they mount the pressure.
Oh, LT spin none. Okay, Unnamed is still getting a little risky.
Ooh, that Amish drop, that's not good for Unnamed. Yeah, Wabe's gonna put one more on the board there, taking it. 5 total so far. Let's see if we can take any more, but the Unnamed gonna want to put a stop to that as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Unnamed only able to give up 2 more stocks if they want to run through the entire thing.
Yeah, and considering the caliber of players on Team Skill Issue, that would be very difficult to do that. But Unnamed is making it happen right now.
Wabe he's the well. So does Wabe.
Okay. Wabe does have the well open. Unnamed a little cheese there, but
the cheese just disappeared.
Yeah.
It was like bro was just like a rat that just saw like a mile of cheese and just went through the entire thing.
Yeah, it was just at the very top of the board, and Unnamed had the right pieces to be able to get through it in a timely fashion. And meanwhile, Wabe trying to figure out how to resolve that, but it might be too late because Unnamed is putting on the pressure right now, seizing the opportunity, and yeah, you need that eyepiece for the well, and
unfortunately there were 2. You only spend 1, and so yeah, Wabe is currently off. But again, has done their job, gotten at least 1 game off of Unnamed. Unnamed only has 3 lives left currently. They can lose 2 to go on to the next round. But again, I think for Skill Issue's situation here, you say who is going to do better against Overshadowed, and you keep them for your anchor, whether that's Azure Pro or OSW. And then Unnamed's goal is to make sure it does get to that matchup. But that means at the bare minimum, Unnamed is probably going to need at least a 4-2 win to try and, put some things into a slightly favorable position. Because, as strong as Overshadowed is, I think OSW and Azure Pro probably have the advantage. It's just going to be who can Overshadow take a game on. But again, because Skill Issue has the pick here, they get to decide who goes in first.
Yeah, I feel like, from what I know of these 2 players between OSW and Azure Pro, I feel it's hard, because I feel like they should keep Azure Pro as the anchor, just because, like, OSW, like just randomly drops rounds from like misdropping, right? But Azure Pro does it from like greeting. Like Azure Pro greets for like these complex setups that like the super top players just do not let him get away with. And it seems like they agreed with me because they're sending in OSW in the middle to take out Unnamed here.
Yep. Okay, and so now the set score is right. OSW only needs 3 in order to take out Unnamed. And already off to the races. You can see OSW, quite a proponent of high-speed, octane gameplay, all of that.
Yeah,
holding off on the T-spin to counter garbage to make sure the back-to-back is still there. But Greedy plays, and I think OSW could drop this.
Yeah, even without the I miss drop, it was just kind of over at that point. Like, with that PPT TC background, you know, very solid pattern stacking because you need in those games. But the thing is, when you're that high on the board, continuing LST, one misdrop and it is all over.
Oh, and again, there's 2 misdrops. But Unnamed is so good at capitalizing. OSW usually gets out of these situations for free, but the 16 spike was so well timed from Unnamed.
Yeah, Unnamed, at this level of play, you know, you have that screen sharing to where, like, you can see them make, like, a misdrop, and then just full send, and it just works out.
Oh boy, the tanking combo through 15 spike, and OSW again has dropped 3 straight to Unnamed.
Yeah, Unnamed is going off right now. This is already 6 rounds total taken from Unnamed here, and still has a little bit of room to work with.
Oh, spike 13, OSW seems to be ready for this one. Unnamed is very low on the board, so probably doesn't have a lot of ammo currently, but again, if OSW is going into a bit of what I probably would like to call the promo brain of just APM just as much as possible, OSW could die to something drastic.
Yeah, it is a very high-risk, high-reward playstyle here, but when you're down this much, you kind of need the high risk if you want to get anywhere, especially against a player like Unnamed.
Okay, one misstep from OSW, not going to get phased from that one.
But
again, there it is again. We see the OSW, finally we get a bit of the OSW difference of, oh, there's a misdrop, but it's okay. Okay, and OSW takes another. So, Unnamed can only afford to drop 1 more if they want to win through OSW and try and start taking games off of Azure Pro.
Yeah, this is exactly...
Okay, but both players had really good center walls.
This is exactly what OSW needs to do in a situation where you're down so much against a player like this. You just gotta full send the APM and just hope you don't misdrop too bad. And now 14 spike, but it's not enough. Unnamed just sending everything right back at him. But OSW is definitely has the APM in terms of just being able to send so much right there. The back-to-back times 4 now at
Unnamed
4
is alive. Still has access to the well, unfortunately.
Ooh, that was really good overhang. That was really good overhang, and OSW with the 23 spike gonna close that out there. And I think we're even now.
Yeah, Unnamed is on literally like their last tournament life, potentially.
And SDPC, that's going to do it. Wow, that was a little anticlimactic, but very impressive from OSW. Very good showing the comeback. Only has 1 life left, but still being able to bring it back so far and put the work in versus a player like Unnamed. Doing a lot for team skill issue right now. Just shutting that momentum down is just absolutely critical for just the whole direction of the set.
Yeah, 3 straight from Unnamed, followed by 3 straight from OSW. And Overshadowed now has to take 5, only losing 3, but it is against 2 of, I think it's top 35 in Tetra League currently. OSW being like, I think, what was it, 34, and Azure Pro being 32.
Yeah.
Not exactly easy players to take multiple consecutive games, but then again, Unnamed had quite a bit of popping off earlier, so we'll have to see if Overshadowed is able to capitalize on whatever their strategy they feel is most likely to win them best in these matchups.
Oh, that was fast. Alright, yep, jump scare. Love to see it.
I think OSW is just going to do the regular.
Yeah, I'm just going to hop out now. Keep the record straight here.
So after one more, we will be on our way.
I feel like Overshadow does have the offensive potential to take rounds against this caliber of player. It's just, you know, OSW and Edger Pro also have a similar level of offensive potential at their peak, and so it's going to be really difficult to consistently outplay them in those types of situations. But Overshadow is going to do the damage right now.
See Stick Spin come out. How will the counter spike go?
Well, that was a really good skim. I think that was the only way to actually survive that, was to skim like that.
Oh, but the counter spike 23, but OSW manages to survive it, eat it all, and just say, yeah, no problems here.
Yeah, Overshadow's still going to be able to survive that, but not looking too hot for OSW with the eye misdrop. This is not looking too great for OSW here, but it will resolve it.
Yeah, Overshadow does not get to the well in time, so they're not going to be able to top out OSW just yet. Oh, very ill-timed Z pieces. Not a lot of good opportunities there.
No! That's so
the 1-2-3 misdrop. Build a crown over the board, unfortunately.
I love how the O piece just kind of like phased through at the end. Just a little Tetrio quirk. Funny glitch, but not enough to salvage that. That was very unfortunate. And Overshadow, yeah, trying to time that, but...
Oh no, and another misdrop. I'm surprised that piece spawned in. Unfortunately, still not comboing through. And again, that's 2 for OSW. Overshadow can only give up 1 more before it's going to be match point for Team Skill Issue.
Yeah, only 1 more indeed. Going for the stick spin, even though OSW plays so fast that like by the time you execute the stick spin, you're still going to be at the very top of your board. Overshadow still trusting in it anyways. And
oh my goodness, and the OSW, jeez. That was immediate. That was 20 spike followed by 14 spike.
Yeah, that was a 5.3 PPS and 26 APM, 260 APM round from OSW right there. Trying to go for the SDPC, didn't have the right pieces for it, OSW. And Overshadow kind of struggling with the board state right now on match point here. It needs to take 5 rounds in a row.
But OSW has to send their well. Look at the spike!
And it's not going to happen. OSW just running straight through that.
My goodness. And that,
propelling.
I know that the damage wasn't that high on OSW, but also keep in mind, 90% of that damage came within 5 seconds.
Yeah, no, OSW is indeed an APM gremlin, and that level of pressure is going to propel Skill Issue straight into winners finals right there. That leaving Edger Pro with plenty of energy left in the tank to close that out. But that'll still be a pretty difficult fight, even though we've seen already just the sheer overwhelming caliber of player we have on Skill Issue. Like, every member on that team is putting in a lot of work. Winners finals, assuming that the first seed team of the Tetris Battle fans takes that set, that's not going to be easy.
Yeah. Yeah, so obviously we've got our other match in winner semis of Tetris Battle fans and early O gamers, and it looks like we have had the loser side finish up. So we have BC Tetris winning over FaZe Clan is going to face both in losers 8s. And then we've got Bach to the Vacuum and Vasco Spin making it into losers 8s that way, which in fact, I think Vasco Spin was a non-top 8 seed, so I think for them that's outperformance and deserves a little bit of a shout out.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, they had to pull the upset over Team Worth It, who we've already seen twice on stream. So good stuff to them. Let's see, were there any other upset things that I missed? Trying to look at bracket.
Oh no, but yeah, we've already seen BC Tetris versus Boat on the on stream already. So I think what we were doing, I think we have one more set to do before we swap comms. I could be wrong. We might be swapping now, but I think if we swap one right now, if we do one last one, I think we should probably do the that Bach to the Vacuum versus Vasco Spin, just because like. Now, we've already provided our analysis, our insight on the two teams on the other side of losers. I feel like if we save that set for that Goblin Quickest Fire, they can provide their own perspective on what's going on over there. But
we'll see.
You know, that's assuming we get another chance at all.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it depends on if we might or we might not. I don't know. I think our commentators coming up may potentially have had a little bit of a food break. We'll have to see. Honestly, let's see.
Oh, okay. All right,
yeah,
that's fair.
already.
All right, I'm down for that. I'm so down for that, actually.
I bet you are. I wonder why.
What can I say? The reason why I'm commentating this, I like good gameplay. What can I say? And I mean, good gameplay we're gonna get from all sides here. We got the early gamers. We saw this team before plenty of times putting in work to get this far. With Gladon, Snowman, and Amberdoodle, who's currently suffering through a power outage, but holding out through regardless. But will it be enough to deal with the Tetris Battle fans? And yeah, Vince HD, Firestorm, and Caboozle Pie. I feel like this needs no introduction or explanation.
I'm pretty sure you can just
How did you allow this?
take a look at the Tetra League rank ladder. Just limit it to like the first 5, and I'm pretty sure they're all up there. Actually, no, I lied.
Cab would be top 10, but like, well, Cab's not top 10.
Maybe,
Cab's not top 10 anymore because COVID. But Vince and Firestorm are very solidly top 10 in the world, and it's like Vince is like top 5, and it's just like the flashiest player to watch at a tournament level. Yeah, I should specify at a tournament level. You know, shout out to Kij, Meppy, all of the God Teeth Dinners, but from like a top level like Jacer's Cup type, like that level of play, like Vince is not in the right, not like, I don't know what I was trying to say there, but yeah, we all know that Vince is crazy with the setup. But like, we have no idea who the TV fans are gonna send in first here.
Well, I can see. I think Firestorm is in the lobby first. I'm not sure if that's.
Yeah, they might be sending in Firestorm first. I'm not blaming them because like, yeah, Firestorm is the most consistent player.
Yeah, you throw in Firestorm first, and then you ask if Cab is ready to play or not, and then you decide whether or not to send Vince. I would assume Vince would probably be the anchor team.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, considering Cab's current state.
Yeah, it makes sense to send in Firestorm first because like Vince and Cab both have like more explosive rounds than Firestorm. Like their peaks are higher at this point, but like Firestorm is out of the 3 the most like consistent player out of the 3. Like they're rarely just die to things they shouldn't and just drop rounds. Like that's not Firestorm. And Snowman is gonna do their best here.
This is the warm-up round.
This is
however,
the
look at
definition.
Okay, pretty nice down stack though from Snowman. Unfortunately, having to sacrifice 1 eyepiece on the down stack. And yeah, Firestorm is just sending off so much. Does not get the all clear. Very sad. Very unfortunate. Please don't tell me they're still looking for it. I feel like they're trying to, and it makes me nervous.
I mean, if anyone's gonna land that mid-game PC, it's gonna be Firestorm, right? Like,
well, perhaps. Little greedy. Hold on.
Yeah, there's a little bit of greed going on here. Thankfully, this is just a warm-up round for both players here.
Yeah. I mean, I would be kind of bummed of Snowman if I was like this was the match I won against Firestorm, but also maybe that would give you a little bit more motivation. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I seriously respect the decision from the early gamers to send in Snowman first instead of Gladon there, because like Gladon, this is gonna be reductive, and I mean this as a compliment, honestly. Gladon is basically Diet Firestorm, has the stick spin super on lock, just very consistent player that just doesn't just hand you freebies, but like, you know, in that matchup, you don't want to be the Diet, you want to be the Omega, you know? And I feel like that's why we're seeing Snowman come through here. Very high on the board, still has a way out though, because Firestorm did send enough clean.
But well,
oh, that Zenith drop gonna be it.
Firestorm almost sent entirely clean.
think that might have just... Actually, yeah, that was a lot of back-to-back. Let's see, are we going to see any particular opener from Firestorm? No, it looks like it's just general 6-3.
Yeah, and 6-3 is very solid right now. I got the 12 spike coming through. Back-to-back from 6 now. Oh yeah, Snowman trying to get something devious going on, but yeah, you can't... When you're at the top of your board... Oh, sorry, you go.
The mini T-spin single sent 3 lines from Firestorm. 3 lines for a mini T-spin.
Yeah, that's just what happens when you get a little back-to-back going, but...
Like, that is like uncapped potential. I mean, I guess maybe Firestorm did capitalize on it by demonstrating it, but I feel like I'm surprised that that isn't something people try to go for, like a T-spin single cannon or something.
Yeah, a lot of misdrops from Snowman trying to get through, trying to keep up with the level of speed that Firestorm is playing at. Alright, yeah. Apologies for the moment of silence for Snowman here. It seems like Firestorm is just kind of going off, just doing their thing right now, and it's, no matter who you are, it's really difficult to keep up with this.
Oh boy.
This level of efficiency for them, and it's...
Yeah, 173 AP. Look at the versus score too. Like even Snowman topping out that early had like 300 versus score, almost like all of it by default. Firestorm just sending so much garbage.
Yeah.
Oh my. I mean, I guess yeah. This is why Tetris Battle fans are 1 seed for this.
Yeah, because like they're all like top 10 players in the world. You know, it's just by default kind of has to happen. So we're gonna get Gladon sent in here against Firestorm real quick, which I feel like what I was saying earlier was a bit reductive. I need Gladon to prove me wrong, my goat. Well, I love all y'all, alright? Like, this is why I still play this game. Y'all are my goats, but yeah, Firestorm being a little backed up right there, but back-to-back comes for Gladon. Still gonna make it work. Gonna prioritize getting that spike out as quickly as possible over the cleanliness of that stack, because as you can see, Gladon's just gonna resolve it anyways. And
oh, the combo of the Firestorm though, 20 lines. Yeah. Gladon does have a combo which is gonna save them for the time being, but Firestorm still has quite a lot of resources, the speed to just make 9-0 stack even if they need to, but they're gonna get 4 T-spins on top of this.
Ooh, really good down stack from Gladon right there. Oh, that Z-Miss drop is going to end it for Gladon right there, but very good performance in that round versus Firestorm. Very good down stacks and very good timing. Prioritizing the risk reward. Gladon's showing a lot of promise in here right now, and I feel like if anyone's gonna make Firestorm pull out the 4-wide, it's gonna be Gladon, because like that's not what Firestorm does. It's just not in his character, but he has the 4-wide and it is scary. But it doesn't seem like he's gonna need it as of right now.
I think the regular play from Firestorm is also very scary.
Yeah, it seems to be effective, to say the least. Firestorm currently has taken 6 rounds in a row, no interruption.
Oh no, S-Miss drop and the 12 spike, that is it. 10-second round.
Yeah, that's gonna be 7 rounds for Firestorm now.
Alright.
Really trying to just run away with this.
Okay, I see. So we got some more 6-spin going off. Let's see. Decides to tank. Do we have the combo? 28 spike. Firestorm holding this game a little bit.
And Firestorm survives.
Had a couple of hesitate. Oh, but Gladon, I think, trying to play too fast.
Yeah.
Has too many misdrops. And I think it's just waiting to see what Firestorm wants to do in this round.
It's so hard to keep up with a player like Firestorm, where it's like, it's not even that they play that fast, it's just, they're so good at just finding the T-spin doubles that it's just like, they're so efficient, they basically force you to play even faster than they are. Like, your win condition automatically becomes playing faster than them just by being Firestorm. Like, you gotta play at like 3.6 to stand a chance, and it's like that's not like a realistic ask to expect out of like a majority of people.
Out of many people.
Like, very few people can just hop in and just be like, oh yeah, let's just go in for PPS, like, get him. So, yeah, it's gonna be up to Amberdoodle now. Gladon putting in a really good fight right there. Had a lot of good spikes, a lot of good down stacks, a lot of good risk-reward evaluations, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. Firestorm, you know, staying true to his namesake here, just smoldering everything in their path and taking 8 rounds straight here. Only one obstacle left in their path, and it's going to be Amberdoodle. So we'll have to see how much Amberdoodle got in the tank, but, you know.
I believe they actually went to go fill up on gas, so I think their tank should be full, but unfortunately that also means we gotta wait for them to get back.
Alright, I see.
At least so what I've heard.
They will be full on gas at the very least.
That makes sense. Okay, they're getting gas for the power generator. I was like, yeah, why would they be getting gas just randomly? For the power generator. That is a wee bit of an important item to have.
Yeah.
So,
it's so hard because it's just, like, no matter who you are, you have to take 12 rounds by yourself against the CEO of World Records, the Underdogs, Cup Founder, and the Anomalous Aberration. Like, you can't even ask CZ to do that. Like, it's just, that's such an impossible ask for anyone, I feel like. Like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see how far this goes, but this is not fair.
I mean, perhaps Amberdoodle has a lot of gas left in the tank that they're going to be able to pull off some crazy upsets. I think, arguably, the problem is I think even just any one of these players, even if Amberdoodle is able to get through Firestorm, I think even that would be an upset, potentially.
Yes, like that. I mean, just due to the nature of this bracket, you can't call it an upset, but, like, in terms of just, like, a performance to be proud of, definitely. Like, I feel like no matter who you are, like, even if you are the best player in the world, you know, you're CZ, Diallo, Blarg, like, anytime you take a set off of any of these players, you feel proud of yourself. Like you really hit the big leagues now. At 400 APM gameplay, that might be what he needs, honestly. Because, like, it's not fair. But it seems like Amberdoodle is back and got the gas in the tank. At full fuel. And it's time for them to put in as much work as they can.
It's a tall order, but if anyone's gonna do it from that squad, it's probably gonna be Amberdoodle.
Yeah, Amber, if you win this set, I'll give you $100. No cap, no troll. I'm so serious. Like, because like I'm saying, like, nobody's supposed to be able to do that. Like, that would be like a career-defining achievement for you. You know what I mean? Like, no matter who you are, like.
Has only half the APM and PPS of Firestorm, but seems to be doing pretty well. Problem is, Firestorm is building up back-to-back like crazy.
Yeah,
so, Firestorm lots of garbage to be sent. Amberdoodle is quickly running out of room. And unless they send some massive counter spike, Firestorm's just going to keep sending 7+ lines for every single T-spin in Tetris.
Yeah, no amount of counter spike is going to be big enough at this point. The back-to-back times 26 now, 28. It's just, how do you even come back from such a deficit like that? But I guess that is how. 31. How is he still maintaining back-to-back? How are they still maintaining back-to-back? Times 32, even at the very top of the board.
I think that was a full minute of back-to-back, and that counted like getting through garbage.
That's not fair. What are you supposed to do?
Well, as you
They're
said
so
earlier in the
good!
stream, as you said earlier in the stream, you could always try to be a better player. But the problem is, I think that's a little easier said than done.
I mean, it works at certain points in the bracket. This is not one of them. Like, you need a concrete game plan besides just, like, I guess this caliber of player, like, you can't just, be better at the game in every single aspect. Like, you gotta evaluate your strengths and weaknesses, compare them to your opponent, and play around it accordingly. And just respond to what your opponent actually does against you. You know, play the best you can.
Decent combo from Firestorm and Bernoodle. 14-14 spike from Firestorm. Another 19 spike.
This is just eternal back-to-back.
Oh, it's an eyepiece dependency, another eyepiece dependency, and yeah, Firestorm is about to full sweep to get into... Wait, this is getting into Grand, right?
Yeah, Firestorm's only one round away from getting the sweep in Winners Finals and moving on to Grand's Winners side.
Goodness gracious!
And yeah, as Master was saying in chat, what weaknesses? And oh yeah, you're right. This is semis. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, or I guess yeah, not into Grands, but I guess yeah, Winners Finals on Winners side as well.
This is into Winners Finals.
And so, if you look at that graphic, that is 3 members of the team that are all alive, all with full health, like not dropping a single game. Firestorm just cleaned house, and it is now going to be our top 2 seeds: Tetris Battle Fans and Skill Issue. Skill Issue has had a little bit of a rougher time making it there, although they were the 2 seed. I'm still shocked that I have a feeling Tetris Battler Fans has probably not dropped a single game all night, which is a bit of a terrifying thought. That's just a thing.
Yeah, because like all of them are killers. Like, you know, as Master was saying in chat just now, like, what weaknesses? Like, you know, players at this level don't really have weaknesses. You know, all we really mean in that regard is just like in comparison to your opponent, really, because like these players don't have weaknesses. Like this, it's just like the level of gameplay you gotta aspire for.
Sometimes it be like that, you know.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Yep. So getting a little word from Tatos. I think we're gonna be taking a 10-minute break in between now and the next commentator swap. Everyone, be sure to grab your water, grab some popcorn, grab all that stuff you need to get settled down and ready to watch the rest of Tetra Teams Cup 3. Lots of very, very strong talent, as we have already witnessed, especially from the winner's side of things. But a lot of very tight matches still to be taking place on our loser side in top 8. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this play. And Fitzy, again, pleasure commentating with you. I hope you had as much of a fun experience as I have, and I'll let you close off as well.
Yeah, no, thank you, man. This has been a great block as well. Like, it's been a lot of fun, like going through these sets with you and just getting to the bottom of everything. Definitely be sure to give Devo a follow. Add the Devo tagger on like pretty much everything, unless I'm mistaken.
I'm working on it. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'll decide if I do that for my Discord handle. My account's a baby, so it's probably gonna still be like before I get to change it.
Yeah, I feel ya. And if anyone has any constructive criticism for my commentary they want to throw my way, or otherwise just want to talk to me or whatever, my username's Fitzy on literally everywhere. So, yeah, that's all I got. But yeah, thank you all for watching, sticking around, and thank you to everyone helping out with this tournament. And yeah, and enjoy your break.
Bye-bye for now.
All right. Hello, everybody. And
hello.
To the top 8, top 6, top play of Tetrio Teams Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, everybody. I have been kind of out of the loop with this tourney because I've just been busy, not gonna lie. So I'm gonna need Bad to carry me a little, but I've been able to see a few matches here and there, and I'm excited for what we're about to see in top 6.
I've been giving it a bit of a look, and it is seeming like a banger. Like there's been some crazy play, some crazy comebacks. We've had some really close sets, both in and out of the overall team setup, and we've also had some dominant play. So lots of action this tournament.
I mean, yeah, with teams tourneys, you can sometimes see like top players team up and kind of steamroll people, but I mean that's what happens in these types of tourneys. But I mean, it's still always a good time to see top players play their best, and then others trying to compete for lower spots typically.
For sure. You can get like that whole thing of being really used to seeing top players fighting each other. So then it's like the Avengers effect where you have this team up of all these already powerful people and just gets exponentially better from there.
Yeah, definitely. From what I've heard, I paid attention a little, and TB fans I've heard is Vince, Firestorm, and Caboozled, right? And yeah, that's kind of a stacked trio, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know what the counterplay is to that, if I'm being completely honest. Like
maybe just be CZ, Diao, and Blarg. Just those three might be a good counterplay, but other than that, it's tough for sure.
But yeah, I am excited to see how this top 8 bracket shapes up. We have got TB fans up against Skill Issue in winners finals. Down on loser's side, we've got Back to the Vacuum and Vasco Spin, and we've got BC Tetris, and of course, my favorite team name personally in Boat.
Do you mind filling me in on who's that team? Because I'm again out of the loop a little.
I believe Boat is comprised of... Oh, yeah. So Boat is Muke, it is Puffy, and it is Poyo.
Ooh, so... definitely. Yeah, that's a definitely strong trio. I'm excited to see what they're able to do in their matchup.
For sure. I have high hopes for Boat. I just think Boat Tetris is funny. Yeah. And I want that to get far.
I mean, we'll see. I know BC Tetris has a bunch of stacked players as well, so I'm excited to see what they're able to pull out in that set.
Yeah, I'm expecting some high level play.
Definitely. I think right now, yeah, we're just waiting for people to join up in the room.
Now, what are your predictions for how this match is going to affect the bracket? Because I think there's some interesting things to note in both Tetris Battle Fans and Skill Issue making it to like the basically peak of winners, because that's going to put one of them really far into loser. That's going to be like a massive roadblock just appearing. But for now, we've got this sort of more chill, I mean, chill isn't exactly the fitting word, but
yeah,
definitely not undoable match for both teams in Back to the Vacuum versus Vasco Spin.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mies is definitely going to be a strong like competitor, and it's going to be tough for the other team to fight against. But if they manage to do that, I think it does get a bit easier from there. So it's just up to ultimately like what Mies can like do and perform, and if the other team can actually counter.
For sure, and Mies has notably been on kind of a tear just in terms of improvement, because I have seen the progression from being a pretty good player to being an absolutely outstanding player, and I am just old and tired. I mean, I am just incredibly proud of how much the average skill and just the personal ability to improve of the community has grown, because like there's all this development of resources which just makes becoming a good player a more like efficient road. And I think that's really cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. I've been like in the community for 5 years now, and it's been really interesting to see a lot of players like start off like a lot lower skill level and improve a lot. I remember at one point Mies was not as skilled as me, and then eventually surpassed me. I'm kind of competitive, so I do want to get back at them, but I need to grind to get that point for sure.
And hey, it seems like we've got our first pair ready in the third best host of Underdogs Cup versus 555 Vitor.
That's some bold take there, putting them third place. But I mean, it's not about what they can do in hosting; it's about what they can do in the game. So we'll see what's up.
All right, let's see what Nizzy can bring to the table. We've got a TKI from both players here. Some clean garbage on Nizdy's side if she can get to it. And Vitor just looking to set up some back-to-back. Gonna be forced to break it though, as Nizdy unfortunately gonna interrupt her pressure with a bit of misdropping there.
Yeah, I mean, they are not going like full speed right now, it seems. Playing a little bit slower, but the misdrops on the other side as well, allowing Sydney to get out of here. And now it's kind of back to a pretty even state right now, but still there's pressure going back and forth right now.
Yeah, and speaking of pressure, you gotta be under some additional pressure given how short these sets are compared to full tournament matches. You just have to get that download on your opponent, figure out what you need to do to win, and execute in just such a short time frame. So we're gonna have to see how these players can not only play to their strength, but play to their opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, definitely. You do not have as much, like normally in first to sevens, you don't have room to make mistakes, but like when it's as short as a first to four, like every single round matters, and it matters not just for you, but your team. So it's a lot more pressure in these types of matches as well.
Definitely. We will have to see how momentum comes into play, but looking at this match and this specific game, it has been going for a minute, and actually a minute and a half at this point, because we've got some very, very solid defensive play by both players. Nizdy's board state looking a bit more cheesed at the moment, but going to find a nice combo out and open up that clean well, trying to just set up some back-to-back and get some pressure going.
Yeah, definitely building up a bit of a chain here. 3, 4 back-to-back right now, 5 back-to-back.
That's going to be
spiking
big.
That up.
6. Good decision for the TSS to get some additional pressure on. Oh, I was about to say it was just the amount she needed, and unfortunate misdrop at the very, very top by Vitor there. Actually had a down stack, but unable to just put up with that last bit of damage that Nizdy sent. So every back-to-back, every TSS mattered in that game.
Yeah, definitely. That pressure right there at the end was just enough to kill Vitor, and they just couldn't get out of it in time. But now we're starting a new roundup here, and they're going a lot faster than compared to the previous round. Looks like they're just trying to build some back-to-back right now, but are forced to skim down a little bit. Do have that 9-0 well, which isn't great to work with, but is doing a nice job being able to survive all the pressure they're being sent.
Definitely, but meanwhile, we have got a lot of cheese being sent over, and Vitor is looking for a way out, is able to open it up, and now has a ton of clean, and Nizdy actually has quite a few misdrops that she's going to need to work through if she wants to stay alive in this round, because again, like you mentioned, these players are not going slow to try and feel each other out anymore. They are now going full speed, full pressure. And just as I say that, Nizdy putting out some really, really good damage, but not going to be quite enough to top Vitor out there. Had a cancel ready.
Yeah, they just managed to survive in time. Now Nizdy is forced to kind of skim down right now, just trying to find clears to get out. Does a nice job to do that, but in the meantime, Vitor was able to just get through all of that attack, and now is sitting very nice at the bottom of the board, just trying to build some back-to-back.
Yeah, and in terms of the macro status of this game, one thing I've noticed is that Vitor often has the better board state in the moment, but just sometimes struggles to capitalize. Not going to struggle there, though, as they secure a tied-up 1-1 set.
Yeah, Vitor seems to be, like, able to pressure a little bit more, but also seems to be a little inconsistent with the misdrops and just, like, having bad positioning. So they just need to make sure they're able to maintain a clean board state, and they'll be able to get the wins like they just did.
For sure. Meanwhile, on Nizdy's side, Nizdy is probably going to have to work on doing some more canceling of all of this cheese being sent over, because it is just disintegrating that speed advantage. Because one of the things that you're not really thinking about a lot as you're playing is, okay, how do I turn this cheese into pressure? especially when you're up against an opponent who is just as fast, if not faster than you, in terms of outputting that clean garbage. So if your plan is to go down, you gotta go down fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're playing someone that's faster than you.
Oh, unfortunate mid-game PC miss.
Oh,
we both saw the prophecy.
Yeah. Our PC vision was not enough to help Nisty in that moment there.
That's like retroactive commentator's curse. We both knew, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, Nisty is doing fine for herself right now, sending a huge spike up right now. Vitor is sitting at the top, just trying to get down through all of it.
For sure. Unfortunately, had to burn that T in the upstack, but getting a nice multiplier quad, and Vitor out of position here, does not have any lines on the other side of that T-spin, so not going to be able to cancel with that, and Nisty getting back this lead.
Yeah, make sure to maintain all of that pressure, and now starting off with a nice PCO there, is able to get it off, but Vitor has a lot of clean to work with right now, so it's up to if Nisty can be able to downstack through all of this pressure, and she is being forced up to the top this very moment.
Yeah, and Vitor looking very, very calm and collected at the bottom of the board. Meanwhile, Nisty just struggling to get through this cheese. A rough Z misdrop is going to spell the end for that round.
Yeah, and it's tied back up here. Again, this is just the first to 4, so any mistake by both of them can be very bad for their team, so they need to keep maintaining their play right now.
Definitely, and it's not just about winning the set. Every point counts, because that will carry over to the next game. So you have got to be wary that you can't just get it done. You've got to get it done with enough leeway that your team is going to be able to finish it off. And speaking of finishing it off, neither player going to be able to do so, as some misdrops on both sides stifle the pressure that was previously set up. But now, Vitor, in a bit of a worse board state than I'm sure they would like to be, going to try and open up this clean well, gets a nice combo down with that 9 send, and Nisty speeding up at the top here, but as a result, making quite a few misdrops, and this is a really, really rough position to be in. And yeah, that's gonna do it. Big spike from Vitor.
It seemed like Nisty was just trying to burst there a little bit to try and get down and pressure Vitor a little bit, but ended up just misdropping, and once again, another misdrop right there. And it seems to be like Nisty's just struggling to get through those misdrops, because with the speed disadvantage like this, it's really hard to be able to play and just maintain that pressure. And there we go.
Vitor capitalizing on Nisty's mistakes, which is what you've got to do. You cannot give your opponent time to adapt, and Vitor excellently demonstrated how you should be playing out those shorter sets.
Yeah, definitely, and that's really good for their team now. They have a 2-point lead now to start, so we'll see what the next player can do up against Vitor.
And we will have to see who they choose to send in. Now, if you are team Back to the Vacuum, or I suppose Bach to the Vacuum, now that I really look at it, now you've got sort of a question of playstyle and how that matches up with Vitor's, because we know that Potato can output quite a bit in terms of opener and just converting off of clean garbage, but it seems they're going to go with Bajwe, and we'll have to see if that more sort of calm, collected, like, I almost want to say just like defensive playstyle is going to do well against the pressure of Vitor.
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking maybe they might be saving Absurd Potato just for later, just because they are a stronger player, so it might be better to make sure they're at like full strength when they start playing.
Yeah, 100%. And you've got to consider that opener is definitely a factor. Because, like, not only are you switching who you're playing against if you are Vitor, you are switching who you're playing against, and you're switching the counterplay you've got to employ as a result of that. So, keeping someone who may have not necessarily a more gimmicky playstyle, but just a harder to adapt to playstyle can definitely do wonders in a tournament setting like this.
But I mean, right there, Vitor just seemed to be proving us wrong, getting a real fast win there. Obviously still down by 1, but having that 1 win to start is really good for them.
For sure. Bajway not going to be able to find the PC there, but they do find a 16 multiplier into a few misdrops, but that quad off of the garbage is going to be enough despite that. Pretty nerve-wracking situation, but only needs one more now to close out the set.
Yeah, we'll see if Viator can manage to pull another win in the books just to help the lead just a little bit more. But right now, the PC spam is huge. Not enough to kill, though, and is forced to pressure, but still huge attacks.
And actually, both players going to end up surviving, and we are transitioning into the mid-game with Bajway ending up with quite a bit of cheese. Not a position you want to be in, and this is all extra credit for Viator, and you are going to be happy with any additional rounds that you get, especially when you bring it to having 6 games taken. 2-3.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like Viator was in a really bad position there for a moment, but they managed to survive the pressure long enough to be able to get down and then counter their way through it.
Yeah, Viator demonstrating really, really good adaptation to just change up their playstyle suitably enough to deal with both of these team members really effectively. Actually, it would currently have the lead if not for those additional rounds at the start, but that is going to be closed out by Bajway, and that 2-game lead being maintained into the final set, or perhaps the final set.
Yeah, we'll see what happens next, but yeah, it looks like at the end there, Viator just actually misheld at the worst opportunity and end up getting topped out. And I mean, they had a potential survival condition there, which would have definitely helped their team, but they seem to still be doing fine right now, still have the lead, so we'll see what the teams can do next.
Yeah, and now we are going to have the second Vasco Sim player, Christian, coming out against Bajway, a 24.1 U rank, notably a pretty fast sprint time, especially for that rank, coming in at 26 seconds, and a 376k blitz. Probably not going to indicate any opener or loop of sorts, but we'll have to see just how they can keep it clean and finish off Bajway.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, openers are important for especially short rounds like this, but blitz isn't everything. You can still have like fast LST openers and such as well, so it doesn't necessarily mean everything at this point.
All right, and we'll have to see. We do have a PCO coming out, but opts for a TSD follow-up instead of the PC, and it seemed like Bajway was might have been waiting to cancel the PC, so funny enough, was relatively unprepared for that option by Christian, and now Christian has so much clean garbage to work with, and Bajway is in a pretty rough position, very high up on the board.
Yeah, but managed to get down through it very nicely. Ooh, that was an interesting fix there into the STSD, sending enough pressure to be able to get that win.
Great knowledge of board state and looking at Q by Bajway to know that you could do that STSD and just output that damage, even despite any chance of ruining your stack in the process.
Yeah, definitely. But now we're seeing that LST I mentioned earlier, and getting that nice back-to-back going 4 right now, going into 5. We'll see if Bajway is able to handle the pressure being sent to them right now.
Perrier, though, gonna force that back-to-back break, and Bajway is sitting on a lot of clean to capitalize. Oh, sets up a fractal. Wastes T in the process, though, and now they are greeting pretty high up. Gets the T in time, though, able to cycle, and now you've got a very, very clean well to work with once again, but it's going to be Christian who is on the back foot here and needs to downstack, and not going to be able to do so against that counter spike from Bajway.
Yeah, is not able to get to the clean in time, and I think it's tied back up now, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, seems so.
Yeah, Bajway doing a nice job to put their team back in a good position, but it's not over yet, so we'll see what both of these players are able to do and who's going to be the winner.
Definitely. This is a very, very important set for the overall progression of this match. And currently, both players kind of running on fumes in terms of this board state. Neither really has a big spike to send, and both just trying to get to a less cheesy state of mind, but, you know, cheese breeds cheese, so the more cheese they send to each other, the more they're going to get back. So it's going to be we're gonna see who ends up sort of breaking the cycle and getting back into that clean pressure groove that leads to that powerful APM. But Christian may not actually get the chance after some misdrops towards the top of the board. Sets up a nice float to cancel, but so high up, and it is going to be closed out by Bajwe, bringing it to match point.
Yeah, I feel like Christian was just sitting on top of like 30 lines of cheese for like 50 seconds and just wasn't able to get through it in time. And now they're kind of in a hot seat right now, because if they lose this one, then their team is in the back burner and it's not good for them. So we'll see if they're able to keep the back-to-back pressure they have right now. Have that misdrop there, but still manage to send some nice attack. Now Bajwe is the one sitting at the top, trying to downstack through all of the attack being sent to them.
Oh, but downstack they will as they get all the way back down, keeping it clean and holding this 90 APM against Christian's canceling to stay alive. But, you know, now it's Christian who can access a lot of clean, makes a pretty greedy TSD, and unfortunately that is going to be it as they try to set up a prophecy.
Yeah, I feel like they might have had a potential survival there, but just made a slight wrong decision there, and that cost them that game. And now Bajwe is looking, Bajwe and their team is looking really nice right now.
For sure. If you are Box of the Vacuum here, you are definitely happy with this 2-4 lead. Sorry, with this 3-4 lead? 2-4 lead? I think it's 2.
I believe it is 2 as well.
With this definitely meaningful lead against Mayos, the final leg of Team Vascospin.
Definitely the toughest player. As you can see, immediately going for that insane speed and pressure, something we haven't seen from either team so far. So we'll see if Bajwe is able to survive it. At the top right now, struggling a little bit. Is still surviving though, but Miaz is starting to build some back-to-back and gets it going enough to get a nice quick win in there.
And APM is the Mayos classic. You will not go a minute with a set with Mayos without getting spiked to hell and back. Mayos is great at just constantly keeping up that pressure and just constantly leaving you in a state where you need to be paying attention to what Mayos is doing, not just what you are doing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're not a T-spin expert for no reason. They're able to keep that back-to-back really easily and pressure a lot. So right now it's just if Bajwe is able to do enough counter spikes to counter it. But, I mean, as I say that, Mia sends a bunch of cheese, and it's up to if Bajwe can get through that in time to be able to actually get to clean, and right now they're sitting at the top in a very bad position.
Yeah, and it's Mayos who sort of has the pressure on them to send pressure, and send pressure they will, building up this back-to-back, ×2, ×3, and a huge spike to hopefully finish off, and yes, it will.
And I believe...
Right. That is going to be it for the set. We just didn't have the initial top outs. The GG's coming out in confirmation by Bajwe.
Yep, and I believe now is the final match. Tied back up.
Indeed it is, and we have a dead even game going into this final match of Mayos versus Absurd Potato. And this should be a pretty good match. Both very, very strong players in their own right with diametrically opposed playstyle, so we'll have to see who is able to work around or just steamroll through the others.
Yeah, I feel like Potato might have like the opener advantage. If they can get a few opener wins in here, it'd be really good, but obviously Mias with the overall stronger skill in the mid game, so we'll see what each of them are able to do.
Oh, and we have actually Potato starting to build up quite a bit of back-to-back. Maybe not what we all expected, but putting it to great use here. ×11, huge amounts of pressure being sent over, and it's Mayos who's going to be pressured out.
Yeah, that's a huge win to start. A nice casual 230 APM is what we always love to see in these types of sets. But I think of Potato immediately starting there with a misdrop and kind of in not a great position. This might be Mia's chance to try and tie it back up, and right now is building a nice back-to-back chain of their own and pressuring Potato to the top.
But hey, now we know Absurd Potato while they do have that strong opener, definitely no slouch in the mid game. So if you are Mayos, you have got to be just honestly maybe a little worried here, because that definitive advantage that you supposedly have is definitely being called into question by Absurd Potato. But Mayos looking to silence any questions that we may have with this spike that they are building up. Opts to cancel in order to preserve that well, but tanks that second time, and they have, once again, a great well to work with. Good garbage management and awareness by Mayos.
Yeah, I feel like you can see Mayos is playing a lot slower right now compared to previously. I think maybe realizing that Potato isn't someone to be messed with and trying to take their time more, making sure they're just not sending clean, like mindlessly allowing Potato to build up a huge chain.
Oh, mid-game PC by Potato, and was looking for another. Actually did have it, but getting some garbage before they could get it off. But now they have got, they've got an interesting sort of single floating Mino TSS, which arose as a misdrop. Another color clear. Potato just showing the PC prowess here, but unfortunate misdrops going to prevent that, from converting into any significant pressure to Mayos' side.
Yeah, and I feel like it is pretty even right now. It is being a lot of back and forth being sent, but Absurd with a nice little spike there, but Mayos immediately countering it very well. And now Absurd is sitting at the top right now.
Skin? Beautiful skin? That's what we... Okay. Beautiful skim by Absurd Potato to get down and set up that TSS. But even despite all of that, Mayos' pressure is just starting to build back up. And it seems like Absurd Potato has definitely sort of lost control of this game. They were sort of in the driver's seat, forcing Mayos to slow down for almost all of this match so far. But now it's Mayos speeding back up, and Potato constantly on the downstack and on the defensive.
Yeah, but I feel like Potato is just doing a great job getting through all of it. I think they might have been looking for a PC there, not sure what that was about, but they seem to be okay for themselves right now. Mayos, I think, is just downstacking a little bit, making sure they have a nice clean board state, while Potato with a nice little spike there, sitting at the bottom of the board, not getting pressured too much at the moment.
For sure, and now we have sort of evened things back up, and this is a familiar scene. Mayos with a lot of clean garbage, definitely a potential spike heading Absurd Potato's way, but had a cancel ready and going to... Whoa, that's a crazy 180, just like... That wasn't even a setup, they just used the 180 in the stack. That was great Q knowledge by Mayos. But anyway, Mayos going to try and capitalize on this clean garbage, but that misdrops might prevent him from doing so, and yes, it will, as Absurd Potato takes the lead after a 3-minute long game. Very well done.
Yeah, I think just right as we got into margin time, Mayos just had an unfortunate misdrop there, and then Potato was just able to do exactly enough to get that win.
Yeah, and it says a lot about these players that just one misdrop can seal the deal.
Mayos with that huge 27 spike. Potato still surviving, but not long enough to get through the continuing attack by Mayos.
Alright, and just like we had a very long round going to Potato, we have a very short one going to Mayos as we tie things up. In this final set, Mayos was looking for the PC there off the opener, not going to get it due to garbage, but getting this clean well, sets up a dono, and sets up this back-to-back chain starting to build ×4, and this could be bad news if you are Absurd Potato. But actually, Potato had some back-to-back of his own there, and we've got a pretty even board state right now.
Yeah, it seems really back and forth at the moment. No one taking the hot seat too much right now at the moment, but as I say that, Mayos was building up a back-to-back chain and had to cancel. But, I mean, Potato is sitting with a bit of a cheese on their board right now, struggling to get down through it, and then has another misdrop on top of that, while Mayos is just trying to build up as much pressure as they can.
Yeah, and it is definitely going to be on, like, whoever has the better board state to just capitalize. That is the name of the game when you have players like these who can just utilize garbage so well and convert so smoothly. off of any opportunity to send, because if you don't kill them now, you may not get a chance for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you absolutely just need to utilize the moments you have to kill, because these players are very good at surviving even the toughest of situations right now. And both of them, you can see they had a 3-minute round earlier, and now this is starting to become a long round as well.
And hey, we may know that Absurd Potato has somewhat of the stamina advantage, or just the ability to hold out and maintain solid play, not misdropping a lot or fixing it fast when they do. So Mayos kind of needs to make something happen here, and we're gonna have to see if they can, but a big spike from Absurd Potato may be trying to silence any hopes of Mayos' team. But Mayos just as quickly getting back to neutral, setting back up this sequence of T-spins to start getting some back-to-back pressure going.
Yeah, seems to be able to just get through it fine. And I mean, it's pretty even right now, but even still, Mayos is starting to build up a nice chain here while Absurd is sitting at the top right now.
Oh, great TST from Mayos, and just capitalized on the inopportune cue of Absurd Potato to bring it to 3-2. And now we have Mayos in the lead, Absurd Potato on the back foot, a reversal of what we saw before, and Absurd Potato not going to get a single PC off because this blazing speed of Mayos' 4 PPS LST. Oh, this could be bad. Another misdrop right over the well, and Absurd Potato is going to fall to Mayos' incredible APM spam. And that's going to be it.
Yeah, I feel like it was really back and forth right now, but apparently Mayos got a big boost those last 2 rounds and is just able to do enough pressure at the end, and Absurd just seemed to make a few too many misdrops, and unfortunately now it has cost their team.
For sure. Mayos just opting to switch things up when it was unexpected, opting for that fast pressure instead of that slow burn build of trying to wait for an opportune moment, and that seemed to work, and that is going to be it with Team Vasco Spin moving on to losers quarters.
Definitely.
And now I think we are going to be moving on to BC Tetris versus Boat over in our other losers side. And these are some gaps. There's some difference in these seeds. I'm noticing seed 4 on BC Tetris versus seed 4 on Boat side versus seed 8 on BC Tetris. But just looking at these rosters, there are no slouches on either side. We have Plu, Dungo Bumber, and Derped Up on BC Tetris' side. Meanwhile, over on Boats, we have, like I said earlier, Nuke, Puff, and Poyo. So neither team really has a huge advantage over the other, I'd say. Both packing some very, very strong and unique playstyles.
Yeah, I feel like these two teams are fan favorites going in here, so I think a lot of people will be sad if either one of them loses, but I mean, it's ultimately up to the better team and which ones can capitalize on their strengths.
Indeed it is. And now we have some definite, I think matchups matter here. A lot. Because
yeah, for sure.
Just looking at the spread of players, the difference between playing against Poyo and playing against Nuke is immense. And just like that, on BC Tetris' side, the difference between playing against Plu and playing against Dungo is also immense. So picks are going to matter a lot, and we'll have to see if they offer the sort of more traditional progression of just starting with your lowest ranked player and moving up from there, or if they offer something a little more custom, a little more zesty, and try to capitalize on a winning set or a winning matchup for one of these players.
Yeah, for sure. I think it could be very beneficial to kind of start with your strong player, especially with the skill gap. But again, even if they make a single mistake, that could be really costly in the long run for the rest of their team.
Definitely. So we'll have to see who they decide to go with, and I think we may have our answer with Puffy as the lead for Team Bow, and Derped Up as the BC Tetris lead. These are a 24.96 and 24.6k respectively. So it's gonna be on Puffy's side, trying to not choke, not drop too many rounds, and on Derp's side, trying to just hold off and play the best they can, take whatever rounds possible, and just maybe even cause an upset here.
Yeah, definitely I think they're definitely in a bit of a tough position here, especially with the skill difference. So I think they might just be trying to get a few wins in here, and I mean, that could be the difference maker in the long run.
Oh wait, we may be having a switch actually on the side of BC Tetris.
Oh, looks like, yeah, Derp might actually be spectating. I'm not sure.
Or maybe playing after all.
Okay, yeah, they are playing. Okay. Got a little bit of bamboozled there, but yeah, now we're confident here. Match starting.
Alright, and here we go. Getting into this first of 4. No warm-up, we are just getting on with it. And we have, this is the Puffy opener. If you know Puffy, you know exactly what opener was coming from the very beginning. And that is why, because the proficiency is absolutely insane. And that's just going to be a blazing fast opener kill for Puffy. And here we go again. Over 5 PPS bursts at some point with this. Oh my god. This is just insane conversion. And Derp actually surviving this time. And not only that, thriving with this huge counter spike. And now Puffy is going to be on the back foot for at least a little bit of this match. But Derp making a few misdrops. And that could prove lethal against a player like Puffy. And yes, it will.
Yeah, I feel like Puffy obviously has the strength of their opener, which they're very used to, but that means also your opponent knows what's coming and is able to counter a little bit better, which I think Derp was able to do there in that second round for at least a little bit, and seems to be surviving fine this round as well.
Yeah, but one thing I'm noticing is that not just in the opener, but also in the mid-game, seems to be a bit of a speed gap, and if you are getting speed gapped, then you gotta be just making up for it in decision making. And Derp kind of honestly hasn't gotten a chance to make too many decisions yet, just being constantly pressured by Puffy's opener and by Puffy's downstack.
Yeah, especially like with the speed disadvantage, it's about not only being able to play efficiently, which is important, but just sending cheese to your opponent, because if you can slow them down a little bit to help yourself, that's really what matters. But I mean, Puff is showing that like they cannot be slowed down at this moment, and already getting 3 quick wins right there.
Yeah, definitely looking to make this a steamboat the way they are on a roll. Okay, I need to stop. Looking to make this a steamboat the way they are on a roll, but Derp actually pushing Puffy all the way up, but a great cancel and some combo vision is going to save Puffy from an untimely demise. And now, once again, we have got Puffy in this very, very open board state, freedom to do whatever they want in terms of setting up pressure, and Derp just trying to downstack and getting ready to tank whatever may be coming.
Yeah, they had a nice TST there, able to tank a little bit here, but still sitting too high at the top and isn't able to get to that nice clean well in time. And Puff just sweeps that first set there. Really good for their team right now.
A dominant showing, and that is not only going to swing the score in Puffy's team's favor, but also the momentum, which in sets that are short assist definitely matters. So we'll have to see who BC Tetris pulls out to try and stop this boat from rolling.
We'll see.
Swimming? What do boats do in terms of motion?
That's a good. I think they. Like, swimming doesn't sound right. Like,
swimming
it
isn't right. Because, like, it's not an organism.
Yeah.
But, like, boating isn't... That's not what boating means.
Can you just say moving?
Oh, sailing! Thank you, Taylor.
Sailing, that's it. Yep.
Thank you. Alright.
Yep.
Wait, but what if it's not a sailboat?
I mean, other boats still sail, right?
But do they? If you don't have a sail, are you really sailing?
I think so. I mean, I'm not a sailboat expert here. There are others that are experienced in that opener who can say for sure, but I do not know.
Yeah, we need the confirmation from a sailboat expert, specifically in the opener. But regardless, we are going to be getting into our next match here in Dungo versus Puffy.
Oh, that was a perfect well for Puffy, and it's just quick win right there. Exactly what they wanted.
Alright, and if Puffy can just do that 7 more times, it'll be in the bag.
Yeah, I mean, with how they're rolling so far, they have not lost the game in this set against either opponent. So,
oh my god, and they were looking to try, but not gonna get the kill there, and making a few rough decisions is going to put their pressure on hold for the moment. And now Dungo has an opportunity. They've just been given this chance at life, but they might be squandering it with these misdrops as they cover the well. And that's going to be it, the double LP sealing the deal.
Yeah, it's Dungo is in a really tough position right now because they are, in that round, they were 1.5 PPS slower than Puff. And, like, what do you do at that point? Like, even efficiency is very hard to save you when there's such a difference in speed. But, I mean, Puff with the misdrops, putting them in a very bad position. Now Dungo is the one doing nicely, but still Puff just able to burst fast enough. And Dungo isn't able to get that kill in time when they needed it.
Yeah, that was a great showcase of speed and just ability by Puffy to burst out when in danger. And, you know, that's really what you need to be able to do when you have the speed advantage. Because you know that given an even footing like this, you are going to be able to send the pressure. And Puffy proving why that speed advantage matters so much. Just being able to constantly control this match and keep Dungo from getting anything started.
Yeah, and it's match point again so quickly. And Dungo with the misdrops
God.
Immediately.
And this is a double sweep from Puffy. Going absolutely wild right now.
Absolutely. It seems like Blue is going to have a tough road ahead of them if they want to be able to win this for their team.
For sure, and this is gonna be interesting, because this is definitely going to be the biggest challenge Puffy has faced yet by far. So we'll have to see if Blue can be the difference maker, not only in this set, but in the 2 more that'll have to follow.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, for now, we just need to focus on this one set. So far, we haven't seen the other players, at least in the losers bracket. So we'll see what Blue is able to do against Puff. If they're able to win, then they still have a lot to go ahead.
Yeah, and speaking of, we're actually seeing a more even game, not just in terms of pressure, but in terms of speed. And we've already established that that can make a huge difference, but it may not be making enough difference for Team Vasco Spin, as Blue was getting pushed up, but right as I say that, going to find their way down, but you know, even as I say that, right back up again. This is a very back and forth game. Both players just trading this clean garbage, explosive APM, and great knowledge of setups for when to go up and when to go down by both players.
Yeah, I feel like if I was in Blue's position, I would definitely focus on just staying down, because I feel like Puff is able to get really big spikes out of nowhere, and right there was a spike big enough to just kill with all of those misdrops that Blue had.
Yeah, and you cannot afford to be misdropping if you're in Blue's position right now. Just so much pressure and so much ground needing to be made up, because there's just no room for error here. You need to... Oh, speaking of error though, wow, great decision by Puffy. Actually misdropped the opener, cycled through a bag all the way back to the next piece they needed, and just built it anyway on top, and then converted it into a multiplier downstack. And that is why they are so feared in matchups like these, because you just cannot stop the train from rolling.
Yeah, it was just
stop the boat from boating. You can't
from boating. From getting to the water, we'll just say that. Yeah, you can't win, basically. But right now, Puff, not in a great position, does get to that clean in time. Blue is not able to pressure fast enough. does have to do that eye soft drop there to get back to a clean position, and is now trying to just pressure.
And Plu taking that moment opportunity to just make a mile out of an inch, getting all the way back down and sending Puppey all the way up. And that is the first point on the board for Team Baskosman. And if you are Plu, that is hopefully the first of many.
Yeah, that is the momentum Plu needed. And right after, you can see Puff made a misdrop in their opener. Maybe shaking in their boots a little, wasn't expecting to get topped out. And now Plu is the one with the lead in this set, but overall still fighting very hard.
Oh, but here we go. Plu getting it into this game with a vengeance, and actually going to be able to get quite a bit of damage off, because now it seems like Puppey might be a bit shakier than before. Like you were saying, having lost that momentum can have a big impact, not just on the mental, but also on the physical, because if you are more worried, you're going to play more worried. And if you're playing more worried, you're going to play misdroppy.
Yeah, not just misdropping. I've experienced it myself. When I am worried, I start shaking a lot. And that could really, really slow down your ability to think fast, to play fast. But I mean, Puff is still doing very nicely. Plu is still trying to maintain that pressure. And getting spiked up right now to the top by Puff. Puff with that nice 7 back-to-back and still keeping it going. Plu just trying to get through all of that garbage to make it to clean right now. Just barely surviving.
And now we have some cheese being traded, different from what we've seen before. Again, might be a product of some of the nerves, but just as I say that, this fractal from Puppey is definitely going to introduce some clean back into the match real quick, but forced to break back-to-back there, given Plu's strong counter spike, and now we have this 9-0, which, don't underestimate it, it can definitely put out some solid attack, especially at a PPS as high as Plu's.
Yeah, I think they stopped there for a moment, just trying to time. It looked like Plu might have been building up for an STSD there, but just had a bad board state, had that eye dependency, and wasn't able to get to it in time. And Puff ties this set back up.
And that right there is the danger of doing a stacking method like 9-0. It is very, very polarizing. If you are caught unawares or just in a bad position in terms of Q, you can be much more easily exploited because there is just not that room for expression that you want out of your setups. Oh, but speaking of room for expressing, Plu expressing their discontent at the outcome of the last match with this huge pressure, 170 APM, as they just set up, a nice Shichiku train as well, and just trying to put all this pressure on Puppey, top him out by force, and just not really stopping at any point, not slowing down, holding this 3.5 PPS, some of the fastest we've seen so far this set, and just doing everything that they can to top out Puppey, but everything they can may not be enough as Puppey just keeps on living.
Yeah, it looked like Plu was timing there for a moment, which was very nice, except immediately after they got sent 7 lines of cheese and was forced to cancel all that back-to-back they were building up. But I mean, Puff wasn't pressuring enough and wasn't in a great position to actually attack, so they're pretty even right now. But now Puff having those misdrops and not having a great board state at the top, trying to find a down stack.
But Plu actually misdropped as well, and that prevented them from getting the kill. And that is a really, really rough thing to experience, because if you know that you could have had it, it's going to throw you off, and you need to be on your game right now more than ever. But Plu, seeming like they definitely are, with these crazy floats into the count to 4 with a double eyepiece, but not going to be enough to top out Puppey. And in fact, Puppey going to send over a huge counter spike just as fast, forcing Plu to damage their board state significantly.
Yeah, it's very, very back and forth right now. This round is starting to heat up, going long. Plu just barely able to survive all of that attack by Puff, but still dealing with a lot of cheese they need to downstack through. Gets through just a little bit here, but still at the top right now, getting pressured, but gets to the clean and cancels perfectly. Puff building up that C-spin, or that TSD chain actually, and sending a nice little burst attack
huge
there.
Spike. But that misdrop out of it is not going to leave a favorable board state behind. Gets back to this clean garbage, and now we've got something of an even game once again, but Plu actually being pushed up real quick, and we have 2:29 on the clock, so you know that soon this garbage is going to start building up, and build up at will on Plu's board. And Puffy is getting the lead in this match for the first time, and now it's going to be on Plu to make pretty much zero mistakes if they want any chance of taking this for the team.
Yeah, it is match point at this point, so Plu literally cannot drop a single game, and I mean,
wow.
They're showing that they do not want to drop a single game.
One thing they dropped was that 200 APM, jeez.
Yeah, definitely. Oh no, Puff with those misdrops.
Oh, huge misdrops.
That's really bad for them.
And this is what Plu needs. This is the fabled quote-unquote win con that you need.
Yeah, that was exactly what Plu wanted. They didn't pressure too much there, but still, with a misdrop like that, it is very tough to survive that. And Plu is finally moving on to the next round, but only has one game of wiggle room. Not even one game of wiggle room. Only has one life at this point. So they need to win 8 in a row.
And that is a hard ask for any player. So we'll have to see if Plu's up to the task.
Yeah, and if you think that Puff was a strong opponent, now we're seeing Muke, which is 1 tier higher than Puff, which isn't a lot, but I mean, it's basically the same skill level we've been seeing. And we're going to see Plu going to be trying to fight and getting a sweep right now, because that's what they need.
All right, we will have to see if Plu is able to do the impossible and sweep the entire remaining team of Bo. Are you a believer?
I want to believe. I want it to be close, but it's going to be very hard against Muke. I think if they manage to do it against Muke, it gets a lot easier, because then Plu would have been taking down the 2 strongest opponents on the other team, but it's very difficult to get 4 in a row.
We've got the preparatory fancy top out, building that BCO, just practicing a little bit of that finesse, getting into it.
Yeah, that's the type of top out I do in Gestress when I'm trying not to get kicked for AFK. Because if you like top out just like the same time 3 times in a row, you just get like spectated, I think.
Yeah. And Muke actually started off this game with quite a few misdrops, but just as quickly reset the board, fixed it up, and took it against Plu. And the hopes of a sweep are dashed quickly by Muke's counterplay. And that is going to be it, as Muke takes it for Team Bo.
Yeah, they both had a lot of misdrops to start there. I think maybe not warmed up after Plu misdropped 3 times in a row to top themselves out, and it might have actually cost them.
But yeah, that's going to be it. And that means that we have our next matches in losers with Early O Gamers up against Vasco Spin and Los Unnamed. Sorry, I think it's Los Unamed, but it's unnamed the player. Los Unnamed, Abriendo Latas de Sombras, up against Bo. So, definitely some banger sets to be had.
Yeah, for sure. The question is, which one is going to be up next?
Now, I've made an interesting observation about this bracket.
What's that?
You have Tetris Battle Fans and Skill Issue up in winners, right?
Yep.
And then whichever one of them loses the next match in winners is going to drop down to being up against the winner of these next 2 games. So that means that not only are you going to have to deal with players that strong, you're going to have to deal with players that strong coming off of 2 already tough sets and going into them being rested up and ready to go.
Definitely. I mean, I think with winners finals, if they can make it that far, they can definitely handle like strong opponents. So we'll see. We'll see how each of the teams manages when that time comes, of course. But for now, we're looking at losers.
Indeed, we are. But these players
and
are
that wasn't
definitely
meant to be an
far from
insult
losers.
at the players. Just like losers bracket, of course, to be clear.
Shoutouts to my man, Snowman99 on Earlyo Gamers, my fellow 4-wider. Gladon actually also a 4-wider, so, you know, I'm a big fan of the Earlyo gamers, which is not a phrase I thought I would ever say, frankly.
I believe I did see Gladon try and do a 4-wide against Firestorm in one of their earlier matches. So we'll actually see if they might try and pull it out. But, I mean, on the other sides, we see, of course, players we've already seen, Mias, Vitor, and Christian. So we'll see what they manage to do against this team.
And hey, you know, like, scientifically, if you're just trying to do experiments with your opener, Firestorm is not the sample that you want. That is not a good indication of whether you will have success.
Yeah, I mean...
having success with anything against Firestorm is, like, borderline impossible.
Especially Firestorm, who is known for being able to do 4-wides themselves. I think they'd be able to counter it pretty well, but, I mean, you gotta pull out all of the stops when you're playing Firestorm.
Mm-hmm. Alright, and it seems we're going to be getting into it with Anberdoodle versus Christian as our first matchup.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Christian is definitely going to be fighting an uphill battle here. Once again, you can see, like, a lot of these, like, U-rank players or, like, lower X, when they have to fight a higher X-rank player, I think their goal isn't as much to win, just try and take a few, 1 or 2 games to try and help their team out.
For sure, every little bit helps in a tournament setting like this, because you know that it's not just going to be a matter of taking those rounds score-wise, it's also going to be a matter of just helping out your team's mental and just damaging the mental of your opponents. Oh my god, but speaking of damage, this is some crazy APM coming out from Anberdoodle, and Christian is just struggling to get through all of this cheese, which, given how high the APM you wouldn't expect it to be cheese, but cheese it is, and that is going to be it for round 1. Also, I'd like to say, as an aside, Amber put, quote, early O in chat before game 1 started when the queue came up, so that's just, I just wanted to make that known.
What is the meaning behind that is the question. Are they just trying to intimidate their opponents? Not too sure, but I mean, so far, they are pushing all they've got, and Christian is just trying to survive.
Oh, an unfortunate misdrop for Christian, trying to set up that STSD, and now the only thing they may be setting up is for the next round, and yeah, Amber going to take that with some back-to-back.
Yeah, just unfortunately was a little too slow there, and was not able to get through all of that, and I mean, now I think they were trying to build LST for a second, but do not have an even height right now and just trying to fix it while Anberdoodle is on the other side, just timing a little bit right now.
Oh, definitely was looking for that multiplier there. Not going to be able to kill because they were not able to find it. And Christian is now on the defensive, but with a good board state. Keeping it clean, canceling off some of the cheese that Amber's sending over. And now Christian is trying to find a way back into this match, but may not be able to do so given how much damage Amber's sending over and how fast it is being, like, just how fast and how small these intervals are between sends makes it really, really hard to stop the flow of damage. Because this isn't just like setting up and then doing big spikes. This is a constant pressure, which you just need to be ready for at all times.
Yeah, it's absolutely an uphill battle. And you can see Christian right now is at the top of that battle and isn't able to surmount that pressure. And Amber gets a nice fast sweep in there to start.
And that is definitely what you love to see if you are Amber's teammates. Because that is just a cushion at the bare minimum. That is the knowledge that you can lose a set and still be up. And that's what you need. Because going into it with, like, that excess round, that sort of, that capacity to lose can make a huge difference compared to the other team being sort of having to be on the ball at all times.
Yeah, you definitely, like, are a little bit more relaxed. Obviously, you're still trying to play to the best of your abilities, but you're not as worried as the other team who is trying to fight an uphill battle at that point.
Yeah, the more rounds you've got left, the less each round matters, and that can come into play.
But right now, you saw Viator with a nice spike there to start, but now is dealing with a lot of cheese, and then at Misdrop up top as well, manages to clear it, but will it be enough in time to actually get to the bottom?
Ember was looking a bit cheesed up there, though, so going to be able to get back out. But now looking for a way to continue this back-to-back chain, and actually going to misdrop twice in the process, and that is going to be all Ember needs to get through not only the cheese, but all of the clean, and send that right over to Viator's side.
Yeah, you just cannot be making those misdrops at the top. Like, they are really bad, not only just like in general, but especially when you're playing against an opponent that much more skilled than you.
Yeah, and Viator just, again, always on the back foot here, not able to get anything going, and these misdrops are just hampering any sort of counterplay that they'd be trying to develop against this onslaught of clean being sent over by Amber. And Amber's just trying to develop this cushion and get this extra credit as much as can be done. Goes into the DPC here, a great cue for the Tetris PC, but actually, ironically enough, going for the Tetris may have been what cost them the round there, because actually trying to get the Tetris off takes time, and that time is time that you can get garbage in. And what happened to Amberdoodle there is that even though the PCU is guaranteed, opting for a solution that skimmed down may have allowed them to cancel with that garbage and actually get the PC damage off. So, you know, kind of missed the forest for the trees there a little bit if you are Amberdoodle. Took the quad instead of the PC.
Yeah, you try and greed a little bit to send more attack, but then you end up sending less attack just because you greeted too much there. Which, I mean, you can see often from a lot of players, as we just saw there at the beginning. But, I mean, right now, they're both in a pretty even position, doing all right for themselves. Viator starting to build a little bit of back-to-back, gets a nice spike there, but still not enough to actually kill Ander.
Yeah, and I just like to point out that Viator has been solidly holding his own despite the almost a full PPS difference, just maintaining this efficient play, but eventually always falling to Amber's consistency and just ability to have this unending wave of pressure, like we've mentioned, where you can be getting a spike off, but if you're not getting that spike off into another and another and another, then Amber is going to be sending back that garbage just as quickly. And speaking of which, here we have Amber once again stacking up for a huge amount of back-to-back pressure and finishing off that set.
And then another double sweep, two rounds in a row. So, I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult for the team to just make it back at this point.
Alright, and this is potentially the last set in this match, because we have Mayos against Amberdoodle, and Mayos being the last bastion of that team. So, it's now or never.
Yeah, fighting up an uphill battle for sure. Blue wasn't able to do it themselves, and so far Mia's not looking good. Having that very fast loss to start is not great for them. Maybe just needs a little bit to warm up. Obviously, Amber has been warmed up for, 8 rounds at this point, which is really good for them, and it's up to if Mias can start catching up with these wins right now.
Oh, and Mayos sending over a lot of damage, but misdropping in the process and not going to be able to finish it off. Gets a nice cut copy with the garbage, and transitioning into this 9-0-like shape is going to allow a good down stack, but Ember sort of resetting the cheese pressure just as quickly and keeping Mayos from accessing a lot of clean pressure like I'm sure they prefer to, which is definitely what you want to do playing against the player as adept as Mayos.
Yeah, for sure. Mayos had that bit of back-to-back chain going there, had to cancel, but I mean, now is sitting at the bottom of their board. Does get cheesed up a little bit there by Amber, and Amber is now just trying to pressure here. Mayos with those misdrops at the top, though, is not good for them, trying to make their way down. Does get down a little bit, but then another misdrop.
But even more misdrops, and that is not going to be doing Mayos any favors.
Yeah, now only has 1 round of wiggle room to take out 3 opponents at this point. Amber with that double perfect here to start. Mias getting sent to the top right away. Does barely survive. And now Amber actually, I was about to say, had a lot of cheese on their board, but I mean, had a very nice down stack.
Alright, but does have kind of a weird board state to work with. Had to do some skimming there. And now Mayos is starting to build up some back-to-back, but just as quickly forced to break by this cheese pressure from Amber. But speaking of Amber, Amber has a lot of misdrops on their board and going to be too many for them to fix easily.
Yeah, and Mias finally taking that first game off of Amber. Really what they need at this moment, because they do not have much room. And Amber having a misdrop there in the opener to start is not good for them either. While Mias on the other side starting to build up that LST back-to-back, but then has that misdrop there
too. And that's going to be it for the LST, and maybe even the round. Converts back into the fractal, but Amber kind of just waiting to... Oh, actually made an interesting decision to cancel out of that TSD. Waiting to get all the way back down via this clean garbage and just turn this game around and just get into the driver's seat, put on the pressure, and force Mayos to have to break out of any sort of back-to-back hope that they had.
Yeah, now Mayos is dealing with a bit of cheese and isn't able to back-to-back like you just said, so we'll see if Amber is able to pressure enough there, but I mean, Mias gets through it very quickly, builds that nice mid-game C-spin, doesn't really phase Amber at all though right now, and it's just it's like a lot of canceling on both sides right now.
Yeah, very, very hard for either player to get a solid advantage, but solid is that spike coming out from Amber, and that's going to be enough to catch Mayos off guard and bring it to 3-1. And
yeah,
Amber,
now it's match point.
Yeah, Amber is looking to close it out for the team here. Just needs one more round, and Mayos not looking to let that happen so easily. Starting to build up a huge amount of back-to-back, times 8 right now, and that over 200 APM is finally going to be enough to top out Amber Doodle.
Yeah, maybe that's what you just need. Just need, what is it? At this point, 10 200 APM rounds in a row. Not too difficult, right? Oh, I don't know what happened there on Amber's side. That looked like a crazy advanced T-spin setup I haven't seen before, but it's possible. It was just like a bunch of misdrops, and I mean now it's tied back up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is going to be rough to come back from if you're Mayos, but just as quickly putting out this insane burst speed to get all the way back down and start to build up this back-to-back. This is where you want to be if you are Mayos right now. The ideal board state of basically no garbage on the board and all the freedom to upstack that you could desire. And here it comes. This back-to-back is starting to build, and Amber needs to find an answer quick, because Mayos gets into this groove. It is very, very hard to get them out of it.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like Amber had like a misdrop there that cost them a few seconds, and it was just enough for Mayos to start building that chain, but you can see right there, Mayos actually had misdrops of their own and forced to cancel, which is really good for Amber, who is now in a very nice position to start attacking themselves.
Oh, but speaking of nice positions, Mayos had amazing usage of that clean garbage and is still going with this insane pressure, setting up another fractal and even another dono with that T-piece, and just using all of the clean garbage that they are being sent right away to send back to Amber, and was again starting to build up that back-to-back, but Amber doing a great job of not letting it become unmanageable, always putting the kibosh on that pressure before it becomes too much to come back from.
Oh,
and
no.
Mayos makes an unfortunate misdrop or two at the top, and that's going to be it. Amber closing it out for the team.
Mayos absolutely putting up an amazing fight there. Actually sent more than Amber in that set, but Amber manages to take out all 3 opponents there and just carries their team onto the next round right there.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, that was quite the match. A clean sweep from the early O gamers over Vasco Spin. And that is unfortunately going to be the end of their tournament run. Still a very, very solid showing, making it all the way to midway through top 8. Nothing to be ashamed about at all for any of those players.
Yeah, definitely. And now early O gamers moving on to losers semis. After the next round, we're going to be seeing who's going to be fighting for third place. Going to be a very nice matchup, but for now, we have the other losers quarters match to go.
All right. And we have Los Unnamed, etc., against Boat. And this is going to be a very, very explosive match. Because there's some big senders on both of these teams. And we're going to have to see how they mesh with each other.
Yeah, we already saw Muke and Puff fighting really strong there in the previous round. So we'll see how Unnamed, Relatus, and Overshadow are able to counter that.
Alright. And I think we are going to be getting started pretty soon. We'll have to see who both teams intend to send in for their first player. Looking like it may be Puffy once again for Team Boat. It is indeed, and it looks like Breladas might be the answer, or it might not. Just having joined the room, hopping into spectators.
Yeah. We'll see who's up next, but yeah, it looks like Puff is gonna be the one that's leading the charge once again for Team Boat. Makes sense.
Alright. And someone in chat asking what the full name of the Los Unnamed team is, and it is Los Unnamed Abriendo Latas de Sombras is the full name. And you can check that out by going over to the bracket.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be trying to repeat that because I know I'll butcher it myself, so I'll just keep it to Los Unnamed to be safe.
I kind of want to. It sounds like a fun challenge.
Just keep saying it throughout the set.
Exclusively say the entire team name.
That'd definitely be more professional than me. I could not.
It's only professional if I do it well, which, you know.
that is fair. But I think we might be getting started here. It looks like Breladas
it
will be actually playing.
Breladas after all. Alright.
Yeah, I think
these are players who I know have played before outside of tournament, so there's some definite familiarity here.
Yeah, I think they're similar skill levels, so it'll be a very, very good matchup to start here. But Puff immediately with that team miss drop, but it doesn't seem to actually affect them too much right now. Seem to be doing all right. Breladas, on the other hand, seems fine as well, just trying to start building up that back-to-back.
Oh, but maybe not so fine after that huge counter spike coming out from Puffy.
Yeah, they just hesitated a little too much there, and Puff, even though they had a bit of a miss drop there to start, it clearly did not affect them and take a quick win there. Breladas with more miss drops at the top.
Yeah, this is going to be something that Breladas has to get a handle on fast if they want a chance to beat Puffy.
Yeah, losing 2 quick rounds like that is really bad for them. We'll see if they can start getting warmed up here. Starting off with a nice PC, but it might actually be more attack for Puff to use. And right there gets a huge spike.
Oh, but great survival by Breladas, staying alive for the moment. But can they survive much longer? They cannot.
Not enough.
Delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, that's what happens when you send PC. If you don't get another spike in there right after, it might not be enough, and your opponent is just going to use that clean right back against you, which you can see Puff did very nicely.
And now we have Breladas actually with more clean on their side of the board, so we'll have to see what they do, but right as I say that, Puffy sends over a huge spike, and then another, and another, and Puffy making it look easy. 4-0. 4-0 against a player of almost their same skill level. A dominant performance by Puffy, proving why they are so feared among the top ranks.
Yeah, they have been absolutely dominating their opponents so far. And, I mean, getting a quick win against an opponent that strong, not losing a single game, is really, really good for Team Boat.
And wow, that is huge.
Yeah, I'm just as shocked as you are. I was not expecting that to go by that quickly. But now we're looking at Unnamed here, trying to face up against Puff, and we'll see if they're able to actually get a few punches in.
Oh. Few misdrops on Unnamed side. Not getting off to as blazing of a start as they might have hoped, but going to convert into this fractal here on top.
Yeah,
Pop
Puff,
some cheese.
Yeah, Puff at the top right now, dealing with a bit of a tough board themselves. Has that nice eyepiece timing there, Unnamed, just allowing them to survive a little bit longer. But Puff is still dealing with so much cheese right now. It's going to be very tough to get through all of it.
Yeah, and if you are Puffy here, you are displeased with how this board state is. Because this is not a very, very easy to work with board state. This is not something that can easily be made into spikes, and that is definitely Puffy's strong suit, as we have seen in these matches. Just able to send over, like, dominating amounts of garbage that just give you no chance to respond, and not really going to be able to do that on top of as much cheese as Unnamed has been sending so far, and yeah, Unnamed going to close out the first round.
Yeah, you saw Puff send out that nice spike, like you mentioned earlier, but then immediately after, Unnamed was able to counter it perfectly. So we'll see, maybe Unnamed is going to be timing a little more there. You can see timing that TST there, right there, to cancel. But, I mean, Puff is starting to build up a big chain right here, sending a huge amount of lines, and still keeping it going.
STSD times 10, huge APM coming out from Puffy.
Yeah,
what was
just
that,
sending
like 250? Ridiculous stuff.
I think it was 240 right there, and I mean, those type of rounds is what Puff has been doing amazing so far. So we'll see if they can keep it going right now. Doing strong so far, but Unnamed is definitely going to be watching out for that type of back-to-back and those type of spikes as well.
Yeah, and neither player really having a strong answer to the other right now. Just sort of sending some clean back and forth, trying to get some spikes set up. Bit of a power stack from Puffy, and gets all the way back down with that spike, and yeah, catches Unnamed in a bad position, and that is going to be it for round 3.
Yeah, just completely catches Unnamed off guard right there at the top, and they weren't able to get to their pieces in time to get through it. But Puff with those horrible misshots.
Oh yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, those miss. I feel like that opener might be able to do a lot of spikes, but at the same time, if you have a miss drop there, it is really bad for you. And as you can see, Unnamed is easily able to tie it up there with that round there.
Suffers from Hachi Spindrome. Okay, this is far from misdrops though on Puffy's side. This is some huge damage and just huge pressure being outputted, but Unnamed striking back just as hard with this counter spike, keeping it even and starting to build up some back-to-back of their own.
Yeah, but Puff with that really nice combo down stack there sends a bit of cheese to Unnamed, and they have that misdrop at the top.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate misdrop to make. Just not a good way to fix that with the pieces they had available, and Puffy is not going to let that slide. Definitely going to capitalize off of a mistake like that in a haste.
Yeah, now Puff again, one win away from moving on to their next opponent there. Unnamed just trying to get through, get 2 more wins here to actually bring it back a little bit closer. Right now starting to build up a bit of a chain there. We'll see if they can keep it going, but forced to cancel it as Puff sends a huge spike right there.
Oh, but Unnamed sends a huge spike right back, and now both players are looking kind of high on their boards, and it's Puffy who is going to be able to deliver the final blow, taking it over Unnamed.
And gets another fast win there. Puff just has been dominating opponents of equal skill level, so I think it's going to be very tough for the next person, Overshadow, to be able to do much. But I mean, Overshadow is 24.8, so maybe they'll be putting up a good fight as well.
For sure, and Puffy's consistency just seeming absolutely unrivaled. If they are better, they are going to make sure that you and they know it. They do not let sets drop to players who they should not be losing to. And that is definitely an asset to have, even beyond the actual skill within the game. Just having a teammate who you know is going to be solid.
Yeah, just having that consistency is so strong. And I mean, Puff has been showing it. They've had like a few games where they've misdropped at the start, but overall, it's just been dominant win after dominant win. And I mean, it's really helped their teammates relax a little bit, maybe like chill by the beach side while they see Puff on the actual waves fighting it out.
Exactly, and just looking like an absolute monster wave that they are riding right now with this boat, because you know they're going kind of crazy on the pressure. It is just not stopping. And right as I say that, Shadow being pushed all the way up and makes an unfortunate misdrop. Still going to survive though. Some nice awareness to cancel off, but not really getting anything started by way of counterplay, and it's just Puffy again getting this pressure going and just not ending it.
Yeah, Puff is definitely the one sending the pressure and the one leading the charge in this set, but Overshadow is still surviving, playing a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical, doing a nice job. But I mean, when Puff is sending this constant attack, it is very hard to start building your own attack.
For sure. And Overshadow, though, definitely building a very solid attack. Puffy forced to wait there just to have a hope of survival, but they have more than a hope of winning this round, now that they've got all that clean garbage in the same place as a result of that spike.
Yeah, it was very nicely timed by Puff. They were just waiting for Overshadow to put themselves in a bad position, and then Puff realized that and knew it was time to actually send that attack, and gets a nice strong win right there from it.
For sure, and we actually do have an explanation from one of Puffy's teammates on how they are so consistent, with Mukes pointing out that Puff has sailed the 7 seas and found the One Piece, which, as we know, the One Piece is real, and Puffy going to tie things back up in this match.
I mean, I can't say I've watched the anime myself, but I mean, if that's what Puff can do, they are clearly showing they've got that skills right here, and they are absolutely, I mean, you can see the back-to-back they're building up right now, so fast and so strong.
Jesus Christ. Overshadow gonna need more than One Piece to stop that pressure.
Yeah, they got overshadowed by that attack.
That's what I'm saying. Just an absolute tidal wave of a spike coming out, and Puffy just looking to rock the boat for the set, not letting anything happen by way of Overshadow taking more rounds than is necessary, because every round counts, and you want, again, even if you're doing well, you want to have that room to make mistakes.
Yeah, and now Overshadow has no room. It's match point for them, and Puff just needs to get one more win right now. They're playing it a little bit slower right now and letting Overshadow take a nice win there, even if they weren't playing the most pressure, got the spike in time, and they've tied it back up.
For sure, and Puffy now sort of has more of a burden to bear, as they need to end this, because if you go down, then not only are you dropping to Overshadow, you are swinging the momentum, and you're just not going to be around to stop the rest of that team, and stop they will, taking it over Overshadowed.
Yeah, absolutely dominant performance by Puff again, just rolling everyone and everybody, and now they're sailing on to the next round.
Jeez, and just Puffy going absolutely crazy so far. This has been some spectacular play, not just in terms of set to set, but the overall stamina and consistency they've been demonstrating. Like I said, putting them on another tier of play.
Yeah, not only are they managing to like play super strongly, they're playing against a bunch of different play styles and a bunch of different skill levels, and then still showing they've got it all.
For sure, they have it handled, and we'll have to see if they are able to handle the early O gamers, because that's what they're up against next. And I believe this is probably going to be... Wait, is that what they're up against? Oh, bracket script might have died a little bit.
Yeah, I think bracket might be outdated. Both does move on to loser semis.
Indeed. And this should be a pretty... Actually, you know, I was going to say this should be a pretty close set, and then I realized, looking at the bracket, that Bo was actually seated lower than Los Unnamed Abrientos Latas de Sombras. So that was an upset, and it did not look like it. In fact, it looked like it would have been on Los Abrientos to actually... Like, it looked like they were the lower seed. They made it seem like it was on Unnamed to upset them. And that's impressive.
Yeah, that's really surprising. They kind of just like bossed them around at that point. And I mean, it was a very, very tough fight. But I mean, both just moved on there really easily. And I think this is actually, yeah, looking at a little bit earlier in the bracket, this is a rematch. Bo versus early O gamers played before, and early O gamers were the one that actually took it, upsetting Bo. So we'll see if the same thing happens or if Bo is coming in for their revenge.
All right, we will have to see, because I think either way, this is going to be a pretty exciting match.
Yeah, I think, yeah, Puff starting it off again. They've definitely got that warm up in. Don't need to do much thinking about getting it started, and we'll see if they're able to put all of that pressure they've been showing up against Amber.
And hey, they said in Twitch chat they refuse to lose without this rematch. So this is the game, this is the moment that they have been waiting for. So we'll have to see what they do with it.
Yeah, they've been steamrolling through losers bracket, waiting, just biding their time, just waiting to finally get this rematch, and here they are, and they're definitely going to be bringing up a good fight from what we've seen already.
Yeah, this should be a great match, just from how well both of these players have been playing so far. Amberdoodle looking to have the slight edge in terms of TR, but it is actually going to be Puffy who is ahead in terms of stats, so, you know, sort of back and forth there, and these players have both been on something of a warpath within their teams, so we'll have to see how they can be an asset in the set and how the score will end up being, whichever way it goes.
Yeah, for sure. I think Amber is looking for a warm-up here. Probably does need it against Puff, who's been warmed up the past, 15 minutes at this point. So hopefully that one round is enough to actually get them started, but I think we'll be getting set up here shortly.
All right. So we have, just looking at these players, a pretty solid spread on both sides. We have Muke, Puffy, and Pollo against Gladon, Snowman, and Amberdoodle, and there's no odd man out here. These are all very, very strong players, and all solid threats in their own right. So it's gonna be interesting to see how matchups and how picks come into play here.
Yeah, definitely. But, I mean, to start, we're watching two players we've already seen a bunch already in the losers. Taking this warm-up a little bit slow. Maybe just need to get grips with the players they're playing against. But, I mean, right away you can see them just start speed up already.
Oh yeah, just adjusting immediately to this new set and trying to... Ooh, a great Z-Prof, coming out from Puffy to maintain back-to-back there. So both players are just trying to not only get into the groove of playing the set, but get into the groove of playing against each other, because they may be the hardest opponent that both of them have faced.
Yeah, you can see...
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see them timing there. They're definitely keeping an eye out for their opponents, making sure they're not getting a spike ready up there, and just being vigilant at all times.
Yeah, and this is sort of an interesting change of pace from what we've seen Amber and Puppey pulling out earlier to this more sort of wary, vigilant, slow play style. We'll have to see how it proves to fare for either player during the set, because I can imagine it going very well, and I can also imagine it getting absolutely steamrolled.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Puff is building up a huge back-to-back.
But got greedy once, and you're gone. GG, Bozo. Shouldn't have set up that T-spin. Your 10 back-to-back is now null and void.
I mean, it was just a warm-up, to be fair, but it definitely, like, you cannot be greeting that back-to-back. Like, it might be sending a lot, but, I mean, if you take it that slow, then it's just sending clean for your opponent to send you back. And
yeah,
Amber...
That's the proof of concept of that style of slow play being effective. Because they were definitely not ahead on APM and things like that, but they made it work.
But now you see both of them not going slow whatsoever. Maybe that warm-up was just a fluke. They are both absolutely speeding through this round right now. Puff with a bit of misdrops there, going maybe a little bit too fast for their own liking, and Amber now sending a huge spike. Isn't enough to kill, but Puff is still at the top right now, trying to get down.
Yeah, great survival from Puppey, but Amber keeping this pressure on, and so much cheese on Puppey's side to work through. This is just going to be really tough to get back to a position where you can send pressure, and that misdrop is definitely not going to be doing any favors. Sets up a TSS, maintains a little bit of back-to-back, helps with the canceling, but not going to be enough to keep Puppey alive, and it's going to be Amber up 1-0.
Yeah, Amber with that nice win to start, getting the warm-up and the first win, shows they're definitely no slouch, even though Puff has been absolutely performing their mind off the past couple of games.
Just trying to prove they're different. You may have beaten all those other players, but you haven't beaten me. And hey, it's going to be on Puppey to figure out how to do just that.
But right now, they're doing amazing at that, building a really nice clean board. Amber Doodle had a bit of cheese on their board, but seemed to get through it nicely, and is now just trying to figure out a way to get Puff to cancel this back-to-back chain that they are building up.
Yeah, and now Amber Doodle in a really rough spot. Had to make some poor stacking decisions just to be able to survive, and going to be capitalized on by Puppey to even it back up 1-1.
Yeah, Puff making sure they're not letting Amber get away with these wins, keeping it close for sure. And now, moving on to this next round, we can see Amber is... Well, both of them are... pretty low on their board state, but I mean, at any moment that can change. You can see Amber with that huge spike bringing Puff to the top immediately right there, and Puff just trying to get down through all of this pressure.
Yeah, but managing to do just that, actually going to be able to down stack really well, but just as I say that, a huge back-to-back times 11 powered spike is going to send them all the way back up, and that's going to be the second round going to Amber.
Yeah, when you have that back-to-back going, even if your opponent is at the bottom of the board, you can send them up to the top in like half a second if you time your spike well enough.
Yeah, and now it's Amber who, again, just seems to be doing quite a bit of greeting for this back-to-back, but it's been working so far as they are getting huge spikes off, and Puppey's pressure is just not proving enough to cancel these massive attacks at once.
Yeah, maybe Puff should take a look at Amber's book, because I mean they tried to build that back-to-back and it cost them in the warm-up, but Amber building a bunch of back-to-back on their own is sending a huge attack there. But now Puff trying to send a bit of cheese there, has that misdrop, maybe letting Amber get out of it. Amber just barely surviving.
Great survival from Amber. Had a really rough and unforgiving queue, and gonna prove not to be enough, but just incredible decision-making to stay alive without any major attack setup to cancel there. And that's just proving how formidable Amber is.
Yeah, and they're again only one win away from moving on to their next opponent. Puff still needs to get 2 more wins in here, but has been doing a nice job bringing it back. We'll see if they can make up this 3-1 deficit. But then it has that misdrop at the top.
Oh, that might be it.
Survives for just a little bit, but not long enough. And Amber getting that win.
Puffy's reign of terror.
Yeah, and now it's up to the rest of the team to see if they can stop Amber in their tracks.
All right, they need 2 more rounds off of Amber, and they need 2 more players, this being Snowman99 and Gladon. So Puffy saying that believes in Muke, so
I mean, yeah,
to see.
Muke is definitely a strong opponent, so I would definitely not be resting right now if I was Amber. They had a tough matchup, but it doesn't get any easier from here.
For sure, far from over in terms of the difficulty, and going to have to top out twice on top of that, so Muke's starting off with a pretty solid advantage in the set, having some room for error, but at the same time, you're down, so really you've got no room for error.
Yeah. Like, you don't have to win as many in this one set, but overall, obviously, you need to bring it back and actually give your team the tie they need.
Mm-hmm. You actually would have had a PC there, a few bags into that TKI, opting for some interesting flat top-like shapes, but going to succumb to a bit of misdrops here, and this is not a position that you'd love to see. You're doing a bit of power stacking to just make their way out, and this is sort of classic Muke style where it's a very sort of go with the flow style. You have a lot of misdrops, a lot of adaptation, and a lot of just awareness of what you can and cannot do given your board. Because Muke is a player if they realize that you can do something, just do it, no hesitation.
Yeah, but right now, you can see both of these players kind of taking it slow. Both of them sitting at 3 PPS, but only 70 or 80 APM. Maybe going a little bit slow to start here, but, I mean, you can see them starting to speed up right now. Amber's starting to build up that pressure. Potentially, they were just trying to cheese at the start, maybe seeing that isn't going to do much to actually kill. And now you can see Amber building up a nice spike there. Not enough to actually do much, but Muke with the misdrop of their own sends them to
and
top,
another
one.
That's going to be it. Alright, and that is 1 out of 4, which, if you're Amber, you're already midway there. So, like, that's big. That's just pressing your lead even further. Oh, Muke, let's go, Muke. The 1 in 10 C-spin off the opener with that TST. Classic outskilling your opponent.
And then immediately into misdropping. But I mean,
that's even more classic Muke, honestly.
Yeah, but I mean, they seem to be doing just fine right now. Yeah, I feel like both of these players are just kind of like skimming these rounds to start. Not too much pressure going on, but I mean, Muke right there getting a nice spike sends Amber to the top, but Amber is able to burst quickly down through all of it and make it down.
Yeah, whereas Amber is sort of like methodically trying to set up these spikes and trying to send in big bursts, Muke is just kind of like going. Like, Muke just tries to send and send and send and send, and while that may not work, especially given misdrops, if Muke gets going, yeah. I think that gameplay speaks for itself.
Yeah, and now Muke 1 game away from not tying it, but bringing it back to an even playing field in terms of teams. So we'll see if they're able to get this 1 win in, or if Amber is going to do enough to pressure. But, I mean, Muke with that nice spike to start there.
Oh,
but
that
Amber
was huge.
Seems to just tank it like a beast.
Yeah, just like that, it's now Muke who's cheesed up and back foot, and Amber who's working with all this clean to try and start some pressure. And that is just how dynamic sets with these kinds of players are. You can never be too sure of what is going to come next, and I think what is going to come next for Muke is going to be a bit of downstacking after some unfortunate misdrops. And speaking of which, making a few more unfortunate misdrops in the process, and Amber has actually set up almost a full 4-wide combo over this Tetris well. Not going to be able to get the huge multiplier they were looking for, unfortunately, but That's just like a crazy decision to make mid-game, and I am so happy to see that, not just because I'm a 4-wide fan, but also because, yeah, if you've got the time, if your opponent misdrops, go for the hardest possible punish, and, you know, given Tetrio's multiplier system, that may just be what the hardest possible punish is.
It was. I don't necessarily agree with the decision just because I feel like they didn't actually have a Tetris set up under them. But I mean, they seem to live through it, and now Muke is the one sitting at the top trying to downstack. So in the long run, they seem to be doing fine for themselves. And Amber now building up that 8 back-to-back, but unfortunately had to cancel right there as they had to deal with a bit of cheese.
Yeah, and speaking of cheese, Amber is trying to work through it with this downstack. Get pretty efficient with these TSDs and TSSs to try and maintain some semblance of back-to-back, or at least keep the pressure on despite being on the defensive. And Muke now power stacking up a bit and sending it all down at the bottom of the board, but doesn't have anything ready to finish off Amber, and they are going to make it out.
Yeah, Amber with that really nice down stack. Muke just wasn't able to kill, but, I mean, they have a nice clean board state right now, sending Amber immediately up to the top right now. But Muke has to cancel that chain they were going for. And those double misdrops!
Unfortunate misdrops. Oh, gets the 180 TSS.
And then
really, really good SRS plus knowledge, but again, these misdrops from Muke are making it almost impossible to keep any semblance of pressure alive. So, despite the great job fixing, the mix drops that are mattering.
Yeah, they had a really nice state there and had some really nice fixes, but if you followed up with a mix drop, there's not much you can do. And again, mix dropping there at the start, and Amber getting that pressure in and ties it.
Bringing it to 3-3. And Muke, despite having the advantage when both players are at their peaks, is seeming to have both the higher highs and the lower lows with these misdrops. And it's Amber who is keeping it clean, consistent, and capitalizing, and going to take it with some insane PPS and APM.
Yeah, Amber only had one game of wiggle room to actually win that set, and they managed to do so very nicely. And now they're one opponent away from moving on to losers finals.
Incredibly well played by Amber, but Boat is far from out of the tournament yet. You still have to get through Poyo, who is definitely another of the very, very strong players that X-Rank has to offer. And I'm pretty sure they've got some solid opener too. Yeah, taking a look, I see an 856k Bliss, which is, unless you're promo, pretty far beyond what you can do just freestyle. So I might be expecting a bit of a little something by way of loops.
Yeah, I think the only 3 players I know of with like a higher Blitz is Firestorm, Promo, and I think maybe DL does. So I don't think they're at that level, but if they can get Blitz like that, you know they're very strong at the opener. And we might see it right now.
Alright, and I think we are being proven right. But Amber also going to be pretty good at this sort of opener looping and going to interrupt that DPC. Still gets the Tetris off, and that's going to do wonders given they had the TSD well set up underneath due to the garbage. And now they are just looking for a solid spike, but Amber sending over a ton of pressure, and actually despite the super clean well of Poyo, just going to be overwhelmed by the amount of damage.
Yeah, I think Poyo tried to find a combo there, but I think they were just a little too slow. If they just bursted a little at the start, they would have managed to survive, but I mean, that loss is not good for them. And another quick one right there.
Oh my god.
Amber gets a nice loop there. And already getting 2 fast points there is exactly what they want to see.
Now, taking a look, I think I should mention that, you know, I may have talked about how high Poyo's Blitz is, but Amber's is actually a few thousand higher.
I failed to mention that important key detail.
So, you know, minor speaking mistake, and Amber proving that they are far from a slouch in the opener phase by just closing out and bringing all of these matches to an end in a matter of seconds and tying it up 3-3. No wiggle room left for Poyo.
Yeah, Poyo now going to be struggling right now.
That's an unfortunate second, but actually was able to convert it. But not going to be able to get the follow-up mid-game PC. Still has a lot of back-to-back to work with, though, so we'll have to see if they can convert off of it, but forced to break it due to canceling a huge spike by Anber. And now we are into the mid-game. We'll have to see who can work with this clean garbage in play better. Alright, Poyo not going to be...
Yeah, you see Poyo starting to build a bit of back-to-back here. We'll see if they can maintain it. Doing a nice job. Anber at the top, they're not in a great board position. Gets down a little bit, but still needs to actually get to the eyepiece. Does so just in time, and Poyo is not able to get the kill they really desperately needed.
Oh, and Poyo with some really bad misdrops at the very top. And Anber going to sweep the final player of Boat. And finally sink the ship, taking it over Poyo.
They sailed far and wide, but they were not. They were unable to challenge the beast of Anberdoodle, and now their team is moving on to the losers finals to be playing against the loser of winners finals, of course.
Indeed, they are. And first, though, they are going to have to... We're going to have to find out who exactly that loser is, which means we are going to have to head over to Winners Finals with the one and only Tetris Battle Fan up against the all-powerful team Skill Issue. Just truly edifying that Tetrio mantra.
The one thing I'm confused about is, has Kaboozled even played Tetris Battles? I think hasn't. I believe his mom has, but I don't think they were in the community at the time, so I'm a little bit questioning the name here, but we'll actually see if, I mean, they can put to skills what they know they can do.
Oh, we've got the Cabin FS confirmation that yes, he has indeed played Tetris Battles, so he will not be DQ'd from the I mean, he will not be somewhat ashamed of that team name.
Had a Facebook account at age 6. Very, I'm not sure if that's a good thing, but I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, that feels like a sorry for your loss type comment.
But I mean, it doesn't matter at this point because we're not on Tetris Battles anymore, sadly. And I mean, let's see what they can do in Tetrio.
Hey, I think we have a pretty good sense of what they can do on Tetrio. Just taking a look at some of these profiles, these are some of the best in the world. One of the greatest players of all time, Firestorm, one of the up-and-coming new best in Vince HD, and the content creator and top player extraordinaire Kaboozled Pie. This is definitely deserving of the 1 seed.
I just want, can you even say up-and-coming for Vince at this point? I feel like they've been pretty dominant for a few years now.
I mean, I think they've just been getting better and better, right?
I mean, yeah, like constant improvement for sure.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I guess I should say up, comma, and coming. Because they are definitely already solidifying themselves as one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually, from what I've heard, Vince hasn't actually played a single match so far. I'm not sure if this is actually true. Really cool. But I mean, it makes sense with how strong this team is. We have to see if
winning a tournament without playing a match is a very Vince thing to happen.
We'll see if Skill Issue is able to take a few rounds in here, move on to the next opponent. I mean, they're definitely no slouch themselves. These Audrey, Wabe, and OSW are all amazing players as well.
We'll have to see if Vince goes in as the first player here, or if it's going to be one of... Oh, it is! We are going to see... Oh, wait. Are we? I think we are. Maybe?
Question?
Oh, we are! We are going to see the Vince HD playing the game challenge completed.
Maybe they were like, okay, I'm tired. Like, I respect my teammates, but it's time to show you how it's done.
Yeah, Vince coming, like, from sitting on the beach, got a call, gotta go into work, and just reluctantly sighing, making their way into the Tetria room, and just getting on the sticks, ready to wreak havoc. Let me just say they want to get back to the beach as soon as possible.
Yeah, but I mean, they're fighting Wabe now, which is an absolutely super strong player as well. I've been seeing them a lot more recently in tournament, and they have been doing an amazing job fighting, so we'll see how they manage to do against Vince.
All right. Definitely the best of the best on both sides. We'll have to see who is the better of the best here.
That's how the game goes.
Okay, opposite side TKIs. Vince waits to accept that clean. And I think we're going to see why momentarily, as this pressure is already starting to come with a nice 8 back-to-back chain. Opens up the well, 11 back-to-back. Doesn't have a great continuation there, so they are going to be forced to break it, though.
Yeah, and like Vince going super fast right now with all of this back-to-back pressure. Wabe just trying to downstack through all of it. Slows down for a second and then has that misdrop. Manages to survive just a little bit. Will it be enough? Because Vince has a huge spike right there.
Oh my god. You thought you lived. You really thought you lived. You survived the 19 spike and the 16 spike. Well, little did you know there was the extra 31 spike on top because it's Vince. And of course there is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Tetris PC. I mean, not a Tetris PC. That's a TKI PC coming out from Wabe, though. And Vince has a T misdrop, so... Oh, never mind. It's gone.
I mean, Vince and Misdrop maybe go hand in hand, but Vince and Misdrop Fix are an even more beautiful pair. And you can see him easily fixing that like it's nothing.
Vince and Misdrop go hand in hand in more of the high-five sense than the hand-holding sense. It's definitely a pretty brief thing.
Yeah, and Wabe had a misdrop with the T-spin at the top there, and just wasn't able to get through it fast enough to handle all of Vince's attack.
Yo, Gray System! Oh, get outgamed! They took a PC solve, which sent one extra line! Let's go! Wabe making huge moves! Preventing that second PC from Vince.
Yeah, I always hate that when that happens to me, but you gotta respect the opponent for finding a better combo to get that extra send.
That's why you know your solves, kids. You gotta go learn PC. I don't know if learn PCs is the message I want to be sending on my television, but for purposes of if you're doing PCs, please learn them.
Yeah, if you're gonna do PCO, at least like take the time to learn all of the solves, cause what's the point?
Okay, and speaking of what's the point, that is going to be Vince's third point in this set, bringing it to 3-0 as they set up that STSD for good measure. And we have a PCO on one side and a TSS on the other, which is going to result in Vince being at a pretty significant disadvantage going to this mid-game. And we have some loops going, not going to be interrupted quite yet by Vince, but Wabe unfortunately not going to have a solve on the second they chose. Going to be suboptimal for that 4-piece set that comes out of your first PC. And that is going to be all Vince needs to break the loop and get into the mid-game. And now this is a very, very scary situation if you are Wabe.
Yeah, well, I mean, Wabe is still putting up an amazing fight right now against Vince, but obviously Vince has been building that back-to-back, getting up to 14
right
now,
is this? Oh my god, the TST Tower C-spin? Are you kidding me? Oh, and he was looking for... I saw that, Vince. You were looking... That was an almost mid-game PC. If that garbage didn't get sent, that was going to be the Z-skim into T for that PC solve mid-game. And I could tell. I could tell he was looking. Vince loves a good mid-game PC. And speaking of what Vince loves taking a nice 4-0 against that Wabe play.
Yeah, if it's true, this is Vince's first round. They definitely showed that it did not matter if they did not play so far in this tournament, because they just swept that like it was nothing.
It's like, it's kind of crazy to think about how good Wabe is, and then just like, even from there, how easy Vince made it look.
Yeah, it's like the skill levels in this game, there's not very many like it, because like when you see players like CZ who like basically dominate everyone, and then in third place you see Vince dominate everyone below them, and it's just like this constant like battle of like the top players just skill gapping everyone else but also getting skill gapped themselves.
for sure, because there's just so much nuance within the top rank of Tetrio. Like, the difference between even, like, a 24,990 and a 24,998 is massive. And we are seeing that difference in full force right here, as Vince looks to make quick work of the number 2 seed of Tetrio Teams Cup.
Yeah, but I mean, Audrey, the next opponent, is going fast. Gets the T-spin, but it's not enough to actually survive, and Vince immediately taking 2 games just like that.
I just want to say, I hate when that happens. You get the cancel off, and then you just die anyway.
It's so disappointing, but I mean, you can't really do much at that point and just gotta move on to the next round, and Audrey's just trying to do that right now.
Alright, and now Vince forced to break back-to-back, and actually forced all the way to the top, gets a great combo down in order to survive, though, and Atri also being pushed to the top. Now, and that eyepiece misdrop is going to spell disaster. Wrong place, wrong time for that mistake if you are Atri Pro, because that you had your one shot, your one opportunity, and unfortunately it was not able to capitalize. And now Vince trying to set up these PC loops, going to miss the solve on the 100% second question mark. Anyway, Vince going to transition into mid game with some very, very solid back-to-back, tanking a little bit of cheese, but not enough that they should have any trouble at all getting back into this clean stacking. But they will if they misdrop, and now it's Adri who is sort of has a good opportunity to send if they can get something set up and going. But Vince getting through that garbage in a rush, definitely trying to just even things back up and get back to a position where they can send very easily, as Adri works through some of the misdrops that they had on their side of the field.
Yeah, and they're just getting sent immediately to the top by Vince, but it has that nice counter spike, but Vince is unaffected at this point and is sending just as much back to them, and Audrey just trying to survive all of this unending pressure, making it down, but the second you're down, you're back at the top again, and when you have that misdrop right there, it's going to be very tough for them to be able to survive that 15 spike.
Oh my god, that Vince down stack. That was... He swept again. He swept again.
Yeah. Well, I thought Audrey, like, had a few good moments in there, but, I mean, Vince is just unrelenting. Like, not only do they have amazing pressure, but their survival is unmatched. Obviously, they have the 100-line cheese world record, so they have the chops to do it. And getting these...
This is I'm just looking in chat right now, in the in-game chat. This is hype. We had OSW initially apprehensive about this match, saying that doesn't want to do this, but, you know, then shifting the mentality, getting himself hyped, saying he was made for this. This is his time, and even the encouragement from Vince to get it started. This is the energy that you need if you want to take a round or even take the set against a player like Vince HD.
I mean, yeah, like, when you're at this point, when you're so behind, you literally need to sweep Vince, Firestorm, and Caboozled. You
easily done. For OSW, easily. Alright, well...
maybe not a sweep, but...
No, that was the warm-up. That was the warm-up. Easily done. I'm a believer. I am a believer in the OS1.
We'll see right now. OSW starting off strong, going fast. Vince with those misdropping.
Vince misdropping it. If you're OSW, you gotta send like you have never sent before, and this is just the will to do it. Taking a round, evening it up. Here we go. OSW to GG's in chat. Damn.
I mean, when Vince has swept every other player easily, I mean, OSW has got to be hyped for even a single win.
Proving that, yeah, you're actually just different. Like, win or lose, you did what no other player did. You took the round. You got it done. You secured the dub. The OS dub, to be specific. And that is what you love to see.
Yeah, but, I mean, this set is not over yet. And, I mean, Vince had a bit of a misdrop there, but cleaned it up so well. What was that?
Okay.
That was absurd.
What was the APP on that round? That was like that was insane.
That's all I can say. Oh, OSW with that misdrop to start, but Vince got some misdrops also.
Both players looking a bit shaky, and OSW is going to be able to burst down to the garbage, but misdrops again, sets up a TSD, and is going to be able to do some canceling to stay alive for just a moment longer. But Vince is starting to build up this pressure, and OSW does not have a great cue for sending.
Yeah, makes it down just in time. Was struggling to get the 180.
Oh, and Vince misdrop, and OSW ties it up 2-2.
Apparently something is going on with Vince's S key. I'm not sure which key that represents, but I mean, OSW will take that.
I was about to say, if you're OSW, you hope his computer explodes. Like, you take that to the bank every day.
I mean, not explode because then Vince DCs and you gotta wait, but...
Okay, but that's a round.
Yeah, enough to take a round, but I mean, Vince clearly had no issues there, and now is at match point, 1 win away from moving on to grand finals.
Nah, I'm a believer though. Misdrops or no, I'm a believer. Come on, OSW, you got this. Unbiased commentary, by the way, but I'm a believer. Oh, but this is so rough as a position if you are OSW, but does some great canceling, maintaining back-to-back all the way at the top, and getting a counter spike to head all the way back down to the bottom. And OSW is looking at a great board state now, and if there's one thing OSW can do, it is maintain clean pressure. So we're going to have to see that come out in full force in order to top out a player as strong as Vince. And OSW getting caught in a rough board state one time too many, and Vince's superior speed and pressure is going to wind up with that round in the bag and the set all over.
Yeah. OSW, I think, just maintaining back-to-back, but reading a little too much and Vince taking it. And Vince winning against every single opponent. OSW definitely putting on a strong fight, but yeah. I mean, when you're dealing with Vince of all people, the CEO of World Records, it's kind of hard to even take a single game.
And hey, OSW can rest easy knowing that they are literally the only person to take a round from the team of Tetris Battle fans.
Yeah, apparently they haven't lost
First round drop during the tournament.
Yeah,
and not only that, you got 2.
I mean, I think one of them was a little bit shaky from that apparently S-piece, but I mean, a win is a win. It still counts for sure, but I mean, they've still got to move down to the losers bracket, unfortunately, and face off, I believe. Have we seen the losers semis?
Our losers finals. We did indeed. We had Earlyo Gamers taking it over Bo, and now we're gonna have our losers finals, and this is going to be an intense match.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very excited to see, because we Skill Issue obviously tried to put their best against Vince and couldn't do much, but now it's a more even playing field, I would say. So we're definitely gonna see them fighting strong next.
Alright, and we just saw Team Skill Issue at the disadvantage, and now we have the script flipped, because this is definitely going to be in their favor in terms of the player spread, with Gladon, Snowman, and Amberdoodle putting up a very, very strong showing in this losers run that they've been having, but Skill Issue being undefeated until they were up against a team like Tetris Battle.
Yeah, well, we'll see what these two teams are going to do against each other. Obviously, one has been sitting in winners finals for a while and just moved down, so they have a bit of warm-up, but Earlyo Gamers have been going on a nice strong run in losers, so we'll see if maybe that has helped them get a little bit of that shakiness off. Both of these opponents,
I think they wanted a warm-up.
Oh, did they? Okay, yeah. I think we just need to fix that.
Interesting to note, we have Atri mashing with movement techniques while... Oh, okay. I was going to have a blast. Bad Goblin More. I once mashed the rotation and movement keys so fast along with the top out thing because I was trying to just wait for someone to come back. that I triggered the anti-cheat and got kicked from the room.
I didn't even know that was possible. That's very funny.
Me either, and it's never happened again. So I don't know if I did something specific on that day, but...
Was this in a Tetra League match?
No. This is in a private lobby, because I would have had some words with Osk if that happened in TL.
Yeah. I mean, luckily it's not, but for sure that is very interesting to hear. But I mean, moving on to this warm-up, we see Audrey dealing with a bit of mishaps on their side, managed to clean it up. Gladon not able to send enough, gets that line built up there, but I mean, it doesn't really matter much if it doesn't lead to a PC.
For sure. Alright, and we've got the SDSD coming out from Adri, starting to build up some back-to-back. Uses the T in the stack, but still going to be able to cycle all the way back down and gets a nice 16, 17, 18 spike with some combo.
But Gladon able to counter it with a nice spike of their own. And now Audrey is the one at the top right now, just trying to find a down stack through all of this cheese. Gladon was pressuring there a bit, but seemed like hesitated a little too long, letting Audrey to get out of it. And now Audrey's the one building up an STSD and setting up a nice power stack.
Oh, unfortunately, Missheld wanted to spin that T into the STSD as planned, but unfortunately going to stick the L in the middle of it, literally taking the L. But, you know, going to be left with a pretty clean stack after some down stacking out of it. And they're still maintaining this back-to-back and setting up some really clean pressure to take that actual warm-up round this time.
Nicely done to start there. Like, very strong by both sides. We'll see how they manage to maintain it for the actual round. I think Audrey definitely does have the strong side here, so we'll see if Gladon is able to pull it together and get the wins in they need for their team.
For sure. And now we are getting into the real set, so gonna have to think about how the adaptation occurs from both players and just how the momentum is maintained or lost from that warm-up.
I mean, for now we see Audrey is going a little bit slow there, at least for a moment. But Gladon with those misdrops.
And that's going to be it.
Yeah, that is not what they want right now. Audrey getting a quick win in there. We'll see what Gladon is going to try and do to be able to counter. But another misdrop to start there is not good for them.
Yeah, misdropping in the opener phase is arguably the worst time to misdrop, because normally at least there's a chance your opponent's sort of also floundering a bit, but in opener, they've got their whole like life story written out, ready to send over to you in a flash. But Gladon with a huge down stack, great job sending that 18 spike back and ending off with a nice multiplier. Extremely well played to just quickly turn that match around.
Yeah, it looked like Audrey had a misdrop there and wasn't able to get through it in time for that spike. But, I mean, speaking of misdrop, Gladon there had one to start for... It looked like they were building Sticker STPC, but couldn't get to it. But, I mean, they're pretty fine for themselves right now. But Audrey, on the other hand, is building up a nice little combo there, sending cheese to Gladon. We'll see what they manage to do to actually downstack through it. But Audrey is still building up that nice back-to-back here.
Yeah, and that they are going to get with that 4 PPS back-to-backing, because that was tough. We've got the skull emoji in chat from Gladon. Live reaction to that information. Yes, gameplay! Gameplay! Alright, there we go. There actually might have been a little bit of, like, I don't even know what to call this, like, I guess, like, mental play coming out from Gladon. During that stall, he waited and then put hi in chat and may have been waiting for Adri to start typing before sending over the garbage from the opener. That's just a theory, but, like, if he did, that's kind of crazy. That's
that would be insane. Personally, I make sure, like, chat is closed and I can only, like, actually see it if I, like, move my mouse over it. So I would have just been, like, there waiting the whole time, like, what is this person doing?
Yeah, I'm always ready to banter mid-set. This is probably why I'm not a top player. Just kidding, I'm not a top player because I suck, but that's not helping. But hey, back to the match. Adri is Adri's cooking right now. Super solid APM and just maintaining this clean pressure, and Gladon is on the defensive, constantly having to downstack and find a way through to this clean garbage, which just seems buried under all this cheese, and getting buried in that match.
Forced to waste that eye there, and they couldn't really do much after that, and just forced to basically top themselves out, even if Audrey doesn't send anything. And now Audrey is the one that is one win away from moving on. And Gladon builds that 4 wide that I mentioned way back.
Finally.
Doesn't seem to do much, sends a little bit of cheese, but Audrey is still sending so much pressure.
Great downstack though from Gladon, and this is a pretty even game with Adri having a little bit more cheese on their board than Gladon does, but neither player having a huge advantage to capitalize on at the moment. And both just trying to get access to that clean garbage and get something started by way of pressure.
Yeah, but right there, Gladon gets a misdrop right when Audrey sends a spike, and just horrible timing. Audrey takes it.
All right, and we are going to be moving on to game 2 with team skill issue up, not what they're used to given the last set, but up going into the second as we have Snowman99 filling in the shoes of Gladon up against Adri.
I mean, for sure, it's not what they're used to, but maybe that's a good thing because they nearly got swept the previous set, so they like to be taking the lead right now, and so far Audrey has been doing a great job getting these wins in, but we'll see if Snowman is able to put it back in the favor of the other team.
Yeah, definitely a positive change of pace for team skill issue. And Adri, despite some misdrops and a lot of spiking coming out from Snowman, seems like they might even be in the better position at the moment, as Snowman has a lot of cheese to work through and some misdrops on their board, and Adri, while they also have some cheese, seems to have it handled a little bit better.
But I mean, Snowman had a really, really nice downstack there. Very cleanly done, and Audrey just wasn't able to pressure enough in time. Finally makes it the clean to start attacking, but now Snowman is in a slightly better position.
Oh, that is a beautiful T-spin sequence from Adri. So clean. That was textbook stuff in the best way. Just using that sort of LST-like shape to set up a fractal and get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely nice pressure, nice back-to-back chaining there, enough to kill Snowman. But now Snowman got that first PC off, gets sent garbage, so isn't able to continue the loop. Now just trying to get to the clean they have right now. Audrey had a bit of a back-to-back chain going, but had to cancel it.
Oh, nice though. Going to take it to 2-0 after a unfortunate misdrop on the T trying to spin it in from Snowman. Oh, misdrop the opener though.
I believe, didn't Audrey actually lose a previous round before, so he would actually, or Snowman would only need to win 3, right? Just want to confirm.
I believe that is the case, yes.
Okay, yeah. So, and I mean, the Snowman getting that one of those 3 wins right there very nicely.
Alright, and now we have Snowman getting the PC off. Going into this DPC, they do have a T-spin solve. That is pretty much the best case scenario. Risky to go for in versus, but they're keeping the loop going. And they have a skim solve there to keep it going. This is Opener Gaming of the highest caliber. Goes into another DPC, and again, they've got a TSS solve, and that was just incredible DPC play from Snowman. Not likely to be appreciated by many, but hey, I appreciate it. That was cleanly done. Very well executed to just even maintain the loop for that long without misdropping, without slowing down. Just very solid.
For sure. Audrey had a misdrop there at the start and was forced to 9-0, and that let Snowman get the loop in, and Snowman gets another win in there, and I think actually takes the set.
That is going to be it. All right.
Bringing it slightly back into their team's favor.
And so, we have Snowman up against either OSW or Wabe, but they are down 2 points to go into it, so we'll have to see how that pans out.
I mean, they definitely know how to open her, that's for sure, so that'll definitely help them, but, I mean, OSW, I mean, obviously a top player and is able to survive that. If they can take 2 out Vince, then it's going to be very difficult to kill them, that's for sure.
For sure. Definitely proved their mettle in that last match, and we're gonna have to see how that comes into play against Snowman, because this is no Vince, but it's also no Vince in terms of play style. This is not what you have been used to if you were playing against someone who is so like constant APM spam, like setups and just constant pressure like Vince. Because Snowman is much more of Snowman as a player just prefers spiking much more than constant pressure and looks for these sort of opener situations and these 4-wide to try and get some rounds off the board early. So OSW gonna have to adapt even if they are coming in with the advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, they were able to get a nice win in there. Snowman was at the top for a long time and was just trying to get down, but was not able to do it. And I think Snowman lost 2 to the previous round, so they only have one more game of wiggle room, but OSW...
Oh, that's DPC, though. That's going to be it for that round.
Yeah, Snowman is just doing their job with these openers, getting the wins they want.
Alright, here we go again. The PC going to put the kibosh on the loop, but we have some extension here, but an unfortunate misdrop is going to be it.
I'm not sure I agree with that decision making to keep up stacking, and I mean that cost them the game, but I mean I respect the hustle there. And OSW
not realizing that the game is over. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right, and that is going to be a move on to the final player of Team Early O Gamers in Amberdoodle.
Yeah, definitely the strongest player, and Snowman getting that 1 win off OSW definitely helps, but Amber, I mean, they've been absolutely dominating so far, but I mean, these are players they have not played before. Definitely the strongest they've done, so we'll see what Amber is able to do.
All right, and here we go, the final match.
Potentially. Amberdoodle saying in chat, I beat OSW and Wabe. Okay, they're definitely confident, that's for sure. They're ready for this.
Hell yeah. Amber fully in spectators.
Okay, yeah,
Psych,
finally makes it back in. He says, "Sorry, I'm powering up." That is something
Ember was currently like actually IRL like stancing up in the room, just like putting on music and getting pumped, getting ready to beat OSW.
Yeah, just getting that Super Saiyan power up in.
Oh, and it seems to be working as OSW has some misdrops to deal with, and meanwhile Amber is working with a clean board state. Because this is going to be... Oh, but that clean board state might be disappearing a little bit. Just a little bit.
That misdrop there was really bad. Now they're the one in the hot seat. Gets the down stack for at least momentarily. We'll see if they can continue up this pressure.
Oh, nice spike, though, on the down stack.
Yeah, they managed to survive nicely. Made it back into a pretty, like, even board state. And we'll see if OSW... is able to maintain the pressure they have been to actually get the kill they want.
Oh, rough misdrop, though. That was unfortunate from Amberdoodle, but hey, before the misdrops, it seemed like Amber might have been in control of the set. So, we'll have to see how that gets adapted for OSW's mindset and for OSW's play.
I mean, you can see OSW is speeding up here right now. They definitely want to put on that pressure, show Amberdoodle that they are not someone to be messed with. And they're getting that back-to-back chain going right now, but immediately follow up with a misdrop, really what Amberdoodle wants, but they're not sending attacks fast enough, and OSW is able to survive long enough to make it down.
unfortunately, Amber did not have anything ready in that moment, so going to be unable to capitalize on that rare mistake from OSW. Vince commenting that OSW looking like the 2020 Vince, for real.
Yeah,
which I think is a compliment.
I'm really not too sure. Obviously, even Vince in 2020 was crazy, but I'm not too sure. What was that top? Oh, okay. They just forgot about the game. I thought they were about to top out 3 more times.
You're throwing? Got called 2020 Vince. It's over. I'm done. Get me out of here.
I mean,
I'll take the L. I won't take the slander.
Vince is the one saying it. To be fair.
Yo, what is this pressure from OSW? That was ridiculous.
That was a crazy attack there.
Said, no, I'm looking like the 2023 Vince.
For sure. They're like, are you talking down to me right now? I'm not gonna take that. I'm gonna climb my way back into winners and show you.
Exactly. Yo, OSW building an SDPC on the ODPC. Let's go.
And
dying for it? Question mark? Not dying for it. Getting good survival.
Yeah, very clutch by them. We'll see if Amber is able to actually contain the pressure and continue the attack, but OSW is just speeding up right now, sending more and more. We'll see if Amber is able to actually do much about it, but has that misdrop, and OSW now taking the lead.
Playing against OSW feels like a boss fight, because like you can tell what he's gonna do, but you still can't do anything about it. Like what he gets clean, he's gonna send. He gets cheese, he's gonna downstack, and then start building up some 6-3 or some similar 5-4 style upstacking. But like you can't stop him, so you know, hold that.
At some point, you just gotta be like, okay, what am I supposed to do against some of these opponents?
Alright, and here we go. 4 PPS being held right now by OSW, but not gonna be enough, despite the 1 PPS difference. Amber going to get a very well-timed counter spike to take that round, bringing it to a tiebreaker. Oh, but misdropping in the opener, though, and OSW is not doing the same, and is in fact going into this DPC. We have Lime, though, and that is going to be poor favor for OSW's chance of keeping that loop.
Yeah, and right now, both of these fighting for their lives. Amber fighting to play the next opponent. Well, OSW just wants that win. Both of them now timing right here.
Gameplay.
OSW typing in chat, so your day. And
Yo, Amber responds with, you know how this ends? And then send it,
goodness.
Because the back-to-back difference from Amber. That's a crazy thing to hear mid-game from your opponent. Imagine looking over and seeing your opponent saying, you know how this ends. That's gotta throw off your mental. That'd throw off my mental if I saw that.
Amber Doodle is just such a boss. I feel like they're not afraid at all against anybody. You can.
Oh, but maybe they should have been, as OSW proves why they are on the number 2 seed team, solidifying that win and taking it in the tiebreaker.
Yeah, managed to get that win. That stare down was crazy by both of them. And Amber just tried to show it off, but maybe got a little too greedy there, and OSW got the win they wanted.
May have been the villain, but you know, proving that they definitely had the chops to be.
OSW begging Vince to play with one hand. I think that's a little bit of a pipe dream when you're in grand finals.
Bribery? Bribery, champ? $3 from the prize money? Let's go. Shoutouts to bad things happening to good people.
The question is, who is going to be up first for Team TB fan, or TD fan?
I'll beat you, then I'll take the $3. Damn. Damn.
And then adds an oh yes and heart at the end.
Bribery decline. Alright. And this is it, the run back you have all been waiting for, the culmination of Tetrio Teams Cup Cruise 3. This is Team Tetris Battle Fans, Caboozled Pie, Firestorm, and Vince HD up against Team Skill Issue, Adri Pro 1000, Wabe, and OSW.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen TV Fan is definitely not a team you want to be messed with, but I mean, Skill Issue obviously showing their strength in the previous round. We'll see if they can pull something out of, I don't know, the miracles of heaven. We'll see.
Alright. And here we go.
Like we get a rematch from the previous winners finals. We'll see what OSW is able to do.
Starting off strong with some huge speed, and Vince HG's PC got completely nullified just by the sheer speed that OSW was sending, but Vince gonna... Oh, I was going to say Vince not going to be impacted at all, but probably going to be impacted by some of these misdrops as OSW gets started with some still holding over 4 PPS, LST into the 6-3, and OSW is just not letting up, absolutely going wild right now, speeding up. OSW is faster than he started the round with, over 4.3 PPS now, but even despite all this, Vince is still alive, and OSW misdropped one singular time and died.
I mean, like, what do you do? Vince has that crazy survival, and then just gets the perfect spike right when OSW makes a mistake. Like,
OSW played, like, as well as possible, and it just wasn't enough.
Basically perfectly. Like, the only thing you can do at that point is play faster. But, like, when they're bursting at, like, what felt like 5 PPS, can you really?
Like, what... I don't know what you're supposed to do against that. Like, if that didn't kill Vince, what will?
I mean, so far, not much. Vince getting 2 PCs right now. Gets the 3rd. Are they able to get a 4th? Unable to in time. Yeah. That's very nice for OSW, but obviously still not great because Vince, even without PCs, is a terrifying player to play against. But right now, you see that back-to-back being built by OSW once again. Is forced to waste that T, though, and has to cancel out of the chain, letting Vince survive a little bit longer. Them getting a back-to-back of their own built up, starting to send attack quickly. OSW does not get to the T-piece in time, and Vince bringing it to match point. Or not match point, sorry, it's first to 5, right? But taking another one right there.
All right. And here we go. This is it. Possible fall for OSW. Vince not wanting to drop rounds like last time. Trying to prove the difference between the 2020 Vince and the 2023 Vince. Oh my god, but the mid-game PC from OSW is only going to give Vince more garbage to work with, it seems like. But OSW gonna counter-spike it right back. But now left with a position where there's not too much more damage to squeeze out of it, and Vince is starting to get down with this back-to-back building up. Times 8, times 9, times 10, and OSW needs to find a way to get back into putting on pressure. Gets all the way down with that down stack, but even despite all of that, Vince still seems to be just fine in terms of board position.
Yeah, and OSW dealing with a bit of cheese right now. Managed to survive long enough to have Vince break their chain, but, I mean, Vince building up another one right away. And OSW with a misdrop there, it seemed, now being brought to the top of the board, looking for a down stack, gets the eyepiece just in time, but still being pressured so much.
Oh my god, Vince.
But OSW
16, 17 back-to-back against OSW? And even that crazy down stack won't save you. 4.12 PPS. And Vince brings it to match point.
Yeah, Vince just getting a 220 APM round for, what was that, like a minute and a half? Both of them now getting the PC loops. Both of them getting the first 2. Vince getting the second one and outspeeding OSW.
OSW didn't want to OSW didn't want to commit to building PCO on third PC, Vince said, nah, fuck it, we ball, and immediately built and solved that PCO on extra T third, proving that setups are not real, don't buy into the fake news, just learn PCO and you'll be good.
I mean, Vince is the, 10 PC world record holder, and does not know very many openers, so they for sure know how to do freestyle, and you can see that there. But I mean, now it's mid-game, and we'll see if OSW is up for the challenge of Vince's 28 spike right there, and the back-to-back chain he is still building up.
And yeah, OSW looking to try and capitalize on the misdrops, and he is going to be able to, taking a round, and that is going to be OSW bringing it back, or at least trying to, putting the I'm done in chat, proving, you know, that what needed to happen happened. The round was taken. But OSW might be looking to try and take a little more than that, as they send even more damage, and Vince got a little greedy at the top. Hold on, let him cook.
Yeah, OSW proving that those 2 wins from the winners final were not a fluke, and that they can absolutely compete. But now they have
what was that? Right there. 180 TST from Vince. Off of okay, for context, Vince said, let's do this in chat. And I thought that meant that he was going to over... No, it meant he was going to 180 TST. What is that?
But, I mean, OSW unfazed right now. Getting a nice little combo there. Sending Vince a little bit. But now Vince is timing as OSW
Oh, Vince waiting to time.
Spike.
So is OSW. And there we go. The garbage going to be mostly canceled off on both sides. But the mid-game PC from Vince was looking for another one, but OSW gonna stop that from happening, but just one piece off getting that TSD quad. And that's going to be it. Vince finishing off OSW.
Amazing fight by both of them. OSW putting everything they could into that match, but now it's out of their hands, and we'll see what everyone else on their team can do.
Alright, what are our thoughts on letting the other 2 team members from Team Skill Issue play simultaneously?
I don't know. Is that a fair battle? I feel like Vince might still be... it just gives them more clean. Maybe if one person just sends cheese the whole time.
Alright. But we have Adri up against Vince.
Now, Adri only needs to win 3 here to actually move on, but, I mean, Vince swept the previous time, so it's not gonna be easy, that's for sure.
Okay.
Audrey going for his classic stick spin. Gets it off, but, I mean, Vince at the top right there. I'm not sure if that was a miss shot or a hesitation too long, and Audrey takes a really quick one. That's what you want against Vince.
Alright, and Adri is going to try and just finish what OSW started. Just try to take some more rounds off of Vince, with that misdrop not doing them any favors. And Vince just immediately gonna give no chance of a survival, no matter how the combo is.
Yeah, and Vince taking the first win off of Audrey. But I mean, Audrey is only 2 away. We'll see if they can pull it together and get it. Obviously going for that stick spin, but has that misdrop to start, letting Vince start to build up a back-to-back chain.
Oh, Vince was looking for the PC.
Yeah,
looked for it again, but got the garbage.
Audrey here timing, both of them now timing.
I love how this has been a consistent thing throughout the sets. Is there just been moments where they both stop, look, and wait. Yeah, and then we go back to the insane action.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see these type of stare downs in top plays. They're like, are you gonna go or do I have to? And it looked like Vince was the one that decided to attack. And apparently it's working, because they have that 15 back-to-back. Audrey just trying to downstack through all of it, doing a nice job, but Vince is not stopping.
Oh my god, that was a crazy spike.
And that 20 back-to-back is enough to get another win in there.
Alright, Vince almost surpassing on Adri to try and maintain this lead, but that is definitely easier said than done. Vince getting off some PCs, but Atri going to still be alive for now. Maybe not for too much longer, though, as they have a bit of an awkward board state to work through. They are going to open back up the well, but might be a bit too little too late, as Vince is starting to get this back-to-back built up again.
Yeah, it looked like Audrey was just trying to keep it going with the back-to-back, but made a mistake there, hesitated too long, and had to cancel out of it. And now Vince is the one who was building back-to-back, but canceled. But Audrey with that Elmish drop gets through it in time, God. Just barely.
Oh, and Audrey, unfortunately, gonna be... Actually, no, gonna be able to clean up that cheese very nicely. Now that I take a look at it, was expecting a bit more of a spike from Vince, but going to cancel well and prevent that from happening. But right as I say that, this might be that spike that was foretold, and Vince tying it up 3-3.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Audrey. They need to get these wins in, but I mean, Vince is starting to get on a roll here, and when Vince is going, they are very hard to stop, and Audrey knows it's time to change it up a bit.
Let's go. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, misdrops there. Not able to get the combo they want, and Vince at match point once again. Let's see, will Audrey go for another one?
The do it again from OSW.
But it makes that misdrop and has to cancel, but Vince also seemed to have a misdrop of their own. Decides to downstack a little bit, and now they both move out of that opener phase without actually doing much of an opener.
I will know, Vince has a bit of cheese right now, and Adri does not. And Adri has 7 back-to-back. So I'm not making. Oh no! No, wait, I didn't want the commentator's curse to happen. I said I'm not making any claims.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't want something to happen, you know it's gonna happen, and...
No, I'm sorry, I implied too hard, Adri, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
I mean... Audrey is still surviving, but at the top right now...
Barely.
Not able to get through it in time, and Vince takes another win. Now it's up to Wabe. OSW said commentators stop commentating. We're just doing our job, man.
I'm doing my best out here.
Maybe we should just start like saying like, Vince, we hope you win this, and maybe that's
Vince playing very clean, not making a single misdrop on his board at any point. Going to just keep it solid throughout, as he very successfully sets up his pieces in a way which will definitely clear lines and raise his APM.
Not sure if the commentary matters too much right now as Vince stops himself out, but I mean, we'll see in a moment if it makes an impact on the mental. But I mean, now it's up to Wabe to pull it all together.
Alright, let's see. Here we go. TKI from both players. You know, Vince doing it really well. Gonna get it done.
Gets the Imperial Cross into perfect garbage to C-spin.
Okay.
And Wabe struggling to survive all of that, but
definitely does though. And would you look at that? Vince doing a bit of well coverage. You know, luckily going to obviously find a great route out of that. You know, I'd expect nothing less. Okay, it's not working. It's not working.
Maybe you're just cheering him on at this point. I don't know. Commentator's curse is a strange thing, that's for sure.
That's because I want it to happen.
Yeah. That was your mistake.
It still falls under the category of wanting, even if I want the curse to occur.
Oh, but I mean, Vince with that misdrop right there, but I mean, again, fixes it so nicely. Like,
and all garbage is gone.
Like, those misdrops feel like so difficult to fix, but Vince fixes them faster than I can even mention them. And now Wabe is the one that's dealing with some misdrops and is not able to get through it.
Great tied on from Vince, taking the second round. All right, and now we have Vince HD doing PC, as is Wabe. Wabe still gonna be able to do. Yo, was that the one and only Margarine setup in versus?
I could not tell you. I am not a Looper main, to be fair, but I mean, it did not matter because Vince just still took it.
Yeah. I think it might have been Slime anyway. But regardless, getting back into the match, we have Wabe trying to get through this clean garbage. Meanwhile, Vince setting up some back-to-back, getting a 17 spike by taking that TSS out of the STSD shape. And again, just trying to maintain this clean pressure and just top Wabe out with sheer APM.
But, I mean, Wabe is still surviving, gets that nice 20 combo, or 20 spike, manages to make Vince break their chain, and has a few misdrops there. We'll see if Wabe is able to keep building up this chain of their own to start actually pressuring Vince. But, I mean, Vince is downstacking very quickly through it all. Seems unfazed at all at this back-to-back so far.
For sure. You're going to need a ton of damage to deal, like, real lasting damage to Vince, and it's seeming like Wabe may not be able to put out the numbers necessary to get this done, as Vince brings it to 4-3 his favor.
Yeah, match point, potentially the last round we will see, unless Wabe can
MKOPC?
pull together.
The delay?
Not to go for it.
Decides, nope, you're not getting this clean garbage, and instead takes and gets a huge counter spike. I can definitely respect that decision.
Oh,
it actually, yeah, almost worked out. But now, Vince is trying to get all the way back down. But, let's go washing machine. But, gonna have a bit of difficulty doing so, and Wabe still has something of an opportunity to send, but even as I say that, Vince cleaning up his stack very nicely. Gets Vince? A bit, get what? What are you doing, Vince?
That?
Into the LST? Oh my, what a finisher. That was ridiculous by Vince.
Wabe just saying nah in chat. It's like, when Vince does that, when they do a polymer to keep back-to-back into LST, it's like, I mean, you know it's over.
That was crazy. And OSW commenting that he's gonna make a Vince HD exposed for hacking video after this. He knows your secrets, so we may have a little bit of beef arising as a result of Tetrio Teams Cup Cruise 3, but the only other thing I see rising is TB Tetris Battle fans through and through moving on to being the tournament winners. Very strong showing.
Yeah, maybe that's what we all gotta be to be top players. Maybe we just gotta get back into our Tetris Battle roots, and that's what we need to actually be these top players. Realistically not, but for sure they did an amazing job. I don't think they actually had to switch teammates a single time throughout this whole bracket, which is crazy.
That checks out, honestly. Just whoever they send in, they just send them in, and they're like, all right, yeah, I can beat the entire team without dropping more than like 3 or 4 rounds.
Yeah, Kabuza then just Firestorm just got to sit around in winners and grand finals just chilling.
But hey, at least OSW gets to keep his $3.
That is true. They did not have to bribe Vince, but I mean, ultimately, maybe they should have.
They definitely tried, but unfortunately, Vince gonna settle for the winner's prize pool. So
yeah, maybe
you win some, you lose some.
I mean, they definitely won some.
Wait, hold on. The bribery was a success, but just not on Vince. We have Tatos being bribed via V-Bucks to ban Cab, Firestorm, and Vince from future Tetrio Teams Cup events. This is a crazy development. Oh, Jesus Christ. Go back. Rewind it all.
Got your priorities straight, that's for sure.
All right.
Are you guys able
Yeah,
to
you
hear
are.
Tatos?
No, you are. I just checked.
Okay.
Maybe I'm lying. No, I'm lying. I'm spreading misinformation on the internet. You've been fooled. You've been fooled.
Okay, yeah.
For the
Apparently
folks
dude-
at home, Tato said that he needs the V-Bucks so he can buy the Caboozled Pie Fortnite skin, which caused my visible repulsion.
Boom. Audio now, okay. I should be heard.
Tatoes from Tatoes.
Let's see. What can I shout out? Prize pool, yeah. Thanks to Puzzle Kingdom for the $20 donation. And Jingax for the $5 donation. Do the coupons. Please. I'm begging you.
Yeah, make sure to do the coupons if you can. It definitely, I mean, it helps the top players, and I mean, it doesn't cost anything.
Let's see what else. Shout out to commentators, fools, somewhat ish. I don't know how to define it. Like, it is top 6, but not. Anyways, Fitzy and Davo, very cool. And also you two, Bad Goblin and Quick and Smart, for commentating top 6, 8, 6.
Yeah, yeah, top six. It was very fun to see these players.
God Zam. This is a banger tournament.
Calbow doing all the Battlefly issue reports behind the scenes, and Snowman helping out in the Discord. Shout out to Osk for the promotional kit and banner. Very cool. Okay. Who do I raid? Edge.
People are saying Edge in chat. Or Azura is also, I think Azura's doing a subathon right now.
We do the raid trade. Okay, bye.
Thank you all for watching.